are the people, but the people are retarded.
I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him. What do we do now?
Back to them, or do you want to stay with Donald Trump?
Fuck Joe Biden.
Refuse to go along with this, and I'm seeing through all of your lies, Barack Obama, you wicked, wicked devil!
Welcome back to another Night of Stick with Koolfrogg. AmericaShirts will be with me in a few seconds here. I might have somebody else joining us eventually. I'm not quite sure what's going on. Could be interesting, fun. There's so much news to go through. This is a news show. We're not going to sit there and f around too much. We'll have some fun, but there's some major happenings that are going on, and it's going down, and it's going down hard, and it's going to get really scary really soon. When I say really soon, I just don't get it. I'm really super confused on how soon this could potentially be. So here's this first article. Yeah, I will start a little bit because sure, I see how that works. I'm getting messages from the potential. Sounds like she'll be on in a little while, which is totally fine. Totally fine whenever she's ready. So then, start this article. It says trains could literally stop running in the U.S. 1 week from now. Did you know that absolutely crippling national railroad strike could potentially strike on July 18th? That's Monday. That's Monday, folks. I didn't realize that this article was out a few days ago. If I knew this article was out a few days ago, we would have covered it already, and we wouldn't be sitting here right now necessarily. I just really, it floored me, blew my mind when I actually seen that this was actually happening. I was gonna try waiting to see how many people. Okay, it looks like there's one person watching me right now. I don't want to go too far. I want to try getting a couple people in here because this is kind of important news that should have been covered within the last few days. So this article starts out, says, if this actually happens, the historic supply chain crisis that we are experiencing right now will rapidly become far worse. Each year, trains in the United States transport approximately 1.7 billion tons of raw material and finished goods to their ultimate destinations. If that suddenly stops happening, our economy goes into the toilet. I realize that may sound a bit crude, but that is the reality of what we are potentially facing. So we better hope that national rail carriers and the unions representing the workers can come to an agreement before next Monday. Railroad freight traffic across the United States could come to a screeching halt July 18th if progress isn't made in the labor contract between national rail carriers and their unions. Union officials stressed they do not want to go on strike, but argued they're being forced to consider the option in a bid to get better benefits, wages, and staffing. So this isn't anything that had already been going on, other than the stuff that is already going on. But they're now striking. They're now striking and asking for money and benefits, because without monies and benefits, you don't have a staff. Without a staff, that could be very dangerous. I don't know what's taking. AmericaShirts so long. He said that he was going to be right here. We aren't just talking about a partial paralysis in rail traffic. This could be a nationwide strike, and the entire system could suddenly be frozen. At the moment, two sides are in the cooling off period, but that cooling off period will be over at 12:01 a.m. on July 18th. So 12:01 a.m. July 18th. That's for a lot of us, because we like to stay up as late as we do. That sounds like it's Sunday to me. That's like wee morning hours of Sunday. Trains not traveling across the United States to haul cargo and goods. That's going to be really scary to know that there's nothing being transported by train. That means everything would have to get shipped by truck and or carrier van, which if the stuff is stuck in port, how is that going to happen? Especially if it's already stocked and put in trains. It means whatever you had ordered, if you had anything ordered that's supposed to come in the next week, you might not see it right away. There might be some massive delay on that. Let's see. The two sides are forced into a 30-day cooling off period after failing to reach an agreement working through the National Mediation Board. The cooling off period prevents unions from striking on railroads from locking out their workers while they continue to negotiate. That cooling off period ends at midnight, July 18th, and the coalition of unions could choose to go on strike at that point, said Sheet Metal Rail Transport Union President Jeremy Ferguson. At this point, it appears that there is a strike unless Joe Biden uses his powers to intervene. And that is precisely what the U.S. Chamber of Commerce is asking him to do. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce is calling President Joe Biden to help resolve a dispute between the country's Class 1 railroads and 12 rail unions to avert the possible rail strike beginning July 18th. In a letter sent by the White House on Wednesday, U.S. Chamber President Susan Clark warned that the decision last month by the National Mediation Board to release the railroads and unions from mediation and begin a 30-day cooling off period presents a new challenge to the U.S. business community, which is already navigating a difficult environment. Unless the administration acts, either party is free to exercise self-help options, including a strike beginning at 12:01 a.m. on the 18th, when the 30-day cooling off period ends. They've been doing this cooling off period already for almost a month. And did anybody know anything about it? Did anybody have any clue that this was even happening? One way or another, the labor dispute will eventually be resolved. Let us hope that this is sooner rather than later. But the truth is that our planet is ultimately facing long-term economic problems that are far more severe than any sort of temporary supply chain today. I forgot to do something. I'll be right back. I just had to turn on the fan across the room to actually cool off everything, keep everything running. This computer likes to run super hot, and it's ridiculous. So the world's I'm sorry, I went too far. It has been since the energy of the economy and takes a tremendous amount of energy and power to power the standard of living that we are enjoying today. And with each passing year, the size of global population continues to grow. In fact, the UN just announced that the population of the world will hit 8 billion. It doesn't give an exact date in here, but I seen the article. November 14th, 2022, we're expected to hit the 8 billion people. The world population will reach 8 billion in November. United Nations researchers said Monday, making a milestone moment, even as the global growth rates continue to long-term slowdown. The Earth's 8 billionth inhabitant will be born on the 15th. Hello, Bearded Apostle. How's it going? Oh, awesome. The 8 billionth inhabitant to be born on November 15th, according to the UN's latest World Population Prospect 2022 report released to mark World Population Day. Meanwhile, the amount of energy that we are producing has started to decline. As Chris Martenson has pointed out, 2018 may have actually been the year when we hit peak oil. It all comes down to the amount of oil that's available, because oil is the king of all energy resources, and the king is weak and fading. It's entirely possible that we'll never again see as much oil come out of the ground as we did back in 2018. That might have been the actual peak. There are warning signs everywhere that oil supplies are extremely tight, and that spare capacity simply doesn't exist at the moment. Someday, oil will forever be in the rearview mirror, and this is why the economic collapse is inevitable. From this point forward, it is going to be increasingly costly to get energy out of the ground. And that means that our standard of living will inevitably keep going down. Please take 20 minutes to watch this video, in which Chris Martenson, we're not going to watch the video. I watched it earlier, and he totally explains a lot. Anybody that's paying attention should actually go and check this out. I'll drop the links down in the description so that the website's easy to get to, and you can actually get to that link. You may have noticed that energy prices have been rising very aggressively over the past couple of years. The energy prices have been direct impact on what literally everything else costs. As food and other essentials continue to spike in price, this is going to cause societal breakdowns all over the globe. In fact, just this week, we have seen extreme civil unrest in Sri Lanka and Albania. Sadly, we have witnessed so far is just a tip of the iceberg. That is eventually coming will be much worse. Here in the United States, everyone still has plenty of food for now. But food costs have been going up and up and up. We just went through this the other day with some of that inflation. You actually seen where those price increases actually were. The price increases were ridiculous across the board on everything. They trying to say, 9.1%. Well, 9.1% was just in the month. It's so much worse than that. When I say so much worse than that, I think we actually pointed out a couple spots where we actually showed you that certain commodities and subsidies are actually going to the point of almost 100 to 120% compared to what they were from a year ago. That's ridiculous. So let's see, what's this? This is according to the business edit. Oh, we did that one. So the chicken bake now sells for $1 more than in June at $3.99. The price of soda has increased by 10 cents. So, that 50-cent can that was moved up to 60 cents for a can is now 69 cents. It's ridiculous. And they just keep on increasing prices on us like, it's okay. They still have jobs. The thing is they're not paying attention because they're like, oh, yeah, unemployment rate's super low right now. Unemployment rate is great. No, it's not. Unemployment rate isn't great. It just looks like it is because there's so many of us out there that are still unemployed, can't make a penny, and we can't draw from unemployment. Why? Because there's no money for us to pull from unemployment. You have to seriously earn about $3,000 earned income within a year for you to actually draw unemployment for 8 months. When's the last time anybody's made that much money that hasn't been working? Oh, that was a couple years ago. And now they're sitting there trying to tell us that, oh, unemployment rate's the best it's ever been. We got the best economy. That's a freaking lie. It's so much of a lie. It's ridiculous right now. And everybody's just being so ignorant to the point. They're not actually paying attention. They're just going with it and just being like, yeah, this is what it is. No, that's not what it is. It's totally not what it is. Let's see. To finish off the article, there's a lot of people out there who seem to think that the economic symptoms that are currently experiencing are just temporary. I wish that was true. Unfortunately, a return to normal is simply not in the cards. The global energy supplies are going to continue to get tighter with each passing day. Pretty much telling us that, as computer users should shut down half of our system or our whole system when we go lay down, as opposed to leaving the computer on, which is actually better for the computer. So, just really seriously, we're going to get screwed so hard. If you haven't felt it or don't understand where I'm coming from on that, you need to really seriously do some soul searching and actually figure it out, because it's horrible. It's so bad right now. It's ridiculous. I'm gonna go and throw this link out. Maybe he didn't get the link right. I don't know. Oh, it looks like he did. I'm gonna throw this one out over here. See if I can't pull in somebody else to actually talk to me, hold a conversation, because it's fun to have. Throw that one out to get some people in here eventually. It'll be fun, because we know this isn't fun. None of this that you see here is fun. AmericaShirts. AmericaShirts.
Is this thing? Am I on?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep, you're on. Hello. How are you? You're okay. It was only 20 minutes. I made it through the first article. The first article, and I was just kind of chit-chatting about it a little bit. So trains can literally stop running in the U.S. 1 week from now. This is from the 12th. And if you actually look at the date that it's saying that it will happen, it's right here at 12:01 a.m. on July 18th. So the some of us that, stay up all night, it's in the morning, like before we go to bed. So Sunday night, if they don't come up with a deal with this after this 30-day cooling off period that they've just gone through, to actually give themselves money and benefits that they're looking for, we're going to be screwed, because they're not going to ship stuff. So if you'd already seen and noticed things not moving as fast as they had been or whatever, not making it to their destination as quickly as they should, it's going to get worse. It's going to get so bad. Like, I watched this. I'm not going to watch it. I watched this earlier just to see what this was about. And if you actually pay attention to some of it, it sounds like some of these train yards are holding materials in their cars already. They've been waiting to ship the stuff out. Hey, Janie, how's it going? I sent that to share with you. Yeah, you did. And that's why I'm like, yep, we need to actually go through this, because this is super important to understand that how soon this is actually going to happen. And I wish I would have actually caught this on the 12th and actually, gone through it already, so that we wouldn't be so much in a hurry to actually get this information.
Right.
How do you feel about all this, AmericaShirts?
Well, it's going along with everything else that we've been talking about. Everything else, they want to shut down the shipping, they want to shut down the infrastructure, and from the sounds of it, I mean, what's the perspective of the union again? They want
They want benefits, waging, and better staffing. So it's like they're not even fully staffed, and they want to get paid more because they're like, well, wait a minute here. The end guy, the guy that's sitting at the Burger King or the McDonald's or the wherever and complaining that they're not making enough money, so they're giving them $15, $17 an hour. All of a sudden, they're like, well, it's costing us more to get this stuff to them, and they're unable to actually do what they need to do. So it's really looking horrible across the board, because if they're short-staffed and their short staff is actually looking for better benefits and wages, guess what happens next? We got to pay them. Who's going to pay them? You and me with our taxes? And then the inflation that's already in place, that's continuously growing. Because, we just went inflation the other day. It was 9.1%. That was just for the month.
right.
Right. Jenny says they are trying to starve us. Depopulation.
Indeed. They are indeed.
Oh, let's put us next to each other, make us equals.
So this would be a nationwide strike. The entire system said it would be frozen. And this is between the unions and the train company? A train company? Or who?
Not just a train company. It sounds like all union officials. So, I mean, it's a rail union. So like the whole union's had been shut down for. They've been on this cooling off phase for the last 30 days, and now they're down to the wire. They're down to it's Friday, getting ready to go into Saturday for some of us. Well, you're already in Saturday, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is 12:01 on the 18th. So that's midnight Sunday. We're looking at potential shutdown or whatever on that. That's scary. That's stupid.
So this is between the railroad unions and every railroad company. So the railroad union is pretty much taken up of the entirety of every railroad worker with every railroad company.
That highlighted line at the bottom of the first paragraph. So we better hope that national rail carriers and the unions representing the workers can come up with an agreement. And they haven't done so already. We haven't heard anything. I did some looking around to see if there was anything that had happened today, because it's Friday. Now going into Saturday, who finishes doing this on a weekend? Do you think they're going to finish doing it on a weekend? Do you think they want to work on a weekend? Because we got to pay them to do that. Robyn said that she would join us in a little bit. She was going to go join Expert Stream for a short bit. Thanks for the like.
Another bit of news here, just as a headliner for later. I'll bring this up. I forgot about this a little bit earlier, but now that I'm here on my other device, I'll bring it up. The Democrats have brought up a bill in the House of Representatives to take away all oversight of the United States military and all its assets.
Oh, that makes sense.
So that's
If you have an,
basically,
if you have an article on that, you should pull that up or pull it in, whatever. We'll pull it up
yeah,
after we
yeah.
get through with
Basically, what that
the
would be
trains.
is martial law at that point. Like
Yeah.
from the legislative branch saying they will cut off and stop any amount of oversight into the executive and into specifically the military and all of its infrastructure and everything to do with that. You're basically giving them the right to do anything they want because there is no oversight, there is no looking into anything, there is no regulation of it. It's just you do whatever you want. I mean, that's next level batshit. That is
And
underhandedly saying
you're gonna bring
we
this
want
up a
martial law.
couple more times tonight because as we go through the night, this is our people that join us are gonna change, and people that are listening to us are gonna change. So I think you should totally pay attention to that. Oh my. Uh, so I did throw a link out because you're running out of being late. So I wanted to make sure I had somebody to throw something against just in case. And I invited the Bearded Apostle because he's such a fun guy to
Yeah.
talk to. How's
Hey,
it going,
brother.
Beard?
Was it?
Yeah, good.
Beard.
Just chilling out over on Farron's stream, and I figured when Scott came in, it was a good opportunity for me to duck out and let them take over for a wee bit. She's always
Sure.
fun to hang out with.
Awesome. So, we're talking, United States news, but not that this doesn't affect the rest of the world when it comes down to it.
Oh, you
'Cause it
could
always
be
does.
reading the dictionary, bro, and I'd be happy to sit here and chill out and hang out with you.
Right? So
who are we with? I don't recognize the symbol.
this is
Jimmy?
AmericaShirts. AmericaShirts is
AmericaShirts.
is my normal co-host. He joins me almost every show. I don't think
It's
there's been
nice
a
to
show
meet you,
that
Mr. Shirts.
Yeah. Yeah, I was on the one that you were on yesterday, but my internet went kaput.
I did wonder because I thought, wow, this dude either really doesn't fucking like me or he just doesn't have a whole lot to say. Because I came in and you were just out burgers.
He does
Yeah,
the
the whole
same
thing
thing
just
that I
went-
do. Is when you actually there's a conversation going on, he'll just sit there and he'll listen and take it all in. So,
And Jane Sorrell, I am from a little imaginary country called New Zealand on the absolute bottom of the world.
the bottom
the
side of
hobbits
the
live.
plate. Yeah, where the hobbits
Sorry.
live.
Yeah, where
it's
the
like-
hobbits live. We
Yes.
Hobbiton's real, dude. Hobbiton's a place. Like they built that set into the Matamata Hills, and they kitted it all out, and they had it all good and ready to go. And then they filmed the movie. They took out all the props and everything else, but they left everything there. And then somebody bought it and restored it back up into Hobbiton, dude. So it's actually a tourist attraction. You can go and you can walk around it through Hobbiton.
That's cool. That's really cool.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, Toy Box Brain,
So-
welcome in.
So what I'll do is I'll once I find restream. So I'm going to mute myself for about 5-10 minutes, and if I do disappear at some point, I'm still around. It's just I've got my mum coming around at some point to say hi. So
Absolutely,
I may be in
Absolutely.
and out, but I am going to have it on speaker so that I can hear you guys in the background, dude. So if I hear
Awesome.
anything of particular interest that I think I can speak to, trust me, I will.
Sounds good. So I expect it.
Awesome, brother.
Awesome. So I'm going to continue with this article here. So this is to go along with the first article that we read about, train delays because of union officials. This says LA's port boss fix rail service or risk nationwide logjam. The Port of LA released record results in June on Wednesday. Neighboring port of Long Beach followed suit in its own records later the day. Gene Siraka, the executive director of the Port of LA, who highlighted a major risk of the country's supply chain if rail service is not improved. The shortfall of the rail service is to handle import cargo, which is causing more containers to pile up in terminals for longer. Is front and center, we said during the press conference. Quote, all eyes are focused on improving the rail product, full stop. The bottom line is that we must take action to issue immediately to avoid a nationwide logjam. He warned. End of quote. Repeat the line. But pretty much. So here, all eyes are focused on improving the rail product. Full stop. The bottom line is that it must take action to issue immediately on this issue immediately to avoid nationwide log jams. So if they're complaining out of one port or two ports, because the port of LA, that's a huge port. That's probably one of the largest ports in the United States to pull in product from almost anywhere else, most likely from China. When you think about it, that's the shortest distance from China to a port in the United States. The port of Los Angeles handled 876,611 20-foot equivalent units of total throughput in the last month, making it the highest performing June ever. Total throughput was up less than 1% year on year, but up 15% versus the prior 5 years average for that month. Exports came in at 93,890 TEUs, down 2%, with 338.041 empty containers shipped. They're shipping empty containers because they got to ship them back to where they came from to refill them to bring us more product. That's up 8%. So shipping back and forth empty containers is expensive. There are 444,680 TEUs of imports, down 5%, but up 12% from the trailing 5-year average. It is the second best June on record for Los Angeles imports. June imports are down 11% sequentially, with imports in May. However, ships the total capacity of 91,000 TEUs. It's like whatever units. I don't remember what the TE stands for. Waiting in Los Angeles offshore queue at the end of June. Asked during the press conference whether the decline of the June versus May was due to rail issues that limited terminals' capacities and their ability to unload ships faster, Soroka replied, if we're not moving in sync, we've got to handle containers more than once, and that takes time and money, and it takes efficiencies out of the system. So if we have these 20,000 aging rail containers dwelling 9 days or more on the ground, sure, it causes problems. Hey, Robyn. I'm going to look up what TEU actually stood for because it was like a particular unit. It's like a ton, 20-foot equivalent unit. The 20-foot equivalent unit is, so it's like each one of those containers in itself is considered a TEU, a 20-foot equivalent unit. So, each unit comes off the boat, they move it, they put it in spot, truck comes up, pulls up, or isn't able to pull up, train isn't able to get there because there's nobody willing to actually drive the trains because they're not getting paid enough to actually do anything. What's going to happen next? Oh, they got to move it. Like he just said, it costs money to move it from one spot to the next. So what's that going to do when we actually just talked about if we don't get labor issues as well as benefit issues figured out in the next 2 days?
You got to move it.
Right. We're going to be screwed. They're like, oh, it's going to set up a log jam. So what's a log jam going to do? Well, if you can't move it out on the train because the train's unable to move it, The trucks are unable to come in to pick it up because of other issues, because they're not allowing independent drivers in California right now. We went through
Dude,
that the other
if
day.
you get a really bad log jam, you've just got to go a bit slower with the zipper.
Just go a little slower. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what they're saying though is it costs money for them to actually continue to move this stuff. So then anything that's coming out of China that's stuck on these boats, and then you got more boats that are coming in that they're unable to unload because they don't have a space to put them because nobody's moving the product out of the way. Eventually, those boats are just going to be like, okay, we'll just sit here, and you still get to pay us to not move.
I mean, and this is what was going on earlier this year, and this is what's going on in China presently. Is they have all of these giant, all these big boats with all of their shipping crates and stuff, all these huge, massive boats, and they're all sitting out in the out in Beijing Harbor or whatever that's called, and they're all just sitting out there, and they're all just, they're supposed to be going to the United
South
States,
China
but they're just
Sea.
sitting there. No, like it's from Beijing, like it's up there, like in the, like the Korean Peninsula, and then that area there, that Gulf area there.
But
All these
they're
boats
gonna
just sit there.
Backups from everywhere though, because this isn't going to just be just one big area that's shipping stuff out. This is all the way across China. If you look at where all the different ports are, there's multiples. There's
Right.
multiples that they ship stuff out of. Well, if one gets backed up and they got boats just sitting out in the middle of the water there, isn't that going to cause the next one to back up and the next one to back
Yeah,
up?
it's just oodles and boodles of them.
Oh, that's what they're considering this log jam. This is going to get
And that's what I mean, is like the whole chain because we get everything from China.
Mhm.
And like the whole
Everything.
chain from there to here, anywhere you go, it's all backed. It's all backed up. It's all clogged.
I'm not going to finish the article because I don't need to. We got to the point. We understand what's actually happening. Again, these articles will be linked into the description down below. You can actually check them out for yourself and actually do the research and actually see what we're actually talking about and how disturbing this can actually be and what's going to actually happen to.
Well, it's a fairly simple message if you get down to it and just cut it to its most concise. Is that if you jam your log in the wrong place, you're going to get backed up.
In a point,
Over and
in
over
a
again.
point of perspective, yes.
I was just going to say we have to acknowledge somebody. In our
Don't
chat
just stick
because
your log in any
Yeah,
spot.
no, you got to be really careful where you put your log, or something's getting backed up, and it could have problems later. Like, you got to give really careful consideration to your log placement.
Yeah,
But
you
yeah,
want to
no,
put it. You want to
I'll,
put it in the right spot. You don't want
Yeah.
to put it in the wrong one. You put it in the wrong one. Not that it's not fun for the log, but
Yeah, but the thing is, too, if you get the log in the wrong place, it can turn to shit real fast.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were we doing a serious news broadcast?
we are. It's okay. I love it. That's fun. That's what makes it worthwhile because it's going to keep the chat involved.
Nice to meet you too, Jane Sorrell, is it? And we have to acknowledge Robyn. Robyn's on stream elsewhere, and
She
she's
currently
over here
is.
in your chat. So that's
Well,
some multitasking.
Eventually, she's gonna come and join us. She just she said that she wanted to do because I threw her a link if she want to put her pretty
But
face on
she's
the
going to
screen.
come over here and be part of our logjam.
Well, I don't know if she's going to come over and talk about that, but there's going to be plenty for us to actually talk about because we're going to try continuing on with these multiple news articles that I have pulled up.
I shall try and behave. Bring on the next article.
Another one
Oh,
from
no, this
Zero
is
Hedge.
just a traffic jam.
Right. So this is cars. Oh wait, no, this is actually food. This is
Yeah.
this is the problem for. So this is despite U.S. unemployment approaching multi-decades low. Wrong. Food banks across the country are working overtime as inflation has forced many to turn to charity in order to feed their families. Now, here's the issue, and I've explained this issue several times because I was one of them. I was let go from my position as of pandemic occurred, and then all of a sudden, being that I didn't have a job, I filed for unemployment. Unemployment goes only for so long and then it runs out. Well, once you've run out of unemployment, you have to actually make about $3,000 a year to be able to draw from unemployment. Again, so if you haven't worked in 2 years, guess how much money is available to the unemployed? Zero. We have $0 to draw from. We're unable to actually draw unemployment. What's that going to cause? Oh, a whole bunch of people sitting around not getting paid for anything because they're unable to get up to go do the jobs. They're unable to, because for whatever reason, obviously I have a specific reason. I'm an at-home dad. Because I'm an at-home dad, if you actually want to help me out, you can actually go to buymeacoffee.com/Koolfrogg and you can help me out immediately. Other than that, when you actually think about it, these people everybody's screwed. They keep on thinking, and they bring up this, oh yeah, it's a 40-year high of this 9.1%, and it's like 9.1% was just for the month of June. Just simply for the month of June. This is
the last quarter it was like 20. What was it, like 25% or 27% in total inflation?
Right.
Just the last quarter. I mean, like it is ungodly.
Right. The other day when we did our inflation,
there is more dollars printed in the last
episode.
year than there has ever existed in the United States history. I mean, it is unprecedented, the level of inflation.
Yeah. We showed some of it.
It's
like 100
that is not only happened, but it's currently on the way.
This is ridiculous. It's not 9.1. It's 100 to 150% inflation over the past year. People are almost spending, 3 times the amount of money on regular everyday products like gasoline, food. People can't even feed themselves, and they're going to go sit there. And you look at all these cars that are sitting in line. They're all sitting there with their cars running, using the fuel that's in their car to actually just sit there and wait for groceries that they're getting for free. Oh, somebody has to pay for those groceries. Food shelves don't fill up by themselves.
They don't?
No.
I thought the grocery store elves just like put everything on the shelf for you, and then poof, they're there. Right?
Yeah,
Isn't that how this
Jenny.
works?
She said, "Cool, at-home dad, bravo." And then she says, "It's all by design." Exactly, it's all by design. It's this one world order that you're trying to usher in, and it's really gonna screw everybody. This isn't just the United States that's gonna get screwed. This is everybody's gonna get screwed. Hey, Divinity, how's it going?
Yo, Divinity. She says, "Hi, dudes. Hi, Jane. Well, hi to you too, Divinity."
Well, hey there. We're just a bunch of lazy Americans just sitting there doing our thing.
And we got a Kiwi with us. That's the fun one. He's probably feeling the same issues and same problems over there. Are you not?
Same issues, different magnitudes, pretty much. I mean, everybody's got the same problems. I mean, don't even get me started. I could get this channel taken down with 3 simple sentences if I expressed my complete utter truth.
Look at the lines of people standing around. Oh, they look like they're protecting themselves from something.
Today we're distributing the food, and we Try to assist the families as much as we can. It's a mess. Before we used to see probably only seniors. Now it's families. Now it's seniors, people with disabilities. So yes, it's been an increase.
The food banks are struggling to meet the growing needs, even as federal assistance and donations wane, while U.S. inflation hits a 40-year high.
Is through MAOF delivering food to the families to make us happy and supply us with food because of our high inflation. The prices of food are so high and they're going up higher every day. And we're senior citizens, and I'm so glad that they're able to help us.
No, that lady herself, she kind of made me think about it for a second. I mean, if the food prices are so high, why are you wearing that nice pair of Oakleys, and why you got that fancy parasol over the top of your head?
Able to help us.
Oh, because we still need things to live, right? The LA Regional Food Bank provided about 30 million pounds of food the first quarter of 2022, a sharp increase from pre-pandemic levels.
And again, they're paying farmers not to farm. They're paying farmers not to do any of this.
For 2020.
They're trying to get farmers in trouble for planting, for, trying to take part
they're
in
paying
the
people to
food
not
market.
do it. And then you got people because they're not doing it and they're not making the money that they should be making for not doing it. You got people like Bill Gates going around and buying the most farmland in the United States than anybody owns, period. And you're like, oh, really?
22, we're expecting things to really start sliding down in terms of the demand for food assistance. But really with the inflation hit, we saw another upsurge.
No shit.
What we're hearing from people and families is they're making these decisions between filling their gas tank to get to work, paying the rent, paying utilities, other basic expenses, and meeting their food costs. So they need to seek food from a food pantry or some distribution program to try to make ends meet.
Disturbing on so many levels. And it's not going to get any easier. It's going to get worse. It's going to get harder. I mean, watch within the next few days. We already covered that first article that said that they were going to, if they didn't get wages and more employees and whatever else to the train workers, that they're going to potentially not be shipping anything across the United States, period. And then you got the global issues, and then you got food issues. All these issues all tied together, this is not good. We're going to be so bad off. And it's going to be easy for them to actually just go and, do what they want to do to usher in this
local
one world order.
Yep. Go local. Go to your local farmers market. Go to your local farmer people. Go to all of that. Get in contact with them. Get to know them. Grow your own stuff as best you can. At the very least, 10% is better than nothing. We talk about this a lot, but yeah.
Do grow it in your lounge. Go and get yourself a bunch of boxes and some bags of potting mix. Put the potting mix bags into your box, and then slice X's into your potting mix bag, and you can grow vegetables in your front room as long as you give them a bit of sun each day. Don't need anything flash or fancy, and just those plastic totes that you can pick up for $5. You can drop a plastic bag into one of them easy as full of potting mix and just grow them straight in the mix.
Germ says, lurking for the view, I just can't do any more politics today.
Oh. Well, thank you, Germs.
Yeah, thank you. Don't forget to hit that like button on your way out. Or, stay here and just kind of mute it and watch it play out. Oh.
That's right. I'm listening in the background and doing my thing. Well, I'm not doing my thing, but I'm doing stuff.
You're doing your thing. Oof.
And again, water collection, rain collection, something of that nature, because water, The dollar's going to crap too, as we just talked about with inflation. I mean, God only knows what is going to happen with that. And are you going to be able to pay your water bill? You know, like, I mean, how is that going to end up going out? So look into that as well. Since we have a couple of people here, why don't we bring up, or unless you have something else to throw up here from?
We got plenty to go through.
I'll probably throw this up a couple of times.
As we should.
This is a Schiff seeks new rule that would block oversight of some military operations. And it says Representative Adam Schiff, chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, wants a defense policy bill to include language blocking Congress from oversight of the military and National Guard in some cases of domestic employment. This was on Monday. This was, and I didn't realize this. That is basically an admission of, hey, we want martial law, and we're not going to have any oversight, and we want language in a bill passed by Congress, passed into law, that says that Congress will not have oversight over the domestic employment of the military and the National Guard. It's just right in your face.
Janie says, what a dick. Adam Schiff.
Yeah. And so if you think about the stuff with the food that we're talking about, right? For example, food riots, let's say, you know, what's to say that they don't go off and, you know, oh, well, we need to deploy the military. We need to get FEMA involved. We need to get this involved. We need to get that involved. And then, oh, Congress has no oversight because it's a law against oversight of the military. So they just get to run roughshod, do whatever the hell they want. And there is no oversight and there is no looking into it. And Congress can't do that unless Congress can get a law passed back again, reversing the previous law. I mean, this is unbelievable. This is outrageous. This is in your face. The Democrat Party wants to use its newly acquired military now because, again, they kicked everybody else out that didn't go along with Bill Gates' stabbies and other different things of that nature. And so you're out. If you supported somebody that they considered to be quote unquote radical or right wing, they tried to kick you out or they did kick you out. And so they're purging the entire military. Now they think that, oh, okay, here in a certain amount of time, they're all going to be purged. And then we're going to have our own basically party aligned military force. And they'll just do whatever the hell we want. I mean, all the recruiting videos are for recruiting a bunch of like rabid lefty freakazoids. So that's the way it's going to be. That's the way they think it is. This is going to be, and of course, the top brass of the military has always been, has been corrupted for quite a long time, but it hasn't got trickled down to everybody in the military, probably until now. I mean, there's so many people now. Not everybody, but there's a lot of people now. And they keep trying to purge the military of their political opposition. I mean, this is like, again, this is major here. They want to get rid of oversight for domestic employment. Again, not of foreign deployment, domestic. Why would you have domestic deployment of the United States military? Oh, because you're sending them after us. I mean, that's what this is. The amendment is poised to be added to the National Defense Authorization Act, which the House plans to take up this week. And it has drawn criticism from Republicans who fear Schiff is trying to preemptively block them from oversight if their party wins the House in the November elections. Well, it's a little more than that. This is a quote from Representative Elise Stefanik of New York. This is an un-American amendment and will fundamentally, irreparably erode Congress's constitutional oversight responsibility. And that's exactly right, because under the Constitution, Congress is supposed to oversee all of these things. And they're just going to be like, oh, well, we're just going to pass a law now. I mean, technically under the Constitution, you have to pass an amendment. But of course, in the modern day, we don't seem to want to listen to that. So let's just pass a law and say that Congress isn't allowed to do it. Okay, we'll just pass a law suspending our own power. Why would you do that? Like, why would Congress suspend its own oversight power? Because they're all in it together. This is a plan. This is a strategy. The exemption from congressional oversight is narrowly focused on domestic deployment of troops, but Mr. Schiff's free pass for the Pentagon could impact a range of oversight from border security to January 6th riot, Schiff first introduced the measure in 2020. He cited then President Trump's proposal, which he never carried out, to deploy U.S. Army to quell social justice riots that were ravaging cities across the country. Yeah. So we won't send out the National Guard to, stop BLM. But hey, now that we feel like we're in power and we're in control, hell, let the military just go roughshod over us. So, what the hell? Just send the tanks in. Have a Tiananmen Square all over again in the United States. We'll just, whatever. That's what they think. Jane Sorrell says we need a militia. Well, the militia is us. The militia is each and every citizen. As the saying goes, no one wants to invade the United States because there's a gun behind every blade of grass. That's us. That's the people. And that's why they're trying to take away our right to the Second Amendment, because they know that there are more gun owners now than there's ever been. And so they want to try to ban the Second Amendment. And then once this is through, oh, well, look, you're disarmed, and then the military can just come in and do whatever the hell they want. Listen, we're going to institute food rationing. We're going to institute this. Here's our lovely FEMA camps. the whole works.
Super V94, welcome in, and she actually has a question. She says, what's going to happen with when no one wants to go into the military?
Well, all the tyrannical freakazoids will join the military. That's what it'll be. Every normal human being.
So then we'll have a woke military.
Exactly.
That's going to go stand there with their
that's the purging that's going
hand on
right
their hip and twerking to the crowd, being like, "Hey, look at me! I got a gun."
Yeah, but the thing is
China's going to laugh.
The thing is, though, is that
you know what'll happen if you end up with a woke army? The only thing your soldiers are going to want to shoot their loads into is each other.
Well, exactly, Jane. The only people with guns will be the gangs and the thugs and the military. That's what they want. See, this is a strategy. This isn't just simply because I hear people talking like, oh, it's a bunch of lefties that'll join it. And they're a bunch of weirdos and wackos. They don't know anything. They can't do anything. It's like, well, if you're disarmed and if they get their way with that, then they're the ones with the gun and you're not. So you're screwed either way. The gangs and the thuggies will have it. They'll have it and you won't. That's the strategy. Don't take this in isolation. It's all.
Do you know I don't support women in the army?
Oh, I don't either.
Do you know why? Because if I was in the army, I would be joining the army so that my women didn't bloody have to. Because it's if there's going to be one gender wiped out during a massive war, and there's going to be one gender left to raise the kids of the next generation, it should be the female gender that's left. Because I'm a stay-at-home dad. Women do it better. That's just a fact.
Now they want to put in the United States. Biden was talking about, oh well, we need jumpsuits for military fighter pilots that can fit pregnant women. What?
Okay, get fucked. What the fuck? You can't fly on a commercial jet past the second trimester, but fuck it, we'll put them in a fighter jet and go 6G straight up.
I know.
You're trying to push that baby out. So can you imagine that? You're 9 months pregnant and you're like, oh my God, I'm in a 3G inverted dive and I've gone into labor. Quick, pull the flap. Ah, baby.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's what it's like. Oh, but they just keep going with this shit.
It's like, Maverick, take the shot, take the shot. I can't see the placentas in my crosshairs.
Jenny says China's already laughing. Super V is also laughing.
I mean, any nation that wants to put its women and its children in the front line and say, here they are, right in front, do that. Here they go, right? If we're in a war, if we're in a battle, there's the women and the children go first.
We're all men, so we can't answer your question, Janie.
The funny thing is, your country to die. You want your children to die. You want collapse. You're like, hey, take them. You take them and go.
We've gone from putting our women and children in the lifeboats first to putting them in the front lines first.
Exactly.
Where the fuck is the sense in that?
They want
There's
collapse.
Nothing
they want
wrong
depopulation.
with holding women and children above as special because it is a male instinct to protect. And I don't see anything wrong with that at all.
Yeah. I mean, it's the whole point of fighting, is it not? To protect. It's like
exactly.
Well, it's like, well, who are you going to protect? You've got the women, and then like pregnant women are up in the freaking front line. I mean, like, why don't we just storm everybody?
I've done a study on this. I've never published it. I've never released it, but I've done. Hang on, Grace. Yeah, Spy Ninja, cool. I spoke to a bunch of frontline soldiers who fought in Afghanistan and other countries for the US. And some of these men served in frontline units with women. And they said it was distracting because they felt like they had to protect them first.
Well, right, it would be, wouldn't it? I mean, even in a normal societal situation, like if you have a woman that you're walking next to, or like, that's a relative or something, and you go down a street and somebody passes you and you think it's weird, like, I mean, you're paying attention. I mean, like, just that alone, it's like a military situation. Holy shit. Like, that's going to be super distracting.
And some of these guys said that the women that they were referring to were some of the most badass people that they'd ever seen in a combat situation. But that they found that when the bullets started flying and the rocks started exploding up around your ears, that there was a subconscious knee-jerk reaction to protect this person above other members of the unit. And I mean, there's probably going to be a shitload of people that'll disagree with that. But this is what these guys told me. And I won't ever name any of them. But they just said that they found it really hard because every time they saw a female compatriot wounded or in danger, they pictured their wives at home. They pictured their daughters. They said it was actually the same with young recruits, like men who were older, and they had young recruits that they were in charge of, is that they found it hard not to picture the young recruits as their sons or their little brothers, and that they found themselves protecting the younger soldiers and putting themselves at increased risk to protect the younger people that were in the front lines.
Well, this is a human being instinct,
Yeah,
and so they're just wanting us all to be these sociopathic robots that just like sir, yes, sir, to whatever the hell some tyrant wants us to do, and then just march whoever the hell they say out that they conscript and just shoot them down.
Well, a lot of people deny it every time I bring it up, but there are massive studies out there that reinforce the view that the vast majority of men in combat who fire their rifle aren't even intending to hit the enemy. Like, there are a lot of people out there in combat who fire their rifle with no intention or no active desire to hit the enemy.
Yeah, in other words, they're just like, if they're like a machine gun fighter or whatever, they're just like spraying them. They're not like sitting there like,
they have every desire to protect their friends, and if they happen to kill an enemy, then that's what happens. But there's just a lot where they will aim in the general direction of the enemy and open fire. But they won't specifically sit there looking for an enemy. I can't quote all of it because it's been a very long time since I read it, but it's a fascinating, fascinating psychological deep dive into the mindset of a combat soldier.
Yeah.
Because instinctively, most people don't want to kill. That's why the army has to break people when they bring them in. They break them down into something less than human, and then they take that slightly less than human shell and they rebuild it up into a soldier. And if you think that the army is a safe space, fuck no. They will foster as much hatred, racism, and resentment as they can in their soldiers because it makes them more effective killers of the enemy. So that's why so many war crimes get swept under the rug, because they want their soldiers to hate their enemy and to want to destroy their enemy. People think that there's any kind of political correctness in warfare. You are very, very wrong.
And a lot of that, I think, also has to do with like the sheer number of wars that have happened since World War II, where there's no logic or justification to them other than just to simply advance whatever our military industrial complex wants. And so there's no real self-defense desire of like, oh, I have to defend my family. It's like we're just being thrown in Vietnam. Well, why? Why am I here? It's like, oh, well, you're here because I tell you to, right? And then like this whole mentality gets grown on. I think World War II and other wars, not every war, but other wars have, especially for the United States. Well, I don't think New Zealand has been in anything in particular.
New Zealand dabbles its toes in most conflicts that America gets itself involved in. We're normally logistical support or intelligence gathering. But our SAS soldiers get sent everywhere because, quite bluntly, our SAS soldiers are amongst the best in the world.
Oh,
nice.
Oh yeah, they are way up there. The attrition rate for SAS is something like 1 in 50 applicants makes it.
Wow.
And these are already, so if you take the best 150 applicants, best 150 soldiers in the New Zealand Army, a handful of them will make the SAS.
And that is the is that a obviously that's an elite group that's in the army of
They are
New Zealand?
quote unquote badass motherfuckers. you do not fuck with SAS. Like there's a scene in the movie, what is it, Mr. Nobody or Nobody? If you've seen it, where this
I know what it
guy,
is. I haven't seen it.
yeah, so he used to be a badass and he overcorrected, and he becomes like a total house cuck, and events happen, and then he goes looking for information, and he takes his father's FBI badge, and they recognize it. He goes to a tattoo parlor, and they recognize it as fake immediately. And they're about to sort of beat the living shit out of him, and then one of the guys notices a tattoo on his wrist, and this guy's a badass himself. Like you can tell, he's put forward as like a Vietnam vet kind of thing, and he sees this tattoo and freaks out, and he goes, "Thank you for your service," and ducks through a door, and you proceed to hear like 17 locks all start going down, and they just look at him, and just you can just see the fear has registered on their face because this guy has just made this other guy flee. That is what the SAS are. They are, you simply, you do not fuck with a member of the SAS.
Interesting. I did not know that about New Zealand's army there.
Oh,
Pretty
yeah.
neat.
Yeah. Like these guys could literally kill you with a pencil.
So then we talk about one badass place to the next. It's
Yeah,
not
one
the
version
United
of badass
States. It's not the United States. They're not badass because what they're doing is pretty freaking stupid.
That's because, unfortunately, you've got a stupid president.
Well, unfortunately, a bunch of people decided to vote for him because they thought it would be okay.
Quote unquote, vote for him. Yeah, quotes.
Oh, and it was pretty much. It wasn't even that. It was there's so many of them that were voting against the previous administration. Because they're like, oh, Orange Man bad. That's all they knew. They didn't know anything. They didn't pay attention to anything. They didn't go back and see what Joe Biden had done over the last 50 years, 60 years. They didn't do any of that research. They had no clue what the man was about. They just said, oh, we're against that guy because we're told to by the mainstream media.
In other words,
yeah, exactly,
may or may
Jamie.
not secretly
We've said
agree
it
with you.
several times. Obama's third term. That's exactly what it is.
And just to the chat, SAS is Special Air Service, New Zealand Special Air Service.
Oh,
they have a
Special Air
really
Service,
cool
gotcha.
logo too. So they have a sword with wings, and then they have a banner, and across the banner is the logo, "Who Dares Wins."
So
it's badass.
We
Go
don't
and
need to
Google
watch
NZ
this whole
NZ
video,
SAS.
but I want to hit play on this real quick here. So this is
go for it.
the Dutch farmers. Dutch farmers have gone to have been brought to
you
the
don't
limit.
fuck with a Dutch farmer either.
Right. That's what I said. From
amazing
one
thing-
badass to the next. And it's not us Americans. It's these people. It's these Dutch farmers that are going out and about and actually doing what the heck they need to do to be able to do what they need to do to continue to live.
And
I thought it was
again,
funny that the
amazing
police
thing
thought
with these
a
guys.
sedan would stop a Massey Ferguson.
Oh, it's just the beginning. But the amazing thing with these guys here, the Netherlands, again, I think I've mentioned this before, is that they're one of the largest exporters of food in the world. I mean, the Netherlands is a very small country. And they're like
it's
second
mostly
in Europe.
below sea level.
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing to me. It's like this much food comes from just the Netherlands. The Netherlands, a lot of people don't give enough credit to the Netherlands. They were one of the first countries to have a constitution and a parliament before the rest of so a lot of these nations had kings. Of course, the Netherlands eventually devolved into monarchy after that, but they did have that. They did create a constitution, and that's where the pilgrims, before they came to America, they went to the Dutch, they went to Holland, and then from Holland they got the boats to go to America, and in their stay there, that was some of the things that they had also picked up from them, and so that's why you have like the Mayflower Compact, and that was one of the first social compact things. And so that's kind of where that comes from. And so the Dutch are pretty based people as far as I'm concerned. And,
oh yeah, they're awesome. I've seen all this footage. So what I'll do is I'll let you guys play
this is from
and I'll
Benny
stop
Johnson. Benny Johnson actually produced this, so you should actually check out Benny Johnson. You should actually
I've seen these.
Pay attention to what he actually has to say. He's but look at this. They're like shots fired. What? Why are they shooting? Why are they shooting at trucks? Is it like like he was gonna run them over or something? The Benny.
How's the Great Reset going in Europe? Well, police are shooting at peacefully protesting farmers in the Netherlands, and the farmers are retaliating by buying a tank.
How badass is that? Or just go buy a tank. We'll take them all out.
Is that a straight up ex-military Sherman?
I mean, these people are so awesome. Like, they just come up and they just start like spewing out freaking raw manure all over the police.
It's like cop shoots at Dutch farmer. That's not a gun. This is a gun.
I know. Like they get this sprayer thing and like they just hang it right over them and they're just spraying the cops down and all the cops are like covered in brown. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's pure.
I mean, they're not being killed or harmed in that kind of way. It's just, well, since you want to be shit, there you go. Right?
Yeah. Let's let him play the video before he gets pissed off
your
at us.
family.
You know who this guy is?
He's
Bearded
bald.
Apostle. You know who this guy is?
Yeah, it's Bilbo Baggins.
It's Dr. Evil.
Close enough.
Number one.
He's, obviously World Economic Forum trying to pull, usher in this one world order.
You will eat your bugs.
Is this the guy that said that You can tell global warming's a hoax because the banks are still investing in beachline property. No, probably not.
Not positive on that.
No. Well, let's play the video. Let's see what he says.
Caused by him.
I don't know how it will play out in November, but what we know is that we'll end up with many more unemployed, and particularly also people in the gray economy, which are not counted for, who lose their jobs. So we will see definitively a lot of anger already now, but probably increased by the end of the year, because this crisis will be with us until we really have found a remedy. So we have to prepare for a more angry world, and how to prepare? It means to take the necessary action to create a fairer world.
Part of the pain.
Klaus Schwab, you piece of crap. Basically, he's just going to continue to usher in this one world order that we're all unaware of. There's so many that just don't understand what's actually coming for us, and they're going to continue to peddle their nonsense. That stuff like global warming and all this other fun stuff that is actually it's currently happening. Because I just seen a picture the other day of the Plymouth Rock or whatever. They took a picture of it and they're like, look, it's still at the same sea level it has been since whatever. It's just like stuff doesn't really
over
change,
400 years ago.
They're like, oh, but it's the water's rising. It's rising and it's going to take us all out.
But now we're on the cycle of world climate change, global climate change. Climate change is so bad that it's going to kill everyone. And so now you have to give up your ability to eat and to provide for yourself and give up the greatest system of government and prosperity the world has ever known. And we're not just saying that. Check out world hunger statistics or potable water statistics, shelter statistics, education statistics. Things are actually going incredible in our world despite some really dark news headlines. Things are actually going quite well. Better than they've been going in human history, you could argue, as it pertains to people eating, sleeping, living, breathing, and being lifted out of poverty. That's been the American century, the capitalist century, but it's meant too much freedom for you and me. And so the World Economic Forum is here to destroy that freedom. They're starting in the Netherlands, where they have installed a puppet. They have penetrated the cabinet.
We penetrate the cabinet
in order to elect a man named Mark Rutte. Mark Rutte
and by the way,
is the Dutch prime.
Apostle here. Are you aware that your prime minister in New Zealand is one of the stooges of Klaus Schwab?
She's a fucking sniveling cunt.
She goes there. And she was.
I'm sorry for the language, but that woman disgusts every ounce of my fucking being.
She looks like an orc sometimes. If you look closely.
Dude, don't be harsh to orcs.
Is she related to Nancy Pelosi? One
it's like it's funny. I'm so. Oh, I'm gonna make a really horrendous joke. This will probably get me demonetized for life. I am really torn on
you
my prime
or me.
How do I phrase this? Are you monetized?
Not yet. I would like to keep the channel, that's for sure.
Well, how do I phrase this in a way that you understand what I mean? My prime minister has done so many despicable things that I just cannot stomach her existence. And one of the worst things that she did is bring in pro-choice abortion laws that literally make me cringe. But in the same breath, she is the single biggest living embodiment for pro-choice that I can think of. If you follow my drift.
Yeah, so she sounds like a Democrat.
Well, I just think the world would
for
be
all
a
us
whole lot,
Americans that are around, it sounds
better
like the rest of
if
the Democrats.
yeah, things would be a whole lot better if abortion laws had been more liberal around about 37 years ago.
I get the drift now. But she sat underneath of Klaus Schwab.
She's
For
evil, dude. She's just outright evil. She can sit there
Yeah.
talking about sexual assault, rape, coof, death. Doesn't matter. She's always got a fucking smile on her face. And like you can watch most of her videos, mute it, and you'll think she's talking about the weather or the joke she heard on the TV last night. You open it up and she's talking about 50 people being shot in a mosque. There's just no congruity between facial expression and words. Like she's so out of touch with what she is feeling that she just can't even fake it. That woman passed laws when they got their outright majority, because we have what's called MMP, so we have multiple parties, right? And they form coalitions to form a government. They got an outright majority at the last election, and they've done nothing but fuck New Zealand over since. So,
again, I'll throw these links down below in the description so everybody can go check that out.
don't get me wrong, my joke
video
was
in full.
completely. My joke
they
was
should check
completely
out
and utterly despicable,
Benny
unforgivable,
Johnson.
and awful, but I made it anyway because that's how strongly I feel.
Yeah,
it was also satire. So
you did well. You did well.
Yeah, she genuinely angers me. Like she genuinely angers me. Her very, the fact that she sits in that White House representing beehive shows how much American fucking TV I spend watching. She sits in that beehive representing my country, makes my skin crawl.
I mean, I've seen clips from her talk about like the different things that you're talking about, and like she gives me the bejeebas whenever she's smiling and
Yep.
like, oh, and there's just so many people because of lockdowns that committed like suicide. And it's just,
Well, our previous prime minister was called the smiling assassin because he was in international banking and he would come at you with a smile and a handshake and stab you in the back. And I would say that our smiling assassin has been replaced by a smiling idiot. And it's even worse because she won't stab you in the back; she'll stab you in the face. She'll stand there smiling and shaking your hand, and she goes and slides the blade through your eyeball into your brain, and then she'll convince you that it's the best thing for you.
Yeah. I was trying to help. It was so good. It is good. Right.
Yeah. No, it's just, and one day I'll speak freely about how I feel about her. Till then, I'll hold my tongue. Yeah. Silence.
Oh, there we go.
No, it's fine. So then, Breitbart, it says Saudi diplomat refuses to commit to boosting oil production, claims increasing production won't really help U.S. gas prices.
Oh, you guys can shut up. Stop whinging. We pay $12 a gallon.
All of our resources that we had held back or whatever that we had in reserves was all shipped over to China because we got to give China everything for whatever reason. Now he's sitting there, Joe Biden's sitting there begging for oil to come out of Saudi, and this is what's happening. They're like, well, it's not really going to help. It's not going to help.
All that
Earlier
Saudi
today, I
Arabia
sat-
would have to do is simply say, we're no longer taking U.S. dollars as the only way by which you buy Saudi oil, and the dollar would be eviscerated overnight.
Thank you, Janie. See you next time.
And they all know this. So in the process of inflating the dollar, making the dollar worthless, making the dollar shit, and the process of inflate, of course that inflates everything else, the prices of everything else, supply chain breakdowns, destroying the infrastructure, transitioning us, quote unquote, from one thing to another, which the other does not exist. Green energy infrastructure does not exist. It is not a thing. It is only collapse. It is shoving us off a cliff. All that Saudi Arabia would have to do now is just be like, oh no, we don't, we're just dropping you, and like, boom, US dollar, done. So, if they finagle with Saudi Arabia, if they, and Saudi Arabia does not feel safe with the U.S., they'll move over to BRICS, the new thing that's going on between Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, BRICS. If they move over and try and join them, that's big bad news.
I'll be in and out. My mum's just arrived, so I'll put you guys on speaker and I'll be in and out if I feel like I have something to say.
Okay, cool.
I'm not away. I'm just away.
Down with a key Saudi diplomat here in Saudi Arabia who was inside President Biden's meeting with the Saudi Crown Prince. And joining us now, the Saudi Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Adel Al-Jaber. Minister, thank you so much for joining us on this historic but very, very
This is crappy news.
This, as you know, and you were in the meeting with the President of the United States, was the first meeting between the President
later, Jane. She
and the
says,
Crown
well, guys, I'm
Prince
headed to bed, but I'll see you next
the President's
I already
condemnation
said good night
of
to
Mohammed
Oh, you did?
Salman,
Oh,
the
okay, I
Crown
didn't
Prince,
hear it.
out on the...
Yeah, I kind of slipped that in there while you guys were ranting.
Ah, okay.
much for joining us on this historic but very, very busy day. This, as you know, and you were in the meeting with the President of the United States, was the first meeting between the President and the Crown Prince since the President's condemnation of Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince, out on the campaign trail when he was a candidate for President of the United States. You were in the room. Did President Biden raise Jamal Khashoggi by name?
At the beginning, during the reception, the President mentioned that this was an issue. He mentioned that he took Saudi Arabia's assurances at face value. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince explained to him that this was a tragedy for Saudi Arabia and that those who were responsible for it have been investigated and faced law and are now paying the price for the crime that was committed. And the conversation then moved on in terms of the official discussions. They discussed important issues in terms of revitalizing the relationship, in terms of energy security, in terms of renewable energy and the climate change, and moving forward in the future, the threat from Iran, in terms of counterterrorism, terror financing, in terms of the trade and investment relationship between the two countries, Yemen, the importance of stability and peace in the Middle East, technology, G5, G6, how the two countries can work in terms of exploration of outer space, and many, many other issues.
So was it your impression, Minister, that President Biden accepted your explanation for the murder of Jamal Khashoggi?
I believe so, I believe so.
And he didn't raise it anymore throughout the course
What
of
is there to raise, Wolf?
this?
A crime
Because
was committed.
the U.S. intelligence community, as you know, concluded that the Crown Prince effectively ordered the killing of Jamal Khashoggi.
I don't believe that was specified in those terms, one. Number two, it was an assessment. Number three, we know what the intelligence community's assessment was with regards to Saddam Hussein having weapons of mass destruction. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia...
Oh, do they?
Oh my God, this guy is super witty. This guy's burning this guy alive right here. I mean, I'm no fan of Saudi Arabia by any stretch, but this guy is burning Wolf Blitzer right here.
Right?
Of Saudi Arabia held those responsible for it accountable, and they are paying the price of the crime they committed as we speak. We investigated, we punished, and we put in place procedures to ensure that this doesn't happen again. This is what countries do in situations like this. This is what the U.S. did when the mistake of Abu Ghraib was committed. This is what the U.S. does in other situations that involve combat operations or that involve any situation where somebody transgresses or makes a mistake.
Because you know President Biden, as a candidate, certainly believed the U.S. intelligence assessment.
Wolf, you and I had a similar conversation with regards to what President Trump said when he was on the campaign trail. What happens, what people say on the campaign trail sometimes doesn't get reflected in terms of being in office because they have access to more intelligence, they have access to a fuller and broader picture when they do these things. And I think the relationship between our two countries is a very strong, strategic, important relationship for both countries. And we want to make sure that we take it forward to a higher and broader and deeper level.
You may have heard that in an interview, Khashoggi's former fiancée said she wants President Biden to...
You don't know about
trying to broaden and deepen our relationship. I mean, they just gave him a middle finger for oil, so to increase oil production. Of course, they're already at their max anyway, so I mean,
I
but
was just
still,
gonna say, how much could they actually increase what they're already doing? I mean, you'd almost think that they're to capacity. They're not going to pump less than what they need, and if they need it to sell it, they're going to continue to pump it. I don't see how you can increase the capacity other than trying to force them to, or fund something such as putting in more pumps to actually pump more oil or wells, whatever you want to call them.
Ask the Crown Prince where Khashoggi's body is. Can the Crown Prince answer that question?
I haven't seen her question, and I don't know that we know where the body is. And we have had an investigation, and we published the results of this investigation when the public prosecutor issues the charges against the defendants.
As you know, human rights groups extensively have documented what they claim to be Saudi Arabia's ongoing jailing of dissidents, repression of basic women's rights, mass executions, and more. Will the Crown Prince make specific commitments to President Biden and to the U.S., indeed to the world, on addressing these basic human rights issues?
We take issue with the charges that are leveled against Saudi Arabia. Anybody who is punished is subject to a court review, and the charges are brought by the prosecution. The courts look into it. The defendants have the right to appeal before a decision becomes final, just like in the United States. Unfortunately, many of the charges for which people are being punished are not reflected by those who cast aspersions on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its legal system.
Let's talk about another key issue that I assume came up, oil supplies.
Muslim.
Did President...
It's Islamic law.
Cast aspersions on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its legal system.
Let's talk about another key issue that I assume came up, oil supplies. Did President Biden ask you, Saudi Arabia, to increase oil production with the hope that it would reduce the price of gasoline in the United States?
Not with the specificity, because the president knows that energy issue is an issue of supply and demand. It's an issue of balancing markets. Saudi Arabia is committed to ensuring stability in the oil markets. The U.S. government is aware of this. The issue of increases in prices of gasoline that we've seen recently are really a function of geopolitics and psychology. More than they are about fundamental supply-demand. The problem...
Geopolitics and philosophy.
Or psychology.
I'm sorry.
What the hell?
Psychology? What's that have to do with it?
Right.
Of gasoline that we've seen recently are really a function of geopolitics and psychology.
Geopolitics and psychology. So global politics and psychology.
So if I think hard enough, the gas prices will go down. Is that or if I just stop worrying about gas prices going up, then they'll just automatically go down. Is that how that works? Because I don't think that's how that works. But again, it's not his job. It's not his responsibility to do that, this individual here or their country. It is our country's responsibility to take care of itself, of which we are not. We are purposefully, well, our leaders, our lovely, dear leaders, are destroying and wrecking and dismantling. So, despite what the hell he has to say, it doesn't give a damn. All this still is on Biden's head and the globalists' head. And their hackies that are in the positions of government.
More than they are about fundamental supply-demand. The problem of gasoline in the United States is more a function of the lack of refining capacity in the United States than a shortage of
But is Saudi
crude
Arabia
oil.
ready to increase oil production?
Saudi Arabia has made it very clear over the past decades that it seeks to assure market stability, that it looks at the fundamentals of
market stability. It's only worried about itself. It doesn't care about anything else.
Well, right. Ultimately, right.
Right. They only care about themselves and making sure that their own country is off well enough to actually continue to grow as a population. I mean, this is just stupid.
Supply and demand, and that it works within OPEC and now within OPEC Plus to ensure that the markets are adequately supplied with crude oil. Saudi Arabia has increased its oil production over the past year substantially in accordance with the demands of the market, and this is a situation that is continuously being assessed by our energy ministry and by experts in this area to determine whether or not more oil is required or less oil is required.
But I assume President Biden pressed you on this issue today.
No, the president doesn't press us on this issue. The president is aware that Saudi Arabia is keen on maintaining stability in the markets. Wolf, the president did not come here to press Saudi Arabia. The president came here to have a meeting with one of America's most important allies in the world and in the region. We face common challenges.
Now, pause this for just a second. Why the hell is he asking this guy what our president said to them? Why doesn't he ask our president? Why doesn't he ask people from our United States people?
Unless he knows that our president won't tell the truth. Our president just thinks that everything's just fine the way it is. It's okay. Economy's the best it's ever been.
Well,
Period,
will
Jack.
That too. But the point is that is this a clip from a longer forum that he does of the show that he does where he interviews this guy and then someone from the Biden side, or is this just this? I wonder.
Oh, it's
if it's just
CNN.
him.
It's one-sided network, man. This is crappy news network.
No, but my point is that like, if he's just interviewing the Saudis themselves and only the Saudis for an explanation of what the hell went on with the meeting, like that says even numbers beyond that, because now it's just like we don't even want the Biden White House's explanation. We don't think that they're going to even give us one. We're just going to ask these people and then the hell with it. And that speaks to like freaking Saudi Arabia's influence. I mean, like over top and above of the president, to the point that CNN would recognize it that way. Like that's kind of my point of what I was trying to make. Like if that's in fact the case, that this is the only interview that's done about the meeting that was taking place.
America's most important allies in the world and in the region. We face common challenges that we need to work together in order to overcome. There are many opportunities for us that we want to avail ourselves of. He came here to consult on the various issues and how we can move forward in order to ensure that the next 80 years are as positive as the previous 80 years in our relationship.
President Biden has made it abundantly clear he wants Saudi Arabia to do what the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain and some of the other Arab countries have done, normalize relations with Israel. Is Saudi Arabia ready to normalize relations with Israel? And if you are, when?
We have said that Saudi Arabia supports the Arab Peace Initiative. In fact, we authored it. And we have made it clear that peace comes at the end of this process, not at the beginning of it. We have also said that the countries that signed the Abrahamic Accords with Israel, those are sovereign decisions made by those countries. We hope that those decisions will have a positive impact on Israeli domestic
Is Saudi Arabia
politics.
ready to join the Abraham Accords?
We have made it clear that we need to have a process, and this process needs to include the implementation of the Arab Peace Initiative. And once we are committed to a two-state settlement with a Palestinian state on the occupied territories with East Jerusalem as its capital. That's our requirement for peace.
So that hasn't changed?
No, that hasn't changed, and we have taken positions.
I mean, that's a whole
made
other
it clear
discussion,
that peace is possible. Peace is a
Peace with
strategic
Israel.
option. Yes, it's a strategic option, but there are certain requirements that have to happen before this takes place.
So what you're saying is it won't happen until there's what they call a two-state solution, Israel and a new state of Palestine.
Yes, that is our position.
So they're going to give Palestine the territory that they want, or is it going to continue to be Israel like it always has been for almost 3,000 years?
I mean, this is a whole other discussion, but that's just something that was brought up, I guess, in this interview, obviously.
Right.
But
But you got to the point of the oil. They're not going to do anything.
Right.
Even if they did, they have told us that it's not going to help.
Right.
Not
I
gonna
mean,
do
and it's
anything.
obviously not going to help. I mean, it didn't take the Saudis to tell us that. I mean, like, we know this. Like, we've been talking about this ourselves. I mean, you know, like, I mean, we
Right.
know this.
And well, exactly. That's why I'm like, oh, it's an interesting little interview. Let's listen to the interview because it's going to bring up all the things that we've been talking about for how long. That it's all a local government that is screwing us. It's no other country that can do anything to change that. The only country that can change the way our country is being, have a supply of oil being produced is ourselves. We know that they shut down the Keystone XL and that it's never coming back. It never, ever will that ever be a thing ever again. So our energy independence is on the line. They're looking at it and we're so screwed, dude.
We got to get good people in, and we have to get Operation Baked Potato functioning. I mean, and we're winning, pushing forward with all this, and we have to push forward again politically, non-violently, and we have to go and we have to get all of these people out of office. We got to get good people in this November's election, and now, starting now, we have to push for the impeachment of Biden, and then the rest of these people after him or with him. Hell, just throw them all the hell out if you can. But if you can't, then we'll just do Biden. Then we'll just do one at a time and just keep kicking their asses out. Hell, you want to put Trump in as the speaker? Do it. Trump will go in there and we'll just start up all these damn investigations. The hell with these people.
Right? Let's do it.
Gloves
said,
are
let's do
off.
it. Absolutely, let's do it. So this is what they did when Trump visited them. Look at that. They give him a big, huge sword dance and all. They're like, hey, check this out. This is cool. This is so fun.
He's like, I remember this. He's like doing this sword dance thing.
Right? So they're all dancing. They're all happy. Look at Potato does. Volume's all the way up. Oh, you get no volume because it doesn't matter. He gets a fist bump. Meeting the same people, this fool gets a fist bump. What in the freaking world? What's the difference between one and the other? Do you see that? This fool gets a fist bump. The last guy, he got a sword dance.
I think the thing is the coofness. And of course, the other thing is that, again, the Saudis, they haven't even picked up the phone when Joe Biden calls. I mean, no one wants to talk to anybody at the Biden White House. The Saudis don't. I think the Arab Emirates, the United Arab Emirates, didn't even want to half the damn time. Nobody wants to talk to him. Nobody takes him seriously. I mean, they did a comic sketch in Saudi Arabia on Saudi Arabian television about Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I mean, that entire country thinks he's a complete and utter joke, which they should, because that's true. He is. He's just a dumbass puppet to take the blame for when the shit hits the fan, and then we all go crazy at them. And our system of government, we throw all of that out. We throw Congress away. We throw the president away, and we get rid of all of these people. We get rid of our government as we see it, as it is, the Constitution and so forth. And then we institute. Then the globalists come in after that and go, oh, well, hey, we're here to save you. We're here to do all these wonderful things. And, it's going to be great. And then they just build up this tyrannicalness on top of the ashes left over, this little tyrannical puppet government all over again. And then they have all this centralized control. We no longer have a constitution. That's the plan. How exactly that goes out, I don't know. But again, you can't just blame everything on, I'm not saying you specifically here, anybody here, but just in general, the general you, you cannot just, sit there and be like, oh yeah, Biden's a joke and like whatever, like let's go out. It's like Biden is a puppet, and you have to realize he's a puppet, and you have to realize who's behind him when you do all of these things, like the Dutch are doing. They're doing that. They're not impeaching people per se. I don't know about that politically, but there are movements in their parliament to do things. But the Dutch farmers, in their points of view and what they're doing, they know that this is not
part of that
just
article
simply
that I actually
puppets,
showed.
or not just simply that guy. He's a puppet.
I believe it was that article. If it wasn't that one, it was the other one that I didn't really show or whatever, that had the same thing to do with the Dutch and their tank or whatever. They're actually pushing for a worldwide people to actually stand up and push back like they are.
Yeah.
They
Yeah, I
want
saw that.
they want more
You
countries
posted.
to do. Yeah, I did. I don't know if I don't think I pulled that up. That's what happens when you have so many things going on. You just
But see,
kinda
if you go
forget
like
about
Sri Lanka, that's what they want you to do. They want everybody to go the route of Sri Lanka and just overthrow the whole damn thing and just hit everybody and throw everybody out. And the prime minister guy, or one of those politician people, was actually going to join them, and he was on their side, and they were just like, screw all of you politicians, kill them all, get rid of them all. And they beat the hell out of him in the crowd. And he wanted to be nice and join them. I mean, that's the Sri Lankan style. That's what they want you to do, is to get so pissed off at the government itself, to just overthrow it, take out your constitution if you have one, burn it down, burn down your system of government. Then the globalists have total control. No longer just, puppets with shadowy fingers behind the scenes dancing them around. Just out and out big huge hands just dancing them around like a marionette doll. Like there's no more hiding anything. It's just full blown out and out tyranny. Like that's what they want. So anyways, but yeah, the Dutch are doing it right. Follow the Dutch example. Don't follow the Sri Lankan example and wait till everything goes to shit and then you go crazy.
Wait. It's already gone to shit. Damn.
Right. And then you just burn the
Literal
whole place down.
Shit in pants.
Right. It's like you don't wait till then, you do it now. And you stand up now and you do the right thing now and you preserve your country, you preserve your nation and your people. And that's what you have to do. You don't wait until shit hits the fan and then burn everything to the ground and then you have nothing left. And then they come in and buy up everything pennies.
Didn't we just look at something that within the last few days here, whatever, that showed an approval rating?
Yeah.
Look, it dropped again. Only 18% of Americans want Joe Biden to run again. It's dropped. It continuously drops every day. There's more and more people that are getting upset with the situation and saying, screw this guy. He's not doing anything good for us. He's creating division, and he's just a worthless pile of poop. Biden rode high on approval ratings of 55 to 59% in his first month as president. Among the many executive orders he signed, the American Rescue Plan, worth $1.9 trillion, was passed through Congress. In August, he decided to withdraw the United States from Afghanistan. Right and left news outlets covered the botched withdrawal negatively, resulting in a precipitous decline in his presidency. The combination of both soaring inflation and supply shortages, record gas prices, a purposefully open border, and Russia's war in Ukraine has left Biden's presidency in ruins. However, despite his bungling and misfortunes, Biden continues to maintain a headstrong stance that it comes to key areas where he believes that different policies might mitigate American problems. The price of gas is one of those areas, but he won't touch it because of those behind the push for the Green New Deal. It should come to no surprise to anyone except perhaps Biden that he is extremely unpopular with Americans now, according to Yahoo YouGov poll released Thursday. 1 in 5 Americans think President Biden should run for election. Oh, really? Only one? 1 in every 5? Well, there's 3 people watching, and there's 3 people in the room. Oh, one's a Kiwi. I'm sorry, dude. You're not counted because you're not part of this, particular stat. But there's 5 of us. Apparently, one of us thinks that he's still good enough. I don't see that being the truth. As he approaches the halfway point of the presidency, Biden has little chance of gaining mass support for re-election in 2024. There are only 18% of the respondents who believe Biden should run again, according to the survey. There was a 7-point decrease from the number who said he should run in May. Really, a 7-point decrease from the number that said that he should run in May. So, from a 25% to an 18%. People just hate this guy. They're like, no, just no. Oh, who told us that? Robin Williams. He told us how long ago? We still got rambling Joe Biden. He can get people with Tourette's to say simple no. Furthermore, just 35% of Democrats think Biden should run for re-election, a drop of 8 points. Oh, I read that paragraph. According to 64% of American adults, he should not run again. Meanwhile, when asked who they would rather see as a Democratic nominee for president in 2024, only about a quarter, 27%, of Democrats and Democrat-leaning independents now say Biden. Few say Vice President Kamala Harris, 19%. Most say either someone else at 20%, or they're not sure at 30%, or that they wouldn't vote at 4%. It looks like the not sure at 30% with the wouldn't vote at 4% would most likely vote the other way. You know how much of a big swing that would be? That's amazing. The survey was conducted between the July 8th and the 11th of 2022 of 1,672 U.S. adults and coincides with yet another dismal economic report that Biden and Democrats are attempting to spin a 9.1% annual increase in consumer prices. Wrong. That's a monthly, not an annual. Surpassing analysts' predictions compared to the month earlier, the Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index was up 1.3%. Economists had expected CPI to rise to an annual rate of 8.8%, up from 8.6% in May. They expected a month-over-month increase of 1.1% inflation as American families hard by raising prices for everyday necessities like food, gas, house, transportation, utilities. Huge increases in the price of gasoline in June, which hit new all-time highs several times during the month, started to sap household and business spending on other items. In addition to describing the figure of unacceptably high, Biden argued that it was out of date. Energy alone comprised nearly half of the monthly increase in inflation. Today's data does not reflect the full impact of the nearly 30 days of decreases in gas prices that have reduced the price at the pump by about 40 cents since mid-June. Wrong. Where? Wrong. You tell me where. You show it. You point it out to me. Tell me exactly where the 40 cents is so that we can actually go get the good gas. Because if around here, it looked like it went up another 30 cents. You got to be kidding me right now. You ain't got to lie to me. Maybe you took it down in one city, but you rose it. You took it down in the big city, and you're like, "Oh, let's take down the prices in the bigger cities." There's more people that live there. There'd be more people that will actually see that it actually went down, and people will actually finally believe us. I don't think so. This guy's so stupid. So sick of this piece of shit. Speaking of this piece of shit. I thought I had something else. Oh, here. No, not that one. Speaking of a piece of shit. I thought I had another Biden
I think Apostle thinks you're talking about him.
Yeah, so what were you saying about me, sir?
No, not at all. If I was talking about you, I'd be like, this guy's awesome.
Kiss ass.
Call it as you want. That's fine. I'll take it. I'll take it. You feel whatever.
Once again, just in and out. So
you're fine.
I heard myself being mentioned.
Oh, Robyn says, who's in chat with me? I'll be over in a min.
Who said what? Sorry?
Oh, I don't know if there's anybody else in chat with you, Robyn.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone else is here yet. I'm still viewing, but I don't know if it counts me.
Robyn,
well, it does. It does
Robyn,
count.
you need to check your Discord DMs more often. I had a conniving plan that you were critical to. She says, I can't hear you guys, but I'll be there soon. Well, I just
because she's still sitting in experts, sitting and talking to him. That's why.
I need you. Well, I was going to go in there and troll him. I was going to get her to send me the StreamYard link, and I was just going to pop in there. And just when he brought me in, I was just going to go like meep meep, and then just disappear backstage again.
Oh, she is there.
Yeah, he's got a real harem going on over there, doesn't he?
Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, one's his wife.
Yeah, but that just means that it's a officially approved harem.
She better hurry up because we don't have a whole bunch. We got enough left. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, the only reason we did it this Friday is because Koolfrogg felt there was a lot to bring to people's attention.
All this stuff has just come up today, and it's like we seriously hadn't talked about anything. And
yeah,
I just felt
Koolfrogg, that video we did earlier, it's got 100 views already.
Nice.
Yeah, the one with
awesome.
Divinity and all the religious talk and stuff. Yeah. So it's just that it just ticked over to
What's
100
up, IDCrisis?
Oh, where's that posted at? I didn't even know this was a thing.
Oh, on my channel. Have you not subscribed to me, you heathen?
I've brought you up a couple times to him, but he's AmericaShirts. He doesn't like to listen to me half the time.
I shall put it in private chat and restream because I don't need to. I don't need to put it in chat. There we go.
I'm sub now.
So it's in private chat.
Yeah, he subbed to you. He said, "There you go."
4 hours long. Chill out. 103 views.
It's just gone up 3 views in the last 10 seconds. It's weird.
What's the watch time on that?
Oh, you're not going to catch up, Robyn. You got to come in here. We're about 2 hours in already.
If I go to customize channel, go to analytics. I think is that where I get it, or do I click on the video itself? Content. So content live. And then how do I?
ID.
So analytics. Okay, so it's weird. It's not giving me anything. It's just saying 13 views because that's how many people watched it when it was live, and the average watch time was half an hour. So how do I see? So reach 444 impressions. Impression click rate of 15%. So that was just from the live stream. Where's the analytics for the video?
I believe you have to actually click on the video itself and go to its own analytic.
Yeah, that's what I did, but it's only showing the live stream analytics, not the video.
Oh, it should give you. It should give you another stat. Not quite sure how to. I'd have to think about that one.
Options. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, it said it had 103 views, 0 comments. But then even that weird debacle of a stream earlier than that, or last night or whenever it was when we broke the internet, that's had 81.
Nice. Yeah, tonight's
Hope you
isn't
can
picking up
finish
so
it.
much quite yet because most of my
They're over
viewers are
there.
still sitting over there, so it's fine. We normally don't hold a Friday night, so I'm not really all that concerned.
Right.
It was a special edition because we were just like, there's so much stuff that's come up in the last day that just needs to kind of have a
Do you
light
want to know
shown
what I
on
would
it.
say to you guys as far as viewers in the live stream? Don't even think of it as a live stream. Think of it as a live recording.
And that's what we don't really. We've been doing this for 6 months. We only grew like double the size in the last month, and we've been doing this for a while. It's not anything different than what we had been doing.
Yeah, because a lot of our viewers will come in later on and they'll rewatch.
What's up, Killshot?
So it is like you're saying.
They're
it
all
is a
going to
little
come
more
in
like a
here.
live
He
recording.
just ended his stream.
Read. So I should close it. Oh yeah, it's finished. Okay.
Yep, he just
Read
finished.
private chat. Koolfrogg.
Will do.
Read it now.
Oh, I don't know about doing that quite. I have to actually figure something out.
Yeah, just sort something out because just going over there, but you have to have an image to stand out amongst the crowd, if you know what I mean.
I hear you.
But yeah, I'll drag you in there one night.
Awesome.
And that should help. That should send some traffic over.
Hello, Killed.
Stop going silent when I stop talking.
Hello, Killshot. Yes, thank you.
I was reading
so
the chat.
much. IDCrisis.
I'll be back.
You gonna stay on subject with us? I'll throw you a link. You got to stay on subject with us. You can't. You going off random.
Yeah, I'm already here for that. We don't need two cowboys, thank you.
Right.
I'll be back.
All right. So, what is this article here, Koolfrogg?
This is the Secret Service busted for scrubbing text after Watchdog Group asked for them.
Let's engage. What is this?
Okay, there it is. IDCrisis, we kind of changed where we were doing as opposed to just throwing a random out so anybody could click on it. I just sent you a private in Discord. Welcome back, Super B.
Yes. Well, thank you.
So then, while we're waiting for ID to come jump in here, whatever, I'll kind of skim through this real quick. Is the Secret Service busted scrubbing text after Watchdog Group asked for them? A top Watchdog Group is accusing the U.S. Secret Service to scrub text messages from January 5th and 6th, 2021, after they had been requested by the Department of Homeland Security's Inspector General, infuriating the U.S. House Committee on Jan 6. The group is firmly denying the allegations. Oh, look at that. There's Robyn. Maybe.
Allegedly. It's her.
Maybe it's just a glowy. I don't know.
It does look a bit glowy there in the center of the screen.
Yeah, it's kind of glowing, isn't it?
It is. Maybe it's a sign.
Can you hear me?
So it says the group is firmly denying the allegations that the agency deleted text messages claiming that the disappearance of the data is a result of a phone reset. Really? It's just that simple?
Toy Fox says it's
there it is. Robyn is glowing. Mm-hmm.
It's Beelzebub.
Beelzebub.
Sorry,
I read that wrong.
interrupt you. Koolfrogg.
Okay, I don't know what that is. I read that wrong.
And there's an IDCrisis. Hello, White
Hey,
Rabbit.
ID, what's up?
Nothing much. I will endeavor to stay on topic.
Okay,
The White Rabbit says,
which
"Stop
is
by
what
to say
though?
hey."
what is the topic?
It's we're going through news articles, so we've jumped through a couple different ones. This current one is the Secret Service was busted for scrubbing texts after Watchdog Group asked for them.
Yeah.
So then it says the committee heard questionable
Pertaining to Jan
testimony about
6th,
the
right?
actions of the Secret Service that day and told the Secret Service to preserve their records. Anthony Guillemette, the Secret Service Chief of Communications, issued a strongly worded statement
that
on
French
Thursday
there.
that refuted the Office of Inspector General claims. In a letter to Congress on Wednesday, DHS Inspector General Joseph Koolfrogg wrote that many text messages from the 5th and 6th were deleted even after OIG had requested them. Go figure. Oh, things just all of a sudden disappeared because of phone reset? Oh,
It's kind of like when Hillary Clinton was asked by the Benghazi committee, like, "Hey, can we see the things on your BlackBerry?" And it's like, "Oh, my BlackBerry's got accidentally smashed by a hammer. Whoops. Oh well."
Oh no, my favorite one was wiped a server. You mean wiped with a cloth?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
I dust my computer every day. What are you talking
Oh
about?
my God! Yes.
Don't even
That
talk
was so
about that,
good.
man. I got so much dust all over this. Ugh.
I
Old
don't.
houses and dust.
I don't
There used to
dust
be a
my
little
stuff
vacuum
every
that
day.
we would use on the older computers.
Yeah, it's pretty bad down here. This is why I mean. There's a lot of barn wood and stuff and this house just sweats dust. But yeah,
That's everywhere, man. Everywhere sweats dust in the United States. It's ridiculous. We tried moving away from one place that was so dusty into another.
Hi, the white rabbit. Killed by a sea shot.
Not sure if you guys addressed this already. If you did, I'm sorry. I may have missed it. But if you can give me your opinions on it whenever you want. What is going on with the nuclear
the
attack
nuclear
videos
attack video.
being
That's
sent in New York?
Yeah, the public service announcement. I don't know. I think that they're just the whole city is egotistical. What about us? Look at me. Look at me. Ooh. If there's going to be a nuclear strike, we're so cool. We're going to get hit first. I don't know. I don't know what it means. Everybody's basically saying the same thing. Like there's a public service announcement for a nuclear attack on New York. Nobody actually knows why. You know what?
I think that it is a scare tactic, but I do think, I mean, not to say that there would never, I would never venture to say that there would never be any sort of an attack of any kind on New York or on the United States if they would continue to heat up the war in Ukraine.
Killed by a sea shot. Sorry. Let me reword that for you. One wouldn't think DC would be the first hit. One would hope that DC would be the first hit. Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, exactly. One would just hope that that would be the
just
first.
A little.
It doesn't have to be a big one. Just something
Nope.
small. Something small just to take care of that one little area.
But I don't think that we have anything to necessarily be like super freaked out about
Mhm.
that. If in particular, if
No, I have
things
my go
continue
bag.
to escalate in Ukraine, though, because that's the one thing that Putin. I mean, if you listen to Putin talk, he said the other day that if Finland and Sweden wanted to join NATO, as long as they didn't do anything in relation with Ukraine, since Ukraine wasn't going to be a part of NATO, he said, well, they can do whatever, fine. He says, but I don't want, basically, I'm paraphrasing, I don't want to springboard into Russia via Ukraine. There's no military buildup in Finland or Sweden. He says, if they can do whatever they want. They're not directly threatening Russia by joining NATO. So who cares?
If we could just go back to understanding what the point of NATO was, waving high.
Kitty jumped in.
What was the point of NATO? The
To
point of
defend
NATO was against the
communists,
which doesn't exist anymore.
Yep.
Right. The Warsaw Pact that no longer exists.
Right.
Right.
So what's the point of spending money that we don't have on something that we don't need to cover the
Because we
costs
still
of
have
other
to
countries
protect
that
everybody else's civil wars, because we just feel
Yes,
the need
because
to
this
always
is the
interject in something
globalists'
else.
military power to influence other nations in the world and do whatever the hell they want, and in particular Russia. I mean, they have a whole plan to cut up Russia into like what 6
I
or
mean,
7 different countries. I
really,
mean,
he's
like,
telling the truth. One world order does need a military. I mean, you're still going to have to protect against.
for those who believe in it.
Right.
Well, right. You have to protect. You still have to protect against everybody else that believes against it as well. So
I mean, even the premise of NATO, like an attack on one is attack on all. It's like that's a total globalist mindset. Like an attack on one is not an
Yeah.
attack on all. That's ridiculous.
The only time that should ever actually apply is if like aliens attack.
I mean, literally. I mean, this is a
Well,
recipe
really, I mean,
for
that's
world
going
war.
to be the thing that brings the whole world together. You know, not none of this other stuff is gonna. What
Right.
The big existential threat against the planet is us, according to climate cultists, and we can't even agree on that. That's
The biggest threat to the globe is them. It's the climate cultists. It's that.
Well, I know that, but I mean, like the idea is that's the thing that we are we are supposed to unite against our nature or the fact that we're even here at all.
Right.
But anyways, I mean, that's I don't want to get off. I don't want to get off subject. I'm just
no, we're not going to really get off subject.
NATO is a thing that we don't need to spend money on because it doesn't need to exist for anything. We can go back.
We covered the majority of the stuff that we actually wanted to cover for sure. These other articles were here just in case we didn't have
what was that?
Anybody else that joined us to actually hold conversations with. So I mean, Trump planning big 2024 announcement.
Oh yes,
that's coming
another
soon.
big thing.
Is it just me or?
He did announce, though. Technically, he said, "I am."
Well, he always does this.
It's this one.
Hey, Super V.
Because he wants to control how this goes. He doesn't want anyone else to influence that. Like that's.
But he always does that, though. He always says, "I'm not going to talk about insert thing that he says he's not going to talk about," which means that he's talking about it. You know what I mean? He's like, "I'm not gonna." It's the equivalent of him saying that I'm not going to say Stormy Daniels is a horse face. We're not going to do that. Well, you just did.
We only pick on
and what he's saying is, I don't want to announce before point A or before point B.
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
Well, yeah.
Well, no, he did. That was Stormy Daniels with a horse face, but Rosie O'Donnell's a whole other animal.
The bearded apostle is pointing at his name.
I see he's pointing down. He's like, "Move me down." He's like,
he wants to go down. He doesn't want to be
on
top of Robyn.
I don't want to be at the top.
He wants to be over Robyn, but
he's like, "No, wait, move me to the top underneath your logo. Put me up there."
You need to go up.
Oh, bing bong, bing bong. No.
Put him up one. He keeps poking at.
Bing, 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 bong, bing, bing, bong, bing, bing.
No. He wants to be.
No, I like stabbing Robyn's camera.
Oh, okay.
Like I'm poking Robyn in the brain. See?
Oh, okay. I thought you were trying to like.
She's like, "Put me here, put me there."
Oh my.
So this is a.
I'm trying
you
to be
guys
good
just
Just
you
to
already know
explain
each
to you,
other.
The reason why I'm in and out is that my mum's currently over, and if you remember, my old man passed away a couple months ago, so she's not in a good headspace.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So that's why
is the how do I say this? The yin and yang effect on your camera on purpose, or are you waiting for a new one to come in?
100%. Hang on, wait. No, I'll give you a treat. Hang on.
I don't know. We just met.
We just met.
We just met.
Oh. Nice. All right. So it's
That's
the
all
real
you get.
you. I appreciate it. I can take that treat with me
We're
wherever I
going to bring
go
in our
now.
Fox News senior political analyst, Britt Hume, tonight. Britt, good evening to you. Thanks for joining our
Well, I could give you
broadcast
something
here.
else to take with you.
Back
I'll
on
just
these
stop there.
numbers,
No.
what do you make of if the House is essentially a lost
You could flip
cause?
me on 4 times by using 2 hands. I think that's great.
I can what?
He likes your double image. He
I
says
do.
you
I
can
like the
flip me
double
off
image.
4 times with 2 hands.
There it is.
Yep, there it is.
Positive and negative. See, now okay. All right.
Well, just
and starting
imagine,
to get me. You're starting to get me in the feels and in all the
just,
wrong,
well,
in all the
just
wrong
think
ways.
of this then. If I can do that with 2 hands,
Right. So it's the stranger and the perfect
call me
stranger.
a Klingon. I can instantly tell the Star Trek fans that know Klingon biology. You reveal yourselves, you nerd.
Everything I know about Star Trek I learned from my sister because she monopolized the TV on Saturdays.
Then don't ask your sister about Klingon anatomy.
She doesn't
Your
know about
relationship
human
will
anatomy.
change.
I wouldn't ask her. She's. I'm not
I
going
don't
there.
know how old she is because then I have to feel bad.
No, she's 5 years older than me, but
Oh, well, that's all right then.
wildly inexperienced.
We'll stay away from the bing bong because
Bing bong?
last night when we did that one clip that AmericaShirts brought in, that was him continuously doing bing 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 bing, and he
You know,
was
I
going
think
through all the
just
numbers. That
if
one
you
they
keep
want me
going,
to
Robyn's
take
gonna
down.
be a
They
little-
don't
he's
like
gonna
me
wake
having
up
that
a little.
clip.
Are you serious? We knew that was
go
going to
to
happen,
hell,
right?
Yeah, there's a
bastards.
copyright on that
Huh?
particular clip. They're like,
Oh,
no, we don't
damn.
want you to
Are
have
you
that.
saying you mean on Bing Bong the thing from that movie?
No, it's Donald Trump. They found a
Oh.
clip of him doing Bing
I'm trying to
Bong,
think
and
what
and
movie the
somebody
Bing
put a
Bong comes from.
compilation of him saying Bing Bong.
Bing
And
Bong is from
it was too funny.
the one with the girl who's trying to deal with all her feelings. Inside Out.
Inside Out. Fuck,
Yeah.
that was a stupid movie.
But there's the one scene where her little invisible childhood friend or whatever it was disappearing. That got me a little bit. But then I was in a room with other people who were really enjoying the movie.
Yeah. Well, can you
So
imagine
I think
how
that
many
had something to do
teenagers-
with it.
Can you imagine how many teenagers got into an argument with their parents the next day and said, "Well, it's not my fault, Mum. It's my stupid emotions. They control me." Haven't you seen Inside Out?
God,
Yeah.
yes. Oh my God.
Like,
Yeah,
they
that was-
basically took
hear it.
every sense of self-control and free will away from that poor girl in that movie. Like,
Right.
the memories of hockey get erased, and suddenly she doesn't know what to do with a puck. Are you fucking kidding me? Like,
Killshot, that
amazing
video that
visuals,
you
but
found,
just-
that one's good. I don't have to worry about them trying to take that one. They didn't have a problem with that one. They only had the problem with the bing 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 bing.
Mhm.
Is your stream or your chats coming through okay?
Yeah, they're coming through just fine. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Today they're going great.
I don't know why I had that
Okay.
issue the other
Because
night.
I was gonna, if that's the case, then I was gonna shut down this other browser
No,
window.
even last night ran just fine. It was just
Okay.
the other night that we had an issue.
Okay. Well, if you start having more issues, you can blame it on me. So, is
How
she
much
drunk?
longer are you guys on for?
Oh shit, man! I just got home from work, so I don't know. There's other things that I could be doing, but I can procrastinate with the best of them. So, me personally, I'll be on here for
We'll
a
be
bit.
here for a while.
Yeah.
Awesome, because I did say I would stop back. But, what just happened to my eardrums?
Right?
Is that too loud? Was that loud?
Too loud, too unidentifiable, objection unintelligible.
Yeah, exactly.
So I've got the invite. So I did promise Fran I'll duck back for about 5-10 minutes. So I'll duck back. I'll do 5-10 minutes there, and then I'll come back here to finish out the evening.
All right, sounds good.
Cool beans.
We're gonna listen to Nancy Pelosi here real quick. She's got an issue.
Yeah, that's
with
why I'm
Donald
choosing now to disappear, because I just want to punch that woman in the face. All right, see you soon.
Bye, Apostle.
What impact would that have on the midterms, and would it benefit Democrats in your opinion?
do I ever even mention his name? Would I even waste my time talking about him? What I will say is, and
Good
I'll
God.
say this and I've said it again and again, Democrats have absolutely no intention of losing the House in November, and the Senate too. We are mobilized, we are fortified, we have great candidates, and we have our country is at risk.
Name
Our
one.
democracy is at risk.
Sorry.
But what we are campaigning on are the kitchen table issues that affect America's working families. So they know the difference between a Democratic and Republican administration, on top of Congress, on top of which our democracy is at stake. I don't speculate on who's running in 2024, even if it's the former occasional occupant of the White House.
Former
occasional
That's up to
occupant
Republicans to
of the
figure out
White
what
House.
impact it may have on them.
Oh, she is
But
so
we do
lost.
know that if people vote, women win, and so do their issues. So that's
If women vote,
There's no
women
bad
win.
answer.
How do you
There's no
feel
bad
about that,
answer.
Robin?
She
I mean,
needs to take.
you
You know what?
we vote. Yeah, so
I mean, you can see her
Does it
trying
make
to
you
put
win?
fingers in her mouth, too.
You know, honestly, I heard this just like a little bit earlier today, and somebody made a great point about
that's funny. Sorry.
when Kamala Harris talks in circles the way that she does. And somebody had made the observation, goes, she never did that until she had to. Regardless of what you think about her ideas, before she became vice president and had to do this fancy footwork dance around whatever issue that she didn't agree with, and was able to do that. I'm picking up on all the little subtleties, the eyebrows, the triangle. What does that
Shirts,
say?
leave that there. We'll go back to that in a second. Just because he brought up Kamala Harris, here you go.
No, what I mean,
Kamala
yeah,
Harris,
like the
chief
speechwriter
speechwriter quits
Right.
after less than 4 months on the job. So
really?
All I was going to
Her
say was
entire staff has quit.
Yeah.
Already, her whole staff has been replaced already, and we're just, we're getting into this, second year here. It's
Think about it, though. I mean, if she's
they've all gone.
She was not a very good one, but you can't get to the position that she was as AG California, right? Was that not what she was? The Attorney General of California, without being able to form a coherent sentence. And before she became vice president, she was able to do that. Now she talks in circles. Compared to what I just heard come from Nancy Pelosi's mouth, I actually have a new respect for what Kamala Harris is able to do in saying nothing. Obama was top shelf, Black Label, able to talk and say nothing. You know what I mean? Like, give you the non-answer, and you would be driving like 3 blocks away after you
because
leave.
he was clean and well dressed.
Well, whatever. Yeah, clean, well dressed.
I'm just quoting Biden. That's all.
Yes, because the watermelons are just as smart as the tacos.
What is this? No, seriously, I feel like I missed something. What is the taco thing?
Oh no!
No, I know it's probably a big explanation, isn't it?
No, it's not. We'll play this clip. I'll go dig it up.
I just kept seeing this taco thing come up. And I'm like, I've got to be missing something. Like, I hate not knowing what the punchline.
with Jill Biden.
Cultural Appropriation Tuesdays.
House Drinker, what's going to happen if Trump runs for president?
I'll impeach him before he has a chance.
What?
Let me explain something to you. Democrats don't lose, okay? Presidents who bet against Democrats to lose, and they lose big. Because we found a way to win, even when we lose.
What?
You heard what I said? We're ready for anything, okay? We're mobilized, fortified, and terrified.
You're terrified?
That's not what I said.
Yes, you did. You said we're terrified.
Trust me, I'm not terrified of anything. And we're not losing our power.
Well, how do you know that?
Because I own a time machine, smartass. I can see the future.
You can see the future?
Did I stutter?
So how can you win even when you lose?
Because we know how to fix things. What? Our democracy is at risk.
What does that even mean?
Just to clarify,
no
Joe
idea,
Biden is the most
peasants
legitimate
eat it
president
up.
ever.
What? Bottom line is this, right? We're gonna win.
Well, there's a lot of people out there who don't agree with that.
Who cares? It's not about what the people want. It's what we want, right? It's the way it's always been, and it's the way it's always gonna be. We don't give up power. We just get more powerful.
Well, you seem pretty confident about all this.
Oh, yeah. We're real confident about this one. We got lots of voters.
And what's your response to Donald Trump's recent statement asking you out to dinner?
What? Is this true? He asked me out to dinner? My answer is yes. 100 times yes. Donald, it's me, Nancy. You can hear me. How I've waited for this day. My heart, it yearns for you.
Keeps going.
My love for you is so moist. Come to me, Donald.
Moist.
Be my king,
moist?
and we will rule this country together.
House Drinker! House Drinker!
What?
What's going on with the gas prices and inflation?
They're both higher than Hunter Biden. No more questions!
House drinker.
Okay.
House drinker.
I would like
That was
to.
the United Spot.
can,
Please subscribe to them. They're awesome.
can I? What's the word I'm looking for? Deconstruct that voice.
Yeah, hold on a second. Everybody should make sure that they actually go subscribe to the United Spot. They actually are very talented at what they do.
Again, if you want to
and
laugh your
we're
ass
not
off for a
refuting
minute
or
every day,
disputing
do it.
the election.
Why are you
Joe
not?
Biden is the most legitimate president ever with the most votes. Period. We're just watching videos. And laughing.
Ever.
What's the what's the name of the? Is it the Scrat in or something like that? That the rat animal that John Leguizamo does the voice for in Ice Age. Is that the Scrat?
Oh, Sid.
What? Yeah. Okay, but that's the character's name.
Sid the Sloth.
Sid the Sloth. Okay, right. Okay, that voice that you just heard that guy do is equal parts Sid the Sloth and Eric Cartman. Fight me.
Killshot says moist.
I know it's moist and creamy.
Oh my God.
Here we go
What were
again.
the other words? Is it chunky, creamy, and moist?
I mean, all three of those together could be very interesting.
Depends on where you find that texture. All right, let's see.
Raul helped build this organization with the understanding that the diversity of this community, as distinct as the Bogotas of the Bronx, as beautiful as the blossoms
The Bogotas, the bodegas.
of Miami, and as unique as the breakfast tacos here in San Antonio.
The breakfast tacos of San Antonio. That's what you call your constituents? They're no longer your constituents.
What is this fucked up logo that looks like chains?
The D and the O, yeah.
What is that supposed to be? Like Unite?
Oh, maybe.
I'm sure it's something
Because
aimed at the Hispanic.
If I was going to be like, we're going to unite whatever and whatever, I wouldn't make the logo look like chain links. That's just a design thing.
This is the Democrat Party that you're talking about.
True.
Hey, look, I'll say like the Obama logo was clever. From a design standpoint, I thought it was actually a really good logo. I also think that the rebel flag is a better design than the American flag, aesthetically speaking. Purely just by visuals, it's a much more kick-ass flag than the actual American flag.
Well, that's the battle flag. That's not even like the official.
Whatever. I'm just saying that X with the stars, you know, as far as appeal goes, visual appeal, it's got symmetry, it's got the right colors, it's got the stars, red, white, and blue. If I was Betsy Ross or whoever was designing the American flag, and this has happened before, you do a piece of art or whatever.
Toy box brand, unite.
Yeah, you need those. You need those, right? Either that or it's something about DOS and Unix coming
Which
together as
we
one
probably both
operating
said that
system.
wrong. It's probably
Unix
like
and DOS.
it's
It's the operating system that's going to take over the world. But if I was Betsy Ross and I saw the rebel flag, I would have had one of these moments. Why didn't I think of that? That is such a much better idea. Why didn't I sew that flag? You know, not that asymmetrical thing with the blue field up in the corner. They're both pains in the asses to paint on a motorcycle tank. But, you know, when I think about it, I think the rebel flag is just it's a smarter design. Like the Houston Texans logo. Very, very smart design. My favorite logo in the entire NFL. And I'm a Steelers Bills fan, so. Anyways, onward. What other stupid stuff did people say who lead us?
Oh, they say so many stupid things. It's ridiculous.
Let's find some. Can we find
so
some,
many levels of
Justin
stupidity.
Trudeau stuff for Robyn?
No.
Oh no! Oh my god!
I don't want to get into that.
The well is deep on that. Oh no!
There was something released today about something he did. Oh my god! He looks like a freak. Like, I mean,
who? Trudeau?
Yeah. I mean, more so than usual.
Was there something that I missed that was over on the expert? Were you guys talking about moistness over on the expert?
I didn't realize that he spoke with a lisp until I really
really paid
the
attention.
expert?
Yeah,
he does.
It's got to be.
The president had the stamina, physically and mentally, do you think, to continue on even after 2024?
Don, you're asking me this question. Oh my gosh, he's the president of the United States. You know, I can't even keep up with it. We just got back from New Mexico. We just got back from California.
Pause. Why is that one of the most believable things I've ever heard? Of course you can't keep up with him. He surrounds himself with people that are stupider than him. Like, when somebody says, when somebody like him says, Hunter Biden is the smartest person that I ever met, he's in a pile of 7 billion people who are the smartest person that Joe Biden has ever met. Okay, let it simmer.
It's not an untruthful statement at all.
No, it's not. Everybody is the smartest person that Joe Biden has ever met. Except maybe Don Lemon.
that sound that his head makes each time that he takes a walk.
Except Don Lemon.
Don Lemon. Okay, sorry.
That is not a question that we should be even asking. Just look at the work that he does. Look how he's delivering for the American public. Look, that article that we're talking about is hearsay. It's salacious. That's not what we care about. We care about how are we going to deliver.
If it was Donald Trump, would we care about his physical well-being and mental stability?
For the American people. How are we going to make their lives better? That's what the president talks about. That is his focus. And that's where we're going to continue.
Donald Trump likes junk food was a news story. Now, we cared more about whether Donald Trump could pass a mental acuity test. That's what we cared about. With Joe Biden, we got, what? Come on, man. If you don't vote for me, then you ain't black. That's what we got.
You know, poor kids are just as smart, just as bright as white kids. What?
I see somebody went and took his speech of kids rubbing their his legs down, watching the hairs curl back up, and the rats and the cockroaches, and he liking kids jumping on his lap.
Blonde hair.
All that.
Yes.
Somebody took that speech and they put it over the top of something that he said within the last few days.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
I remember hearing Bill Cosby do a thing. This is back when I was a kid, and it was on vinyl, like my dad's vinyl, about riding the New York subway had some of the best entertainment on it because there was always homeless people on there that couldn't speak well. And it was just this, one act play between stops called incoherency. And every time I hear Joe Biden speak, it takes me back to that stand-up bit before we knew all the things that we know about Bill Cosby.
See, I always remember the one from.
When he talks, he sounds like a drunk man who's slurring his speech.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
I
an
always
old.
remember Robin Williams saying, his speech about Joe Biden, and Joe Biden being the worst thing ever, and I always remember him, say, even people with threats said no.
There's a even with. Where's the guy?
That's exactly what Robin Williams says. He's just like, even with people with threats said no.
Yeah,
just no.
Yeah.
Rambling.
How many? He's had brain surgery twice.
Yeah, he's had 2 brain aneurysms, and they had to cut his head open twice.
Yeah, see, he's already.
You can see where they cut his skull, the top of his skull open. Still,
he's already doing better than expected, and this one too. How old is she? Now, I mean, maybe it's just me being lazy or something, but if I was at my point if this was the point in my life, she's got more money than she knows what to do with. Biden's the same, and it all comes from China or from insider trading. Trading in her case, wouldn't you at some point want to do the smart thing and take yourself out of the public eye? Take yourself out of the target. To not be a target. Stop doing this and do anything else. Is her power so addictive that she doesn't know when to give it up?
Well, yeah, it's the power, and then on top of that, like they have blackmailing on all these people. I mean, that's how they get into the club is blackmail. I mean, that's how this works.
Yeah, but so is this? Robyn, what do you think? Is the reason why these people are still here doing this is because if they leave, somebody's going to say something, or they're afraid that they're afraid to leave because it's going to upset the apple cart, make everybody else around them who knows all their secrets get like a little janky and start writing books about what it was really like to work with Nancy Pelosi? You know what I mean? Like, I have to stay here, otherwise people will talk about me when I'm gone.
What?
And what I mean, like she's done so much insider trading. Like the where her money comes from is, from having a portfolio based on everything that she knows about the private sector, based on decisions that they make in Congress. Joe's money comes from China. It comes from Ukraine. At 10% to the big guy. If they actually got out of this, if they got out of this position, it would make the people that surround them nervous that they're not there anymore and could be saying anything, like trying to leave the mob. Does that make sense? If I'm not making sense, you can tell me I'm not making sense.
I mean, it's like I said, yes. No, well, for me, it's just because I need to do some about this, because as we mentioned yesterday, I don't have all of the details.
Right. The Canadian didn't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I meant
I
was more like talking from a human nature perspective.
Or
but I mean, these people
we're
are
losing you, Robyn. You're breaking up.
Somebody
on
else.
us.
You know what? This happened last time she was on Restream.
No, she was on here last night and she was just fine.
Oh, okay.
IDCrisis.
I changed my setup since last night. Shouldn't be breaking up.
See? People always say ID does the same thing. He gets himself set to the right settings. Everything's all good. And then he's like, oh, I changed something.
I did not.
I didn't change anything. Though.
No, I'm just teasing. Okay. I don't know. You didn't change anything. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just all the things that we got going on.
I just meant that, like, from a human nature perspective, these people exist everywhere. You have these people in your government just because you've got a government. they've got to be there. You know, you know what I mean? There's got to be an analogous version of Nancy Pelosi up in Canada somewhere. Let them eat tacos.
Justin Trudeau.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, again, they're
Doesn't
all
like
bought
talking
and
about
paid
it.
for.
Well, I'm not
pluralists.
sure.
That's what they do.
Well, I'm not sure if I start speaking. I'd rather go and check my connection thing, because if you're telling me I'm breaking up, then I don't want to.
Oh, it's fine
mess
now.
up the stream.
That whole sentence sounded great.
Is it?
It did.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't really. I don't know why that did that then. Anyways.
Sully, you missed the first 2 hours and 40 minutes of the
Sully's here.
news.
What's in the news? Every bad
How's it going,
thing
dude?
in the world is in the news. Hey, thanks for mentioning me in your drink video. That was very kind to go through all that effort and mention me. That was great.
Yeah,
It
I
gave
saw
me the
that.
warm.
That was
It
really
gave
kind.
me it gave me the warm fuzzies. I don't even
Yeah.
remember where I
Sully's
heard
a
that
sweetheart.
from. I do not remember where I heard that from. It could have been like a shot where, you know, like you were at a party at college once and that's one that stuck. Although, if you've never had a bloody brain, that's also a fun shot.
See, now she's going to create another one with the bloody brain.
Well, it's not mine, but it's fun. It's actually what they were talking about on Halloween, doing a Halloween thing. It's a great shot for Halloween because it literally looks like a brain with blood dripped over it. It's very, like, visually it looks nasty.
Ew.
Yeah.
Does it look as nasty as this lady that's on the screen?
Well, you can drink the shot. You go ahead and play, man. I mean,
Well,
you know,
it's a
tell
big,
me,
tall drink of water there, isn't it?
tell me to shut up, because like when you guys come on at like 8:00, and I'm at work and I'm listening to the whole thing.
8:00.
There's always, 9:00 I think for you, 8:00 for me.
No, we do 10.
Well, yeah, but
We've
I've
only
been
been on
listening
for almost 3.
I've been listening to you guys since the experts. You know what I
Sure.
mean? It's
We
kinda
started at 10:00. Sure.
Right.
Oh, you're talking when you started watching Expert and then you come over here.
Well,
after.
yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah.
I'm listening, and anytime that you see me chime in, I'm like stopping what I'm doing at work because what I think I have to say is so important that I'll go over and text something on my phone and then put it back and then leave and go back to work. Where I'm at on a Friday, there's nobody around. It's just me doing my job.
Sure.
So,
this
by the
lady,
time I get home, I'm like, oh, they're all having a great time, and I'm stuck here. So you can tell me to shut up. It's, you know.
Okay, let's listen to this lady stick her foot in her mouth of anything that's already happened so far.
And we offer hope to the American people who treasure our freedoms and who are overwhelmingly with us in our mission to defend them. What do Republicans have in store next? You can't travel to buy a book. You can't travel to see a concert or a play if they doesn't meet their, shall
that
we say,
sounds
hypocrisy.
familiar. I wonder if there was like 2 years of something
I don't even
similar
use the
to
word
this.
standards.
Yeah. If it weren't for double standards, Democrats wouldn't have any standards at all.
Exactly.
Right.
I don't even use the word standards. They're what?
Just kill me. She damn well says the shit. Just kill me.
I pick stuff that triggers AmericaShirts. That's the reason that I picked the stuff that I do.
Yeah, that is really good. Yeah, I mean, there's
if we don't, if we don't allow for there to be abortions everywhere all the time and have it mailed to the people in the states, then we won't. There won't be. It's just where's my voice?
bartender.
You make me want
a drink, please.
You make me want to try and mimic you, but I was told by Jimmy last night not to try. It was like fail. So I'm gonna stay quiet.
I wouldn't do that.
What?
I hear you putting yourself in the back seat a lot in these chats, and somebody who said it? They were trying to like coax you out of your comfort zone.
Yeah.
You know, Don't don't do that. Who was it? Was it Mountain Girl? Interrupt. Mountain Girl was saying that.
Right. I'm
Yeah.
just easing myself into the whole
Yeah.
culture idea of
Yeah.
being in the public eye again. I mean, I've been out of the loop for a long time when it
When you
comes
get into
to
a pool, do you test the
being in a
temperature of the
public venue.
water?
Pardon me?
When you get into a pool, do you test the temperature of the water, or do you
Yeah.
ever just
I
jump
have
in?
just jumped in, yes.
Yeah.
I have. I'm both. I do both. And sometimes, you jump right in, and
Mhm.
then later on you're going, "Oh crap, I should have just kind of eased in instead."
Yeah.
Right?
Well, in October, that's what you say.
Who goes swimming in October unless you live in
Yeah,
Florida or
Yeah,
California,
right.
right?
Right.
No.
Not Canada. Up
Canada.
there, yeah.
Actually, they could tell I was from Canada when I went to Florida because we were in the pool at 6 a.m. Everybody thought we were crazy. It was October. Anyway, that's just. Let's get back on topic.
Yeah.
Well, there's not
Stop
much
that.
topic left.
Since
But
we have a
yes, we
couple of
do
more
have
people.
quite a few people here. We should actually cover
This is
part
important.
again.
I heard people are freaking out over this.
We've hit on this one
As they should
3
be.
times now in this episode. This would be the third, and then there's a reason that
God,
we're actually hitting on it again, because there's more people and it needs to be spoken of.
Sully is funny.
Schiff seeks rule that would block oversight of some military operations. Representative Adam Schiff, chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, wants a defense policy bill to exclude language blocking Congress from oversight of the military and National Guard in some cases of domestic employment. Or deployment. Yes, domestic deployment. Yeah.
That's can you? I would have to read that paragraph a few times just to make sure I understood what it meant. Can you break that down into something a little bit more fifth grade?
They have a bill. What is the name of this bill? The exception for congressional oversight narrowly focused on the
Because a lot of people are not going to get this. This is one of the reasons why public schools are so bad, on purpose, so that when shit like this happens, all they have to do is sell it to an idiot, which they've been making for decades.
This is an addition. Yeah. This is an addition to the National Defense Authorization Act.
Right.
The House plans to take up this week. And he wants to add an amendment to this bill saying that the Congress should not and no longer would have oversight over the military or the National Guard in certain cases of domestic deployment.
Okay, so what you're basically saying is this, is that Congress is going to look the other way so that the military can be their secret police and they have plausible deniability of any nefarious actions that they take.
Well, really what this is, though, I mean, it's not anything necessarily shady or anything. I mean, this is like Army and National Guard. This is full-blown martial law.
That's what I mean. What I'm saying is that the Congress is saying that the military can do martial law and they don't have to be, that there's no oversight.
Right.
That they don't actually have to be controlled by anybody.
Exactly.
Now, are they aware? Because the last time they did something stupid like this, it happened down at the border. And I am not sure, AmericaShirts, you might have been in the conversation, but I was trying to convince somebody, might even have been you, and I'm hearing a lot about this now, is all of the illegal immigrants that were coming over the border, once they got here, the Democrats did not realize how family-oriented they are, started listening to the news, realizing how, totalitarian and left-wing the party that let them in is. So now they're all voting red. They're all voting Republican. They're losing the people that they imported to help them keep their power. And that something like this may actually do the same thing. If this bill is basically letting the military run roughshod over things, and they decide that they don't like the way things are going, then that martial law is going to turn around and take them out.
You
Like
mean the Hispanic groups?
like the military would decide, okay, well, fine. There's no oversight. We're going to run around and we're going to do whatever, investigate this, seize that, go here, go there, and eventually they'll come right down to Adam Schiff and just decide that, the government that let us go and do all these nasty things is the people that actually need to go.
I don't think that they will, because we were talking about this earlier, because they are currently purging the military, and they've purged a lot of the military of political dissidents and of people who don't have the Bill Gates stabby. And
Right.
so that's what they're thinking behind this is that this is going to be their political arm. This is going to be their strong arm. This is going to be their controlled arm. And they have the top brass. All the top brass is in their pocket, in the globalist pocket. It's on their side. Now all they need is the entire rest of the military. And
Welcome,
they're currently
RJ.
purging it out. Also,
Hello,
on top
RJ.
of this, too, a lot of them are jabbed up and, whatever.
So then we just have to
supposed
wait
jab
for them
thing-
to get a blood clot.
I mean, whatever the jab thing is, right?
Oh, what did I say?
I don't know. I think she's reading chat.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
oh,
I'm
oh.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you
No,
timed
you're
it
Should have put myself
perfectly.
on mute for that.
No, it's okay.
It's perfect.
I'm used to having strange honking noises come out of my head, and women go, "Oh," and shake their head.
Sorry.
I just wanted to know what I said.
No, it wasn't you. It wasn't you.
Yeah, it's not you, it's me. I've heard that one before.
I didn't say that.
No,
Let's be
no.
clear.
What were you reading? Whenever you have time, I'd love to talk to you about Ottawa situation. Ooh, that's got to be it. That's the one.
Well, we could do a whole different stream for that, I guess, right?
No. I don't want to get off subject. I want you to get off subject so I don't get blamed for getting
AmericaShirts, continue, please.
Oh, but okay.
See, it just happened.
It's okay.
But
We're
again, this is for everybody that's just now kind of joining up here. Again, the House Democrats wish to pass an amendment to a bill that they're putting up, the National Defense Authorization Act, which is the continuation again of military funding and all the rest of this and everything to do with the military. That they want to add an addition to this. They want to add an amendment to this that says that Congress will not have any more oversight over the military or National Guard as it pertains to, quote, some cases of domestic deployment, end quote. And again, the only stipulation for
That will be
domestic
decided
deployment that's
later.
necessary that would ever be used is martial law. That's it. There's no, why is the military being deployed on the American people? Well, it's martial law. It's to go after you.
Mm-hmm.
And they're telling you, oh, we don't have oversight. We don't know what's going on. We don't know. We won't have a clue because we'll just be gone. So that's what they want to do. So they put this in the bill. They're wanting to add this an amendment to the bill. This is on Monday. This headline came out, and I didn't realize this until just today. That they're doing this.
If they're not going to go after a riot that is happening, then they will be able to go after a riot that isn't happening.
Right.
And ignore it.
That's exactly right. And in fact, that's the point that's made here. The exemption from congressional oversight is narrowly focused on the domestic deployment of troops, but Mr. Schiff's free pass on the Pentagon could impact a range of oversight from the border and so forth. He introduced the measure in 2020. Originally, he cited then President Trump's proposal that he never carried out to deploy U.S. Army to quell social justice riots, quote unquote.
Right. They're going to be
that
able
were rampaging across the country.
They're going to be able to disappear people and have plausible deniability because certain domestic blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Right.
I meant to send that to Phil.
There's so many. What's that?
I mean, this is total tyranny, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it's a house. It's a house thing. This is what's going to make a midterm so important.
Right.
But it's a
100%.
house thing. How many of these idiots are up for re-election? He's not acting like he's about to lose his seat.
Well, I mean, if you really think about it, none of these people are. They just keep. This is full steam ahead. We're not backing down. I mean, this is
this is the fight for their political lives. I mean, they
Yeah,
have,
I know that,
but
but
I'm
it
not
is
sure about
possible
him
for
in
them to say
particular.
stuff that's so stupid that they end up. Sorry.
Oh, it's Bearded Apostle.
A bearded apostle come back.
Oh, okay.
It just so happened to be everybody in the background decided to giggle at the same time.
But I'm not sure about Shift, though, in particular, ID. I'm not sure if he is up for re-election or not.
I meant to send that if Killshot, if you want to come in here, you want to talk about the Ottawa thing, I'll throw you a link. You can come in here. I mean, either one. You want to talk about your situations and you have something to, there's plenty of room.
I hope they do.
Let's see here.
Yeah.
I'm seeing what's going on there, and I'm kind of
2013. It says his current term ends January 3rd of next year.
Oh, so he is up for re-election?
No, next year. January, his term ends. Well, I guess that's what. Yeah, basically, yeah. Next year, 20.
Yeah, so the election, and then he gets replaced when the new House meets in January.
Yeah.
And by the way, the next time you guys speak to the expert, tell him if he wants me to actually come on his Friday show, he kind of has to send me a link.
Oh.
He picked his favorites, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I was never sent a link.
No,
Everyone was like,
I never
I wonder if Bearded's going to come on, and I was like, well, I would. I'm sitting here.
He's like, whenever he says, like 80% of the people who are listening to my channel are all women, and now we know why, because that's who he's sending the link to.
Yeah.
No,
that's exactly what it is.
I just think he gets distracted. That's all. He's got a lot of things going on, and I just think he gets distracted.
Well,
RJ, that's one of the beauties of ADD.
I'm doing
seriously,
the
is
same
that I can
thing.
be in 3 streams at once, watching 3 more streams, actively taking part in chat, and I can be watching my my Twitter, my Facebook, and my Discord at all times, and ensuring
the
that
problem is
David, you're making it sound like a superpower. Like you can understand all of the things that are all going on. You're like that David Bowie, Man Who Fell to Earth, Osmodeus guy, watching all the TVs.
Ozymandias.
Well, for me, it's the opposite.
Ozymandias. Yeah.
Okay,
For me, it's the opposite. I have to, like, if I'm zeroed in on something, I have to focus on one thing at a time. I can hear you guys in the background, but I can't necessarily comment on something. I kind of just was addressing just beside.
Kill doesn't.
I don't know
need
how
to
you do that.
apologize. Kill doesn't need to apologize for anything. I'm over. That's me. That's not you.
They both Super had something that she wanted to say or whatever, and Killshot had something that was interesting. If they felt that they wanted to divulge a little bit more on what they know, come in here and let us know how you feel and let the world know.
How many of the people in chat?
You're not going to take away from anything killed by a C shot.
Yeah.
Koolfrogg invited you, so come on up.
What's the how do you do it? Put a 1 in the chat if you actually have the technological capability, a camera and a mic to come in.
You really don't need a camera.
Or a mic or whatever.
AmericaShirts will tell you that.
And a 2 if you're working with a computer that has a wind up on the back.
Was that your
admit,
anybody that has an Apple, put a 2.
I have one. Oh,
I have to admit, Killed by a Cum Shot influenced my dreams last night. Well, not last night because I didn't sleep last night. I was up all night and then I slept for 2 hours.
Killed by a Cum Shot has a 0. So
no,
I'm
sitting there in my
using
dream.
a flip phone.
No, I was sitting there in my dream, and I was
Don't
a
get me
carny.
started and laughing.
So I was running like a carny, like a when they have the carny, the ducks go wobbling past, and you shoot them with the BB gun.
Yeah.
But instead of a BB gun, this bloke walks out, flaps his wang out, and just starts fucking knocking down the ducks with his shot.
Wow.
And I was like, I woke up in the dream in that moment. And I was just like, well, I am fucking telling them about this because I'm never forgetting this dream. Thank you.
I don't want to know if don't go.
God.
He whipped his what out?
Any further.
He whipped his wang out. So he got his cock in his hands. He had his cock in his hands. and it was cocked, ready, and loaded. And basically, he was treating it like a shotgun. So, hang on, I suppose I have to.
He was
Oh,
treating
no.
it like a
He had a cock
gun.
Hang on, where is Streamlabs? Where's my camera?
He's
so I
trying
can
to
see
seal
what's
up the cracks around his sink.
So he's
with
standing
his
there,
cock
right,
gun.
with his cock in his hand.
My God.
And these ducks are going backwards and forwards, and he's just like,
You guys, you just
And
want
he's
me
just
to go into the ugly laugh again.
No. Don't say
gonna-
you guys.
Oh,
That's
is that
all.
insulting?
That's all
That's not
Beard
what
of
I
the
meant.
Apostle.
what is she thinking I wanted to do?
No, I'm just saying, like, if you're putting that, if the you guys is a pile of people going into whatever this dream is, I'm not a part of it.
That's
I
not.
don't
Well,
have-
now that I've
Okay,
seen
that's
you,
fair. That's
now
fair.
that I've
That's
seen
fair.
you, the next
You're right.
time this occurs, and you have now denounced it, he'll probably have your face.
No, but you're right. I mean, that's fair. I should say, since Apostle is the one that said it,
Toybox says a cock for a gun.
I should address
So
it directly.
shooting the seed everywhere.
Oh, it was. If
I
you
can't
like,
help it. I
to
keep
to
going
quote
back to
Guardians of the Galaxy, if you had a black light, it would have been like a Jackson Pollock painting.
I'm
A
going
what?
back to that episode of the boys where they're at Herogasm.
Stop.
It's
There's
amazing.
some of us that are currently watching and haven't seen that yet.
Okay.
The terminology
You know that-
difference between regions for each place where we live is so different, and sometimes I kind of go, pardon, what?
Okay, everybody, hold your britches for 1 second.
And
Say hello.
I'm learning
to
a lot of new
Super
stuff I
V.
shouldn't learn.
Sure, leave that up. We'll pull it back up a
What
little
is
bit.
it?
It's got it cool.
You must unlearn
Oh, and before
what
we
you
advance,
have learned.
yeah.
Just say hello to Super V.
Hello,
Super
V.
V.
94.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
What lovely brunette hair you have.
Hair, yeah.
Super year.
Oh, we can't hear you. You're talking.
No, I'm not talking.
Okay.
Well, that explains why we
That's what
couldn't
it
hear you.
sounds like. It sounds like you're not. Okay.
So before we move on too far, RJ63 said something in the chat that I kind of feel a little embarrassed of myself, which is that he said the House of Representatives goes up for election every 2 years. So it's everyone in the House that goes up. So I feel kind of stupid because it's like, well, of course, yes. So many election things going through my head. It's like, oh yeah, that's right. Of course, like everyone in the House goes up for election every 2 years.
They don't always land on the same 2 years.
Not the same 2 years, but every 2
I thought it was every 4 years, and that's why you got midterm elections.
Well, they call it a midterm because the House, because the House gets voted on every 2 years, and for each individual.
Okay, so it happens every
representative, it's not
election
the
and
same
in
2
between.
years. It's just
Okay.
just while you have presidents, in between every administration, there's that 2-year midterm to the president. So yeah.
See, now I thought it was that you guys
Senators
ran
are-
like a staggered election system, so you didn't get an entirely new house in any given year.
Right, the individual representatives stagger out.
Yeah,
Senate's
but-
weird though. I mean, that's one of the things. Like Zell Miller, when he left, one of the things that he wanted to propose, and it was kind of like a little swan song. Well, just to let you know where I stand on this before I leave, he wanted to abolish the 17th Amendment, which, yeah, because that's the one that allowed senators to not be appointed, but so that they could campaign for themselves.
It's just the House of Representatives that does it every 2 years. They do
Yeah,
2-year
senators-
terms, and they
senators
actually
were
go
supposed to be
get
appointed.
reelected every 2 years.
Right.
Senators do 6-year terms.
Right.
Which
They
would
used-
give
they were
you
sup-
random.
Right. They were supposed to be appointed by the House.
Now, Mr. Crisis, since you said you were disappearing shortly, I will just briefly, if
Yeah.
hang on,
I was
let's
looking at the
drop
time.
let's drop the filter just quickly so that I can just say,
Sure.
I'm loving the beard, dude. Like,
Oh, thank you very much.
welcome to the club. Your
do need
your
to take
mustache is
care.
a masterpiece.
I thank you very much. I do need to take care of this a little bit. In fact, we were talking the other night. I don't know if you were in the stream where I might upload a video of me using my wax pot.
Ah.
Not on this, but you know, I tend to
Now
every
you
couple of weeks.
sculpt, don't you? Like you definitely take lift your head.
This? Oh, I try
Yeah.
to
So
get
you take the neck beard and you take the side chops out, don't you?
this aggravates me. If it gets too long, it'll get kind of like itchy
Yeah.
and scratchy. So yeah, I
I'm
do
kind of
that
lucky.
right
My
too.
neck beard kind of curls forward and it just becomes one with
Yeah.
the chin.
Well, not to get too personal or gross, but one of the things that I do, I work around a lot of airlines and sandblasters and stuff like that. So when no one's looking, I'll take one of those airlines and I will blow the shit out of this
Yeah.
just because, you know, when you get out of the shower and stuff and you get it like there's
Yep.
a lot of soap,
Mhm.
still like you try to rinse everything out as good as you possibly can. Okay, Robyn, gotcha. That's that soap. It like dries up and it gets
Okay, you want to know something
Sorry?
that'll absolutely revolutionize your beard enjoyment? Avocado oil.
I have some of this. I haven't used in a while.
No, go out and get yourself 100% pure avocado oil.
Avocado oil.
Avocado oil. And basically, when you get out of the shower,
Mhm.
do not shampoo your beard.
Okay.
Wash your beard with find yourself a liquid wash. So what I use is a liquid wash.
Okay.
It's non acidic, so it doesn't remove the oils from my beard, but it'll clean the hair and it'll clean it.
Good.
And then you get out of the beard and you just dab your hands. So put a drop of avocado oil in your palm, rub them together, and then just rub it through your beard. And it gives
Okay.
it a beautiful natural oily protection at the same time because it never truly goes away.
Mhm.
It allows you to sculpt it, and most things will bead off of it, whereas dust might stick. But at the same time, once a week, run a conditioner through your beard, not a shampoo, a conditioner, because a conditioner has enough shampoo in it or enough shampoo likeness in it to clean the beard without
Yeah.
removing the oils from the hair. So
I am a down cat, man. Thank you for that.
Sorry to interrupt. I was literally just going to ask you guys if you like go through Manscaped, you know, because your guys' beards look fantastic. But
You
now that I
know-
know what your guys' secret is, you know, hey.
My
You
secret
gotta
is
keep 'em
letting it
clean.
grow. My secret is letting it grow until somebody like Bearded Apostle compliments me on it, and then I know I'm in a good zone. You know,
It's honestly, I think I can speak for both of us. It's just laziness. Like it's a fucking pain in the ass to shave it every day. So if you
Oh,
have
yeah.
a decent looking beard, let it grow out for 6 months, and then every man has a point at which they reach too long. And
Well,
then
they're
very
also-
often that's when you experiment. Like you shave it into different bits and pieces until you don't like it, and then you shave it all off and start again.
There also is, what does your face look like without the beard? And
I don't
can
like
say,
it.
I don't either. In
I
fact,
don't
you
either.
know, my
How do you feel about your beard, AmericaShirts?
He's not there.
Um,
Let me
no
guess.
comment.
You know him well enough to know that he can't grow one, and that's why you're doing it.
Does it grow in all white trashy like Joe Dirt?
Well, the thing is what I have is, I wouldn't call it I have a chin, and then I have a cruel family joke that grows right underneath it. And so
See,
like,
I collect the fat on my cheeks, on the
Right.
like on the curve of the jaw,
Right.
and when I take the beard off, it becomes like in my mind's eye, I'm still reasonably slim, and my face has its traditional shape when from this point up, because you don't carry a whole lot of fat on your forehead, as a rule.
No, I like to
and
carry
I have
my
got
fat
my
inside my head.
yeah, and so but I do get fat on my jaw, and when
Yeah.
I shave, I suddenly think, "Oh no, that
was
is
a wrong.
not
Yes,
not
it
the
was
go."
wrong. That was the opposite of right. I shouldn't have done that. I went into work the one day after, and this is the 400-pound fat guy that I work with, and I said, you know, I shaved my face, and I go, and then I look at my face, and I realize that I have a reason for growing a beard, and he goes, "Looks like you've got two reasons." I like for the 400-pound guy. For the 400-pound guy is telling me I've got two reasons. So
Yeah, well, I'm finding
and then
it
my
interesting
wife
the way
told
that
me,
hair color's
my
changing.
wife told me, she goes, after she goes, how come you don't you're always like grow your beard, you don't have to grow your beard so long or whatever. And we were going to go to this costume party where it was like an 80s thing, and I was going to go as my like a glam rock or something like that. And those guys don't have any hair on their face. I didn't take it down to nothing. I just took it down like to almost nothing. And
Okay,
she
so
goes, and then she just says to me,
not
she goes,
to
I like
break
you
up
better
the
than
beard talk, because I have a long beard myself and I love
this
the
was my
beard.
wife insulting me.
But
He's
hold
just
on,
still trucking on.
hold on. We pulled Super V in here for a reason.
Okay, I was gonna say, why am I put on the spot?
Because we pulled you in here for a reason.
Does
To
she have
ask
a
you a
beard
couple
as well?
questions about your situation. Because you had left a comment, and I said if you wanted to come in here and say something about your feelings
Or
and
my
how
beard.
things are going, I'd like you to come in here. And just because I just don't want to take away from your time that you have if you are limited.
Oh no, you got me all night, like all morning, pretty much, because it's 12 o'clock at night or in the morning in Washington. So yeah.
Sure.
Wow.
So I mean, you had something that you had thrown in.
Okay,
In
well, I
chat,
did,
and I
yeah.
thought it was interesting.
Well, it's just I'm basically part Mexican, Native, and American. My mom was Native American and American. My dad's full Mexican, but I have a lot of family members that have moved from Mexico and became like U.S. citizens here. And from like what I hear they say and what they see on the news, that they're not part of any party. They don't want to be part of any party because it's like they don't agree with the Democrat side and they don't agree with the Republican side. And earlier, I can't remember exactly who said it, but they said that the citizens that come from Mexico normally lean towards Republican, which I don't find that true because a lot of them that I know don't really side with any party because they don't agree with either side. Like, even though, yeah, Biden has all these things that he likes to say, but like, we want to see the truth and we haven't seen the truth. So therefore, it's just like, we can't agree with either side until we see progress. So that's one thing that I had. So
If you were talking about what, if you were talking about the point that I was making, that once you have an immigrant coming across the border because they're being allowed to, and then once they get here, seeing in the news, is that what you were
kind of,
talking?
yeah. That's
Okay.
where, yeah.
Yeah, all I was saying was, it's I try to put myself in the shoes of the people who are basically risking their lives to come here. And while it's illegal, and I mean, I get it. If I was in the place that they were, and I loved my family, and I wanted them to have a better life, and I was going to risk everything to go to some place where I'm told everything is great, and right now they're letting me in. And then when I finally get here and I start paying attention to the culture, to the news, to the people, and I mean, it might take a while because first I'm going to have to learn the culture and learn the job, keep my head down so that I don't get deported or whatever, and find a cozy spot and really start paying attention to the things that matter to me, which basically is, how do I care for my family? And I realized that the people that let me in here sound exactly like the people that I was leaving. You know what I mean? The policies, where, wow, these guys sound like the authoritarians that if Bearded Apostle is talking, he's muted right now. It's just a puppet show of oh, there's somebody else there. Oh, they're dancing in front of the camera. Okay, gotcha. So, anyways, it's like you jumped out of the fire, the frying pan, and you jumped into the fire, and now you realize that maybe the only chance that you've got to have a normal life is going to be voting for the people that is voting Republican. Not because they want to, but because it is literally the way that we used to think of it, the lesser of two evils.
Oh, okay. Now I
Okay.
understand. Okay.
Yeah, if they come in and they see that the left is basically taking this country in the same direction as the country that they just left, then what other recourse do they have?
Okay. Yeah, because
That's
like
all.
a lot of my family left Mexico because
Yeah.
it was pretty much like the cartel
Right.
literally ran the police. So it's like anywhere that you would go, you're still pretty much like in the hands of the cartels. So it's just like if you didn't leave or go somewhere else, you're still in the hands of the cartel there. So that's why they started to come here, and they're like, okay, well, there's a lot more freedom here. We're not just ran by somebody, and they come here because they want work, they want to make money, and that's all they want to do. So
Right. But as wise people who love their family, they can see the direction that this place is going in the hands of the people that let them in here.
Okay.
And the only reason why the only reason why those people, why they were let in here, was because the Democrat Party was trying to appeal to their venality. You know what I mean by that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do.
Right. So they want to buy their votes.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that they misjudged the idea that's where it stopped. Oh, we're going to give you all this stuff, then you're going to vote for us. Okay, fine. You're going to give us all this stuff, but I'm not going to vote for you because you want my children to learn how to be racist. You want my children to learn how to be like you. And now that I've gotten to know you, I don't like you. They're very basically, those people love their families so much they're willing to risk their lives. They are family oriented. And so are we. And that's, when that realization takes place, I think that's why it's going to backfire this year. And then it's also going to backfire in 2024. Because in the end, it does not matter where you're from. It just matters what you believe. When we believe the same thing, then that's the thing that matters the most. That's the border that matters the most.
Yeah.
So, there, I'm done. Go with God.
And I feel like over time, like once my family kind of sees how, the Democrat Party has been acting, since they are the party that's in charge right now, I'm for sure they're going to see a lot. Because like I even have family members that are even saying that like if Trump runs again, they will vote for Trump. So, it's just like,
if I could make another real quick observation, the entire month of June, okay, I didn't see a lot of, Central American children at pride parades. I didn't see a lot of Central American people at pride parades. In fact, the only people I saw at pride parades were white liberals.
And I want to say the reason for that is because when you go down to Mexico, it's more spiritual. Who you are is who you are. We don't discriminate against if you're gay, lesbian, or whatever you want to be. So it's just like with them coming up here, that's not a big thing to them. They don't really care for the whole.
Yeah, right.
Like,
Exactly.
gender.
It's not something that's very important to them. In fact, it might actually be something that they're against.
Just on a side note, Koolfrogg, are you there?
Yeah.
You're able to move cameras around where you want them, eh? Can you put Crisis back above me, because with Robyn up there, my classic joke of this isn't quite so appropriate.
Oh, do you want me
now I can fumble away again. Now I can. There we go.
Tickle my beard a little bit.
Give it a big pull.
I'm pulling.
I appreciate that I appreciate that you want to keep my dignity intact.
Well, it's more just that. Can you imagine if you're up there and I'm going like this?
and my wife walks in.
Wait, why are you going like that? I don't know what would be worse.
My wife isn't gonna be worried if I'm like doing this to a dude. She's just gonna be like, "No, that's just him."
If my wife saw me doing that to a dude, she'd be worried.
No,
But there's a little bit of there's a little bit of math that my brain has to do every time something new happens in your camera. I don't know what you're holding on to. I don't know who that is.
Okay, so that's our mascot. That's Llama Bean.
Mascot, Llama Bean. I sometimes call him Llama Bean.
She's an alpaca that trans-identifies as a llama.
An alpaca.
What's worse is that we can't really see you that well in your
That's
your
my
filter.
Llama
So.
Bean, an alpaca.
Well, actually, hang on. Let me get off camera. Guys, get off camera. No, I don't think anyone's ever actually seen Llama Bean unfiltered. So let's just. Oh shit! I'm on. Hang on. All right.
You're still there. Yeah, you better cover.
Yeah. All right.
This is Llama Bean.
That's Llama Bean.
Llama.
And she's actually, get off the camera, Grace.
Don't worry. Don't worry. No one's going to come down there.
Well, no, the whole point is that I'm trying to keep my family out of my YouTube.
Yeah, you want your anonymity. I totally get it.
It was fast. Don't worry.
Because
it was.
I
Fast.
don't care. But yeah, if they then jump on stream, it kind of defeats the purpose.
So, you know who I'd really like to actually join us at the moment because of the way he is and who he is? I'd like Mitchell to actually, if he has the means, to come and join us for a few minutes. Mitchell Embry, yeah, he's in chat. AKA Roadplow, is a very outspoken, well-mannered gay man that will vote for Trump, loves Trump.
Well,
right. Super supporter, and it's his thoughts and opinions are awesome, and that's why, like, if he's got the means, bring yourself in.
Do you know why I love hanging out? Oh shit, that mic went hot. Do you know why I love hanging? Oh, is it still doing it? That's weird.
I feel like I should say something smart.
Do you know why I love hanging out with gay guys? Because then I can make jokes with their faces, and no one can accuse me of saying it behind their backs.
Right.
Because I never say anything I'm not willing to own.
I like hanging out with
Toy Box Mitchell.
I don't like hanging
you
out.
guys would actually get along very well.
What did you just say?
I was gonna say, while I'm on the subject of being honest, I don't like. I would say I don't like or not like hanging out with gay guys. I just like hanging out with people. But to your point, I will.
Oh no, there is very definitely a different cultural outlook on the world.
Right, and I was just gonna say, I will bet that you have all of the best gay guy jokes because you get them from gay guys, and they know all the good ones.
Well, where else do you get gay guy jokes?
Exactly. It's like all the good blonde jokes come from smart blondes.
Here's
which
a blonde
is why
joke
I
for
don't
you.
know any good blonde jokes.
Do you guys know what a double decker bus is?
Double-decker
Well,
bus.
I know what the conventional.
Okay, everybody go and Google a double-decker bus.
Yeah,
Just real quickly, go and Google a double-decker bus.
Going to
So it's a two-story bus. In England, it's a two-story. Have you seen
I know what that is. I thought you were talking about like it was a double entendre.
No.
Yeah, I know what a double-decker
He didn't
bus is.
say go. He
You guys
didn't
have
say
dick
go to
on
the
the mind.
Urban Dictionary.
You guys have got dick on the mind. Every time I say dick, you guys just go straight to wang.
No,
And
because we started talking about we started talking about gay guys, and then you said double-decker bus, and I'm like, that's got to be some kind of a thing.
Well, there's probably a joke in there somewhere. But
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so a young lady, she's having a bridal party, right? And they hire a double-decker bus, a two-story bus, to drive them around town so that they can drink alcohol and have fun while they're going from pub to pub. And they decide that just to split it evenly, they'll put all the blondes upstairs and all the brunettes downstairs. And, well, the bride-to-be, being brunette, is downstairs with the rest of her friends. And she's having an amazing time. They're drinking up, they're having a storm, they're making jokes. And all of a sudden, she sort of stops. And she realizes that she can't hear anything coming from upstairs. And she sort of says to her friends, why are they so quiet up top? And they say, oh, I don't know. We should probably go and check. And they go up the stairs to the top of the bus, and they look there, and every single one of her blonde friends is just sat there in their seat, absolutely petrified, gripping the seat in front of them for dear life. And the bride sort of looks at them and says, what the hell's wrong? Why are you guys all so scared? We're having a great time downstairs. And the blonde girl closest to her looks at her and goes, yeah, well, you would be. You've got a driver.
Oh my God.
I was laughing. I'm sorry. I was on mute.
I love that. The slow
time you're
rollout
the
as
whole
the
time you're telling
humor.
that joke, I'm thinking that they're just waiting to take off. That's the thing. That
Like,
just,
how can
they're
you-
that
how can you
far
tell a
above the
blonde's-
ground? They're probably on an airplane. Right.
Yeah, how can you tell that there's a blonde's been on your computer?
A blonde's been on your
Been
computer.
been on your computer, because there's twink all over the screen.
Oh my God.
Robyn, I saw that.
There's what all over the screen?
Twink. It's a white stuff you put over pen to erase mistakes.
Oh, okay. Whiteout.
Yeah, whiteout.
Okay.
So there's whiteout all over the monitor.
Twink. That's another one of those things that could be taken the wrong way. If you're
RJ got it.
All right. So
Well, I don't know if you're a true twink. Is it possible to be taken the wrong way?
I know that there was. I remember a friend of mine telling me a story about how her mother was absolutely mortified after coming back from she was like at a meeting, like at a what would you call it, like a
kill shot
township,
or the
like a township.
joystick is sticky.
She went to a township, kind of like a hearing for something they were going to do to a road or some development or
I'm
something. Like
choking
that.
on a great kill shot, you bitch.
We're interrupting him. We gotta stop.
Yeah, I think you're gonna kill Bearded Impossible.
You all right, man?
You know what is strange to be responsible for that?
Or the joystick is sticky.
Oh my God.
What's the one where you have to take that? Did he just spit them out? I saw something drop out of two heads.
He got killed by. Oh my God. Oh no.
I actually almost got killed by cum shot.
Yes.
My back set.
There you go.
Apostle, stop making me go into the ugly laugh.
Carry on, please, Cross.
The
was an interesting
blonde
story.
who she's wearing her at the time I heard this Walkmans were a thing, but she has her headphones on. She's listening to the Walkman, and she's walking along, and then somebody comes by and takes the headphones off, and she passes out. Puts the headphones back on, and she wakes back up again. Takes the headphones off, and she passes out. And then listens to what's on the headphones, and what's playing on the headphones is breathe in, breathe out.
Yes.
Breathe in, breathe out.
You want to hear a superhero joke?
Sure.
Don't all speak at once.
Well, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in comic books right now. Most of comic books are a joke.
Okay, so Superman, right? Superman's out for a weekend Sunday fly. And he's just minding his own. What?
I know this one. Go ahead.
About the beach?
Could be. I always heard it was at the top of a balcony on a building.
Oh, no, this is on a beach. Same thing, probably. But Superman's out flying around minding his own business. And all of a sudden he sees Wonder Woman lying naked on the beach.
I used to tell this in the
And he just goes
bar
to
where I
himself,
worked.
he goes, you know what? Fuck it. I'm good all the time. I deserve to be bad just once and get away with it. And he flies down and he has his way with Wonder Woman in the fucking blink of an eye and fucks off again.
Mm-hmm.
And Wonder Woman sort of sits up and goes, what the fuck was that? And the Invisible Man goes, hell if I know, but fuck my ass.
Robyn's pantomiming the joke.
Because I used to tell this joke.
Yeah. Hey, don't pantomime and give it away.
Oh, did I? I'm sorry.
No, you Canadians, I'm telling you. You're fine.
I
Go
thought I was
ahead.
doing
I'm
it at
sorry,
the same
go ahead.
time. Maybe there's I'm sorry.
Superman.
Did I screw it up?
He go no, you're fine. He goes in and then right?
Yeah, and then the Wonder Woman goes, "What the fuck was that?" And the Invisible Man goes, "Hell if I know, but fuck my ass hurts."
Yeah. Oh. I'm ashamed I know that joke.
Everybody knows that joke. There's 2 Jackie Martling jokes I know that they once they got in my head, they never left. And they go like this. What's the difference between parsley and pubic hair?
What?
Oh, no.
Nothing.
Oh.
You just push them aside and keep on eating.
Did you hear the joke I told earlier about KFC? Noah!
No, I didn't hear you tell it.
Well, it's just, what do women in KFC have in common? Take away the
Robyn's the
breast
only
and
one in
thighs,
here,
and all that's left is a greasy box.
When did this conversation turn into, I don't know, turn this way?
No. Okay, I have one.
When you put one woman in with a
have
group of
one
men.
Anybody that's out there can click that link that's above and can join the conversation.
This is the last.
Koolfrogg, did you see what Killed by a C-Shot said about Canadians? Look at that.
Yeah.
Sorry, you know why Canadians apologize so much?
No, I like about Canada. If you grew up in Buffalo like I did, the thing that you like about Canada is that the drinking age is 19.
It's 18 here.
No, it's 18.
Yeah, it's 18 here.
Did they change it since the 80s?
No, well, actually, here's another example.
It's not 21, and that's
the difference between Quebec and the rest of Canada.
Right.
Quebec, it's 18.
Yeah.
And in other provinces, it's 19.
Yeah, this is Niagara Falls.
We have some very interesting ages here. So our drinking age here is 18, and our age of consent is 16.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And what's the difference in years between for like statutory? Right.
There is nothing. If she's over 16, she's legal beagle. If she's under 16,
wow.
it's
no.
if she's under 16, it's
your 18-year-old
year-old
can get your 16-year-old drunk.
18-year-olds aren't meant to be buying.
You can do that in Wisconsin.
Yeah. So the age for
each state has their own laws in the United States on drinking. In Wisconsin, as long as
But
you're
there are
an
Romeo and
adult,
Juliet
you can
laws.
drink as much as you want.
There are Romeo and Juliet laws.
So say, for example, that you
Only
have someone who is 2 people who are 14 and 15, and then the 15-year-old turns 16, and they are in a relationship for 2 years, and then they decide to have sex before the girl turns 16. He's now, say, just turned 17 because there's the maximum potential age gap between the two, and she's like a few days before 16. There's a Romeo and Juliet law that if they've been together in a relationship for 2 years or more, they are exempt to the law of consent. So they
that's going to be based on what they say.
Well, no, it has to be.
Not like
evidenced.
they're going to interview the neighbors and be like, "How long have they been together?"
Oh no, they do, because that is a charge that can be applied by the police independently of any complaint. So like, for example, if the police become aware of a relationship between a 16-year-old and a 15-year-old, even if the parents all say, no, this relationship's been going for 2 years, we're okay with it, the police can still press charges against the boy.
So why even bother with the years thing? Why even bother applying the numbers? That's one of those things that just pisses me off.
Because with any law, they just put an arbitrary age in
That's
there
what
and
I
say
mean.
this
It's
is the age at which
arbitrary.
your brain changes. Yep.
Arbitrary
Look
is
at
another
India.
word for why bother.
Look at India. I don't believe they have a minimum age of consent.
It is messed up in a lot of places because I just saw Killed by a C-Shot. You're right. 18 is when you can vote and gamble in Canada, and 19 is when you can drink in the rest of Canada except for Quebec. And the age of consent, I believe, for Quebec, it's 18, but for you in Ontario, Killed by a C-Shot, isn't it 18 as well? But I mean,
unless
think about it.
somebody else is doing as good a
you
job
can gamble
as Robyn is, I'd
and
like
you can
to say that
vote at
Robyn's
the age of.
superpower is reading chat.
Well, here's another interesting contradiction.
16's a little old for Pedo Pete.
Yeah, by about
Well,
7
if you can
years.
gamble at the age of 18, how come you can't drink? That's stupid, don't you think?
Yeah, the United States is
Shouldn't it be the same
ridiculous.
thing? You know,
Gambling here is 21.
Yeah, we're talking about
I have
Ontario.
real
Yeah,
quick.
like-
I have something to break down the ageism in the United States.
We recognize different ages for different purposes. We recognize 18 for the draft. We recognize 16 for driving in some states. We recognize 21 for drinking. So we recognize different ages for different purposes. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Could I have a second to engage that?
Certainly. I'll yield to the gentleman from Kentucky.
Would the chairman join me in co-sponsoring a bill to raise the draft age to 21?
No.
But the chairman feels that their brains aren't fully formed at 18, 19, and 20.
The research does indicate that in certain respects, but the Selective Service needs, I mean, if the country needs people, it needs people.
It needs people whose brains aren't fully formed?
In certain respects, yes.
I yield back.
Hoping that mine is fully formed at 40.
I hope so. Do you, Mr. Gates?
I hope so. Yeah, we won't put that to a vote.
Very wise.
Yeah.
My God, can somebody explain to me how the rest of him
Okay,
is so
can I
round
comment
that
on
his
this?
wrists are so skinny?
Yes, please do.
He had
okay,
major surgery
I took psychology and
to remove fat.
Sorry.
Oh, he was
Go
asking
ahead.
me.
Stop saying
Robyn,
sorry,
go
you
ahead.
Stop saying sorry, you Canadian.
Okay, I took psychology is worldly. It's worldwide. It's not just Canadian. So psychology, I took psychology courses, and the research does show that cognitive development and the brain physically, cognitively does not stop developing until the age of 21. That is
right.
From what I know.
Or
from
later.
What I've learned.
And there's got to be some
I
gray
mean,
area in there. Some people are 23, 25. I feel like mine was 30.
well, that may
45
be
right
his
now. What's my issue?
perspective or perception. I don't know, but I mean, the research shows that that's true. That it's by the age of 21 in the textbooks. That's what it says. 21 is when the brain is fully developed.
Yeah.
Finally.
Right. Right.
So I mean, and the last part of the brain that develops is the part of reasoning. That's why teenagers have trouble making responsible choices.
That's why they're
Because
so easily targeted by groomers.
That's the last part of the brain that develops.
Yeah, that frontal lobe part.
Yeah. Exactly. That's all I wanted to say about that.
This doesn't help.
I didn't give my opinion. I said what I know from the books. That's all.
It's okay.
I know what I said.
Robyn, it's okay. We can still be friends.
Well, you told me to chime in and
Yeah,
stop taking
exactly.
back seat. So
No.
Right.
I'm glad that you did. I'm glad you used that classic Canadian "I'm sorry" to elbow your way into the conversation. Well done.
So what you want me to do is just chime in and tell everybody to shut up and just say what I want to say? Is that it?
Yeah,
Without
I want you to act
apologizing.
more like. I want you to act more like me.
Crystal says
I want you to-
sorry,
I want you
but
to act
all I
more
could
like me.
focus on was Matt Gaetz. He
Right.
kept thinking about how he would love to lower the age of consent or get rid of it completely.
Well, here's an interesting contradiction in New Zealand law. We legalize or decriminalize prostitution, right?
Crystal's been watching MSNBC.
And the age of consent is 16, but you cannot so you can have sex at 16, but you can't charge for it till you're 18.
But if you put that in perspective with what I just said,
I wasn't
then
here.
it doesn't make sense.
The physically,
No, but you heard what I said.
the
Are you kidding?
rational,
Fake
the rational, the part of the brain that is responsible for a human
Making
to make
responsible
rational decisions. The
choices.
frontal lobe is not fully developed until 21
21.
ish. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're going to draft somebody at 18 and put a gun in their hands, but they can't drink until 21, but they can vote at 18. And, honestly.
But with consent, that doesn't. It makes me upset. It really upsets me to know that these laws are allowing children to give consent when, like we just established, the frontal lobe is not fully developed until the age of 21. But we're allowing them to, like, driving is different. Okay, like they have everything that they need to be able to drive. But when you're talking about
Yeah.
voting and giving consent, ugh.
Yeah.
I don't know. Don't like it. I don't like that.
There's oh shit. The thought's gonna leave my head. I'm gonna Biden out right here.
That was a great impersonation.
Yeah, no, it's really it's happening because Crystal said something. She doesn't get MSNBC in her country, but you do get Sky News. There's been some really good news coming out of Australia. Like, sounds like it's even like a pointier, like more on point than what Newsmax or Fox would be over here.
Right.
I've heard some really good stuff
listen
from
to Sky News
Yeah.
more than I listen to
Then
mainstream
you have it.
media out of the
Because I've had
States.
2 bowls, and I want you to enjoy a bowl of your beautiful soup. Okay, buddy. Shit, am I unmuted?
What did you say?
It's all right. No, he's just.
Oh, I was talking to
raising
my
his
son. He
kids.
was just offering. He made this beautiful soup, and he was offering me the last of it in a bowl. And I said, "No, I prefer that you had the last of it."
Love soup. Soup
What time is it over
amazing.
there? I can't remember.
It is 7:41 p.m., which must hang on. Let me work the maths out for you. Don't tell me.
Really?
It means if you're in Eastern Standard Time, so we take off 12, we go back to 7 a.m. in the morning. We take off another 4, which takes us to what, 3:41 a.m. for you? Or
You did it.
thereabouts?
Yes,
That's what my clock
exactly.
says.
Yes.
Well done.
Yeah. I was
So
just
yeah,
wondering.
you are paying attention.
3:41 a.m. on a Saturday.
Can I?
So anyway, I'm
Koolfrogg,
never
do you
going to
mind
get
if I
back to
ask
the thing. But
Super
go ahead.
what she thinks about the whole
Go for it.
21-year-old Super V? What do you think about the age of consent and different laws in different countries? And what's your take on it? John,
Who?
you?
Super V. Yeah,
Yeah, maybe
She might have to turn on a microphone or something.
She's there.
Just while she's thinking, I would say that in reality, we are in every position to discuss it and debate it within the confines of our country. Where it comes to other countries, we have no real right to say what is right or wrong, and how they determine their cultural acceptances. And no, Super V, we can't hear you.
No, we can't hear you, Super V. She just said it. Yeah.
Because I don't believe in cultural appropriation, but nor do I believe it's appropriate for someone like us, who have no grasp on the culture of another country, to presume to impose our cultural moral rule book on another country.
Well, that's globalism,
You
right?
know,
I mean,
not to get
that's
super deep here, but where did the morals come from? Because I can't believe they come from society.
You want my
being
answer?
How society is screwed up so badly.
You want my answer?
Yeah, sure.
That we have 3 sets of moral guidance. We have what I call the ingrained right and wrong, something that you know from childhood to be right or wrong. Like, you know it's wrong to hurt, like you know it's wrong to hurt an animal. So if you see a child that shows an animal respect and concern and compassion, they are following a moral guideline. If you see a child that will then hurt and torture animals, they clearly are lacking that same moral, or their moral in that particular situation is inverse. So there are morals that exist within us on a fundamental level. Then there are morals that exist within us on a religious level. So morals that may not be intrinsically understood by us. So the greater expansion of it's wrong to hurt an animal, it's wrong to hurt a person. This is something that comes with age and education. So very often these morals are installed into us through religious belief, whether that's atheistic or Christian or Islam or whatever. We are taught some form of religious moralisticity. And that's not a word, but I love it nonetheless. And then we have what's
religious elasticity,
moralisticity.
Moral. Okay. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I made it up, and I like.
No, that's fine. It rolls right off the tongue, right?
Yeah, and then we have what is called legal morality, and that is a set of laws that have been weighed, measured, and considered by an elected representative mass. Some of those laws throughout history have been determined by dictator or monarch, and very often we find that those laws no longer apply, and then a democratic election will modify and change those laws. The problem is once you start putting in place, how do I stop that popping up?
What's that? The chat?
The
private chat
private
popping up?
chat. Yeah, let me just make the window bigger so it doesn't go over the people I'm looking at. Anyway, so once we develop a system of law is the ultimate black hole. Because as many laws as you put in place, somebody somewhere will learn the law well enough to manipulate it, skirt it, or avoid it. And you'll find that people that would otherwise have been prosecuted for crimes get off. So then you create a new law to address that, to address that, to address that, to address that. And you end up in litigation spiral of doom where you end up with more and more and more and more laws, and then lawyers become more and more and more specialized and find more and more ways to pervert those laws.
Mhm.
Then you get laws that are created for reasons of greed because morality
Has
and
taken a vacation.
are different. So ethics and morality are different. There are some things that people will consider morally grey and can justify their actions, and they will say, well, it's ethically wrong, but I don't really care about ethics. I've morally justified this somehow. So those are the three tiers of morals that I think exist. Natural,
I think that's a
taught,
good way to
and
put it,
legal.
although I think your tiers are out of order. That's all. That the
Well, what would you say comes first?
The religious. And when I say the religious is that you have that ingrained knowing a sense of right and wrong as a child. You might not know where it comes from. Doesn't mean that it doesn't come from somewhere. And
but now you're talking on good and evil.
Well, sure. I mean, in order to have, because if I say like, where do morals come from? And you say, well, there's the morals that we have as a child, and you're basically describing morals without saying where they come from.
I completely agree with who you were going, by the way.
Right. I think that when we start getting into the legal tier that you were talking about, that is an example of man trying to be smarter than the moral lawgiver. And I believe that the moral lawgiver being
God.
a God, people will say God, and when they're uncomfortable with saying God, they will say that it's the intelligent designer.
For the sake of this argument, I'll say God because I believe in Yahweh.
Right. And so that is the thing that's ingrained in us as a child, and we know the difference between right and wrong. Then mental.
Can I make an interjection before you continue, just so you know
with
where
that
my position
accent,
is?
Of course, because it sounds so good when you say it.
I completely 100% agree with you. What I did when I separated instinctive morals and religious morals is that what I was really talking about was God's presence within you. So we are born into evil because Satan exists in this world, and we are born into evil. We're born with evil in our hearts, and only through our relationship with God does that evil overcome.
Do I like you?
And when I say that we are born with a natural moral set or moral understanding of right versus wrong, that is put there through the presence of God and God only.
Right.
So that moral standpoint or moral compass might not exist in those that are born without God in their lives, because God,
they know it's
God's
there, but they don't know
presence
why it's there or what it is.
Well, it comes down to the parents, because if the
yeah.
parents are non-believers, then that child is not going to be born with a natural presence of God within their lives, because God never puts himself into somebody's life unless he's invited in. And when you are a parent and have children, you invite God into your children's lives.
Maybe not put him in there, but that doesn't make himself known.
Yeah. So what I consider to be a natural, that when I just say that natural moral mindset, is that even with the absence of God actively in a child's life, there is still some things that are just wrong. And some children have a natural understanding of that.
It is as the Declaration of Independence says, it's the laws of nature and of nature's God.
Right.
As it is titled to man. Like that's what this is. God is created within each and every one of us. I mean, again, even in the animal kingdom, right? Like you look at, for example, the idea of self-defense, right? Like if you go after the child of, or like the cult of a horse or something, or like, like the young of one of the animals will go after you to defend
Mhm.
its child. Like, I mean, these things
Absolutely.
are
Oh, yeah.
ingrained in nature itself. Like, I mean, this
Right.
is a,
Yep.
you know, these are the laws of nature and of nature's God.
Although
But you can't
with
have them
animals,
mutually exclusive per se, right?
with
Like,
animals, you're talking more about a survival instinct with the good and the bad being,
But I
can
believe
I eat it or
I,
will it eat me?
I do believe in the argument that without God in our lives and without education and civilization and society, we are little more than animals. And that
Exactly. That's the thing
I
that
would
separates
say
us
that
from them. I
yeah, and
believe.
I would say that where we have come to as people, where we've moved away from the animal and to the people that we are now, is because of God. Because God, when Adam and Eve were cast out of the garden, God had to do certain things to teach them how to survive outside. It wasn't just a hey, you're out, goodbye. He had to kill the first animal, for example, and that's what the covenant of the sacrifice was about. And why we had to
We say
atone for our
prayers for
sin
that.
through animal sacrifice. There's lots of reasons where that first step that you take was given to us or was guided to us by God. So everything therein and after is by God's design, because He gave us. When it says that we were created in His image, doesn't mean He has 5 fingers, 5 toes, blah blah blah, a beard and whatever. That's bollocks.
yeah,
I think
we were made in the image and the likeness of
creation.
God.
Well,
And the
his
likeness was,
creativity, his desire to always learn more. Like He knows everything, but He can choose to experience something firsthand because He's God. There's nothing He can't do. If you know what I mean.
We are all sorry, our people are chiming in. RJ63, we are all born innocent, but quickly start learning from the adults around us starting by observation with our senses. Yeah, so we immediately start observing from flawed beings, which is why the responsibility of being a parent is so important. And I'm not going to say that I've done the best job possible. I just a lot of times I am amazed. Anything that my kids have ever done to impress me, I've always wondered where the hell they learned that, because they didn't get it from me.
I'm sorry. No.
No,
Oh,
no.
no. I'm not going to say sorry.
Oh,
right?
Good. Nice. Good.
Caught myself.
Sorry, I'm not going to say sorry. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm not going to say Oh, man.
No,
now I forgot what I was going to say. No.
Well, we were talking about God, so you could say
I gave
anything
Toy
that would
Box a wrench
probably
so
apply.
that he has, the means to be able to say what he wants to say without being
to be a
limited
No, but I forgot what I was
over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Because there were several things I wanted to say, but I don't
Sorry,
think
wrong.
Wrong. Sorry.
Oh, I was laughing in the
Just wrong.
background last night. I wasn't
No,
on. I had to
there
get
was
off,
some.
but
Whenever it comes to when somebody says morals, I always the thing I always want to ask is where do the morals come from. And I've had like when my sister says, "Well, morals come from society," and I'm like, "Society?
Right,
Are
I
you kidding
remember
me?"
now.
Society is a
oh, I thought you were
collection
going to
of-
say something along these lines, Robyn.
If I am required to acknowledge that my tweet violated the Twitter rules. What rules, you sons of bitches?
I can't do it. I can't do it. He doesn't sound. I mean, I get it. What rules do you sound? Channel your inner pro wrestler before you say that, please. No, but
Sorry about that.
My
Just a
sister
bit
would say that morals come from
overcooked the
society.
dinner.
And, like, society is a collection of beings that don't know what to do when the left turn arrow turns green.
Just sorry, I had to duck away. I just about overcooked the dinner. I just want to go back to a comment that was made by RJ63. Let me scroll up and find it. We were all born innocent, but quickly start learning. I would actually counter that.
Depends on the parents.
The Bible actually says we're all born unto evil. We were all born enslaved to evil. And it specifically states that. And it says that the only way to be free of that evil is to replace that evil in your heart with the presence of God. And the only way to do that is to acknowledge Christ and invite the Holy Spirit to be placed within you.
I agree with you, but I understand what he means by
I
that. It's
understand
like
too.
the innocence of children. But then you're getting to I mean, you're not getting into it, but there is a
the who gets to heaven
there is
kind
a
of
doctrine
argument.
about the age of accountability.
Yes,
which is where you're like I used to do a lot of bar mitzvahs and stuff like that. There's a reason
Mhm.
why bar mitzvahs happen at 13. And there's a
Yes.
reason why in the Old Testament,
And even that, I would argue
never
today is
remember
too
if it's
young.
Elijah or Elisha, where those children
Yes.
are making fun of him for being bald, and God kills them by letting them get mauled by a bear or something. And I've worked at enough bar mitzvahs to understand that those were children who are all older than 13 because
Yeah.
and they deserve it.
Yeah. I
That's-
would argue in the
Is your
modern
mic
era
working?
that 13 is
I-
almost too young.
When
Sorry.
She's not sorry. She's just going to start
Everybody
talking.
be quiet for 30 seconds and give Robyn a chance to catch up with the rest of us.
Super, is your mic
Bring it.
working?
I used to say Canadians weren't as polite as everyone says they are, but I'm learning through YouTube in the last few days that maybe we are. Damn it!
Well, actually, I would.
Sorry. There we go. Okay.
I would
I'm just going to
counter
jump
that-
into what I
No,
wanted
she
to
has
say.
the idea. Everybody quiet. I want to hear this.
Oh.
Okay, so I want to get back to the point where you said.
Oh, she's here.
It's working.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do what? Okay, let me just.
Point.
Are
Yeah,
you
go ahead.
Canadian?
No,
Saying
talk.
sorry.
Rob, please talk, Robyn. Say your thing.
I was gonna say you guys were talking for a while. I could hear you guys, but I don't know where you guys are at.
We're all right
well,
here.
you're about to find out.
Talk.
Okay, tell me.
I'm glad you're here.
Talk or I
I'm glad you figured it out. It's okay. Sometimes. Anyways,
I thought the camera's going.
IDCrisis. I think you started this conversation about, or was it Apostle? About
Sorry, what?
when we're born,
It was a
are we
man's
born
fault.
with?
Yeah.
Pardon?
We're born with evil in our hearts.
Right. Okay.
Where the
According
morals
to the
come
give
from?
my. Well, I can.
I would
give
have to
my
find it
views.
because I'm not a walking biblical thesaurus. So while you're talking, I will go and
Neither am
Google
I.
the verse that applies.
I can only speak from experience personally. So, I mean, if you're interested, I'll tell you my take on it.
Yeah, go for it.
So, I believe
Bring it.
that when we're born, we have an innate. Our spirit is born with innate.
Actually, I should probably
love.
replace the word evil
Innate,
with sin.
like
We're
the
born
word
with
innate.
sin in our heart.
Yeah.
I
Her
believe
connection's
that.
not the greatest, so when
Okay.
she starts talking, I want to let her just keep going.
Yeah. No,
The
I
thing
just
is
wanted to
I
change
believe
that
in
one word.
reincarnation.
Sin for evil. Yeah. Oh, you believe in
I believe in
reincarnation?
reincarnation, and I believe that's where the concept of, okay, we're born with bad stuff in our heart or whatever, because we
Do you believe
were
you're
reborn
carrying the
to
sins of your prior lives?
live. We're born to live certain things that we didn't learn a lesson from the last time. That's what I believe in my family culture. So
Yeah.
innately, we're born with pure love in our hearts. That's why babies are so innocent. They're full of wonder. They're lovely and they're awesome. However, we all have a blueprint that's involved. We have kind of discussed God in the sense that, okay, I've chosen to come back to this world. The last time around, I didn't learn this or this or this. So we have a blueprint when certain situations arise in this lifetime that is going to allow us to learn situations, experiences. Life is about emotional needs in order to have spiritual growth,
Yeah.
Jewish enlightenment.
Well, could I put a mental exercise
That's
to
what I
you?
There is one question. Where did the choice come from?
I don't know.
Sorry, you're breaking up a bit,
Pardon?
Robyn.
Okay.
This
breaking
really
up a
sucks.
little.
I really want to hear what you have to say, but you're breaking up. I did hear that two questions. Where did this all start? And the second one is, where does the choice come in? Because after so you die and you are able to reincarnate and you choose to come back into this world. I don't know how that mechanism works. And the other one is, reincarnate from who?
Well, there's no way to answer
From the
to
last
that, really.
lifetime.
And that person reincarnates from who? and that person reincarnates from who, and you go back and back and back into what?
Well, that's kind of putting her in the same
Well,
position
because
as asking us to prove God. Where did he start and where did he finish?
Well, but I mean, if you're Christian, then you've got a genealogy that goes back to someone.
I understand that, but in a way, I would think you're asking her a bit of an unfair question because there's
But
no
I'm
way for
native.
her to answer it.
Hold on, Toy Box
I
says,
can
"I'm
answer
sure
it, but it's only
my
through my
past
own
life I was an
experience.
Italian deli owner."
Robyn,
I guess
before, because
I
I don't know enough about reincarnation to speak to it at all. I don't. But let me put a mental
It
exercise
doesn't
to
mean
you.
you have to.
No, I'm not
Did
trying
you
to
hear
counter you at
everything I
all.
said, though?
I am
First of all,
literally
before
not.
we go on, did you hear
We struggle.
everything I
We
said?
heard some. I
I'd
don't know
like
if we
to
heard
think
all.
that we heard enough of it, but for
wait.
bearded apostles, point, you
Okay, hold on. Let Super say something quick. She has a thought.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something that I've told in the experts chat. I was a hospice aide. I wasn't a nurse. I was an aide. I was a CNA for hospice patients. I would take care of hospice patients that are on the verge of dying, and they would talk to people that they can't see. So, like, they're literally on the verge of dying, and they see these people in front of them, like, that are talking to them, and it's like, who are they talking to? Are they talking to their next life that's going to happen, or is it just a spirit that wants to talk to them? So it's just like, I've seen people literally talk to somebody as they're like on their verge of dying. I don't know if it's family members. I don't know if it's somebody like that they see. I don't know any of that. And it's just, I did this for 7 years, and it scared me to death that like maybe ghosts are real, you know, but it's just like, who are they talking to? Like, are they talking to their next spirit, or are they talking to somebody that they just see in the place that they die in? I don't know. Like, I'm like shocked.
devil's advocate, were they on drugs?
No, they weren't. Okay. Actually, yes. I guess the hospice, you die on morphine. We give you morphine so you can die comfortably. But is that really what's causing them to see other people?
Can I speak to this?
Okay.
If I may. And this isn't to say I'm right. This isn't to say I'm right. And in matters of spirituality, I consider every opinion I have to be completely and utterly fluid, because everything is my best guess. But, and I'll use legal speak, I do feel confident in suggesting perhaps that the quote-unquote ghost phenomena, the paranormal activity that exists within the world and that is documented, there's enough people that have seen it that I give it credence. What I would suggest is that what we are seeing is not the ghosts of past loved ones or the ghosts of victims or any human being that has lived throughout time. But we do need to take into account that there is an uncountable amount of spiritual beings that exist in the form of fallen angels. And even if you take the lowest number, it's in the billions and probably the billions of billions. So there's more than enough spirits floating around Earth. And these spirits have immense powers. Like, they can come and go at will from our reality. They can appear as whatever they want to. It talks about them being the great deceivers. So I feel comfortable in saying that if anyone has a paranormal experience, I will give them the credit that they were telling the truth. Because for me, I don't have to believe in ghosts or the boogeyman or anything, because I simply know that what they are perceiving is a spiritual encounter with a demon in some way or another. And in a time of distress, for example, like you're talking about, where you're near death or you're traumatized or something like that, we can't even really rationalize the most rational of observances, let alone an encounter with a spiritual being. So no, I don't dismiss spiritual encounters. I just think that they aren't always what people accredit them to be.
You've listened to Chuck Missler before, haven't you?
Who?
Chuck Missler?
No, I don't know who he is.
It sounds like you have.
And
not that that's bad. I mean,
yeah.
I agree that I agree.
Well,
with
they may
you
not even
somewhat.
always be demons. They could be angels also.
Right. Like I agree with you somewhat that there's going to be an extra piece, the sci-fi way to put an extra dimensional a component to it. But at any time where something strange is going on, I think it's wrong to discount the idea that there might be something out there that's trying to con us, because that happens
Well,
here
Satan.
now on this plane. Like you can't
Satan.
go down the streets. Well, exactly. So what I mean though is that those same tendencies happen in human nature. You can get conned by a con man here and now. So why wouldn't that same principle exist in another dimension, in the next life, in a spiritual plane between God and Satan? Somebody's going to take your money from you. They're going to use lies to do it. 4, 5,
Yeah,
6,
the only
7.
reason
Why am I counting your fingers?
Because I'm telling Robyn to do a visual 10 count so that we can figure out whether her auditory is out or just her visual.
I thought I was supposed to shut up in 10 seconds.
No. Okay, so she's losing 1 in 4 packets.
The only reason I feel like who is dying in the process sees somebody that
You're talking about the white light experience
is
or
family member
the family
is
member?
because I've actually witnessed people dying on their dying bed saying that they see their son that's literally already dead, but they see their son right there in the same room. So that's what brought me to believe in ghosts, because I never was able to believe in ghosts because I've never seen a ghost. But it's like for my resident tell me that their son is in the same room as us right now because they're on their dying bed getting ready to die. Like I don't know. I don't know what to believe.
And I am not well, it's take it however it sounds. Why ghosts though? Why not something better? Why does it? Because a ghost is here. You know what I mean?
The idea of a loved one trapped on Earth in a ghostly form is despicable to me. I wouldn't want my loved one
Well,
trapped here.
I'm not saying that that's what when she's.
No, I mean it's sad.
She's.
It's sad to imagine people trapped here on Earth for hundreds, if not tens of hundreds of years.
Oh yeah, like you haven't finished something. You haven't completed.
Yeah, I don't
task.
believe in that.
And hear me, if I haunt this house when I'm dead, it's because I've got all these unfinished projects over here.
Yeah.
That they haven't been sold yet, or I haven't finished that video game. Can you imagine? I'm stuck. I died.
You're stuck because you couldn't
here,
complete level 12.
and I'm stuck here because I didn't finish that campaign in Call of Duty. or whatever. Yeah. There's all these books on this shelf. I have all these comic books I was supposed to read and do a review on, but I died first, and now all of my loved ones are going to have to read them for me, get into my YouTube account, produce videos, and only then will I be able to advance into the next spiritual plane.
Yeah, well, just to speak to what Super V was talking about, I think
we lost Robyn, though.
Yeah, I hope she comes back.
She said that she's going to come back. She was just having some issues.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, just to talk to Super V, I believe that in finding a baseline that gives you a point to build from,
a foundation, something
a foundation,
built on rock, maybe.
Yep, yeah. I was working my way there, but you forced me to skip half a dozen
paragraphs.
Damn
it! Spoiler alert.
And if you build your
medical
foundation,
terminology is baseline is like what is your basically out way to go
datum,
is your baseline.
Datum. Yeah. And I would say to you that it is 100% that the spiritual world exists. So demons, angels, God, Jesus, all of that is 100% very, very real. And I would go one step further as to say that the paranormal, the occult, witchcraft, there's a reason why the Bible says not to have anything to do with it, is because Satan is an incredibly powerful being in his own right. And it is not inconceivable for a religion built around worshipping him, whether it is known to be him or not, for them to have or be able to exhibit powers. And I would actually give you evidence in that the verses in the Bible where I believe it was it Elijah that challenged the priests, and they turned one of their staffs into a snake, and then his staff ate the snake of the other one. There is evidence of occult power in the Bible. Now, we know that must come from Satan because it is not of God. So if we assume that there is a very powerful, malevolent spirit in the world, then things like the occult become not only conceivable, but to be expected, because he is the great deceiver and his single goal in life is to destroy us in as many numbers as he can achieve. So
that's from
set as your
Exodus,
baseline, set as your baseline the acceptance of the spiritual. And then you can come into a situation where you don't need to explain the individual event, because you have an explanation that allows for any spiritual encounter, and it's not your place to tell a person that their interpretation of a spiritual encounter is or is not real or true or accurate. So you can honestly say to your patients, if they experience something, say, look, I believe you. I believe in the spiritual world. And if you find comfort in what you're saying to me now, then embrace it. Because in that moment, what they need is reassurance, not education.
Oh, no. I understand that. I've been a hospice nurse for, like, not
Yeah.
nurse, sorry. Hospice aide, because I'm not a nurse. I'm a CNA. But I've been a hospice aide for a pretty long time. 7 years is a long time to deal with this stuff. But I actually had a resident, it was probably about when I started, which was 7 years ago, and she was related to Amelia Earhart, and Amelia Earhart landed in Washington, and that's where
I
I'm
thought
like,
she died.
so yeah, she actually died in Washington, so it's just like it's a big thing at the Pandoran airport that I live at, which is Wenatchee. So
Wait,
it's
is
like
this a Mandela effect thing? Because she died in flight. What are you talking about? A different thing?
That's what I've heard, and then I hear different things here because they're always like, oh, she landed here, but then there's always that like conspiracy, like, oh, she didn't, so I don't know, like I really don't know. I just know that her great granddaughter was actually in a nursing home that I was in, and she said that she saw her aunt. So it's like that's where I was like, I don't know.
Okay, all right.
What I
I
know,
was just you. I heard that off the one side. I was like, wait a minute, no, she's not.
yeah.
I heard the other thing. Okay, I believe
I
that
think this is what
Spirit
I
of the
think this is
Apostle
what
is becoming his own interdimensional being right now.
yes. I mean, well, I don't know if this is the same thing, but I think this is what we're really wanting to get to here, right? Right. You know,
Just like the Bible says, it's basically an intergalactic invasion into this space through people. I'm telling you, it's what all the ancients said. It's what they warned of. It's what we're dealing with. They're demons. They're frickin' interdimensional invaders, okay? I'll just say it. Make fun of me all you want on CNN or wherever, but everyone already innately knows this. These people are not frickin' humans, okay? Hillary Clinton is a goddamn demon.
Perfect.
I believe that.
So Robyn did say, yes, I agree, Apostle. Even with my own beliefs, it's not our place to mention it in those moments.
Yeah. I think a lot of the time when we experience things like, well, I might actually have this wrong because I was typing for so long, I forgot who I was typing to. I thought it was Contrivia C Shot. Yeah, it was.
I'm gonna get her to change her name to Killshot.
I can't. Yeah, seriously, Killshot's so way cooler. My grandfather, who I was extremely close to, passed away this January, and I was not allowed to. That was just, it's just terrible. But I just lost it. It just moved on me. Right, and I was not allowed to be there when he was given assistance to pass. Given assistance to pass. So killed by a C shot, lost a family member in last January, and was not allowed to see them.
Killshot says you can address me as Killshot or Coomshot.
I'm very sorry to hear that, though, by the way. But we're laughing at the screen, by the way. I just couldn't help myself. But I'm very sorry to hear that.
No, exactly. I'm watching a Bearded Apostle.
What's the background noise?
The center one.
That's super.
Somebody's watching TV.
It's not me. That's my TV right there.
No, I know.
So the next day, they had a dream about her.
It wasn't me, it was him.
Yeah.
Bearded, can you see the chat?
Yeah.
Can you find this one, killed by a cum shot? Am I allowed to say that now? Because it's only 4:16 in the morning.
Well, hey, if you develop a blockage, you might just very well get killed by a cum shot.
Oh my god. Oh dear.
Actually, we legalized assisted death over here.
Right. So you're seeing the thing that I'm seeing?
I don't know. I might be seeing it twice. What am I looking for?
Killed by a C shot, 4:02 and 45 seconds here. I don't know what it says over there. My grandfather, who I was extremely close to, passed away this January.
Mm-hmm.
And I was not allowed to be there when he was given assistance to pass. But at the exact time I felt, the exact time he passed, I felt him go. Weird. I felt a large need to gasp for air, and then I fell to my knees, and I knew he was gone. That feeling was the weirdest feeling I've ever felt. My wife told me when her grandmother passed away that she ended up waking up from not a nightmare, but a weird dream where she could see her grandmother grabbing her by the ears and yelling into her face, "I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm okay."
Really bad feelings for our room lately.
I'll pray later.
Whose TV is that?
Whoa, even a whisper came through. My son was just saying he's getting a weird feeling.
And then
from
the
his
next
bedroom,
day,
so
I
said,
had a
"I'll pray
dream
later."
about him passing over and over again. I was crying so much in the dream, and I felt his hand on my shoulder with a voice I've never heard before say, "It's okay. He is okay." That was very, very similar to what my wife was saying whenever her grandmother, my wife's grandmother, passed away. That it was somebody that she was close to, and that it's almost like that kind of thing that they write movies about. There's unfinished business, things have to be taken care of, but at the same time, how do you know that it's that and not the doctrine that you've been taught the entire time, that this is just a lie, because Satan lies and he'll do anything that he can to try to alter your beliefs into blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. My personal my personal opinion is that we are a lot more empathic than we think, in that when we have emotional, especially in a group situation, whenever we have emotional situations like that we cannot help but feel it, because why would we have emotions otherwise? When we all go to a movie together, which I believe movie theaters are important, we laugh, we cry, even among strangers. That having that very healthy, not like this social media.
Am I coming through?
Only just
Yes.
now.
Okay. What I was going to say is, have you heard of something
when
called
we're
the gift
just
of discernment?
just 1 second. When
Yep.
we're
Carry
when we are experiencing those heavy emotional moments, like at a wedding or at a funeral, that it's healthy for us. That is a natural hive instinct, not like what we have with social media, where we are all automatically pissed off at each other. That we actually have to be in proximity, and that there is some sort of an emotional give and take. We cry at funerals for one reason, and we cry happy tears at weddings,
Mm-hmm.
and we emote together at movies. We're excited, we clap, we understand victory, but we're all in that one room watching that same thing. Which is why Netflix and chill has never been an option for me. I want to be able to go out and spend money, eat popcorn, and love the same thing and feel the same thing that I would be with my common man, even though that I don't know them. And that when there's an emotional connection that is so strong between a family member, that when they pass away, it's not one of those weird spiritual things where are they a ghost or not or whatever. It is actually literally a heartstring that has been plucked so loud, plugged
Yeah.
into that Marshall amp that God gave you, that you have no choice but to hear it for days.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make
Well,
sense?
absolutely, because let me put a couple of verses to you from the Bible. It talks about being aware of who you sleep with or lie with, because there's a spiritual connection that is established through the physical act.
My wife and I
So,
sleep in different rooms. Saying.
but
We
the
get better
Bible
sleep.
establishes that a spiritual connection is possible between people, and if the person that you are spiritually connected to passes, I believe there probably is a way or some sort of scenario where you might be aware of it. I can't speak to it beyond more than that, but what I would also venture is that there is such a thing as the discernment, the gift of the discernment of spirits, or spiritual discernment. And if that is something that is given to you by God, then I can't really speak to what you may or may not be aware of, or what you might feel, or what you might sense. I know, for example, my little brother used to see, people, I guess. One specific example is there was a church that we used to walk past most nights, and he would see a young girl walking behind the pillars. So this church had archways all around it, and it was covered on three sides with a balcony. And he would see this little girl walking backwards and forwards behind the columns, and she never left, never came out onto the grass, never went inside, never went away. But he would see her walking around that church regularly. Now, what am I to tell him that what he saw wasn't true? So I can't explain what he saw, but I know that there's circumstances under which it can happen.
Oops.
Yeah.
My bad.
Hold on, you kicked
I
out the
didn't.
wrong one.
I know you're like, whoever's CPU
Okay, am I in
needs a
time now?
break. You look great. You sound
Yes. You look.
Or
Am
you
I in time
sound
with the
great and you look
audio?
fine. I can't
Yes,
remember
you are.
which one.
There's no
Yes.
lag anymore.
Now you are.
Right.
But yeah,
Now I
that's what I
am.
think.
Okay, good.
Those are the two
As long
theories
as
that I
as
believe.
long as you keep doing this. No, put it back.
Yeah, but
There,
just to
don't
finish
move.
responding to your crisis, those
Sorry,
are two
Apostle. I didn't
scenarios
mean to
where I can
interrupt you.
put a No, you didn't. Because I'm
She
basically
did
done.
it
Because
again.
as far as my scriptural knowledge goes, I can either think of a situation where it might be somebody who has a gift of discernment and is aware of things beyond the normal that are of a spiritual nature, or it could just be that there is some sort of connection, like if it's a partner or someone like that who passes, or a child. I can't speak to the spiritual connection that exists between parents, family members. I don't know what it is, so I won't put any defining parameters on it. So I do believe that people who say, well, I felt someone pass, or I experienced this, or I saw that, I won't ever say to them, no, you didn't, because I can think of 2 examples off the top of my head where it's possible. So if there are 2, there are possibly more. And so I won't speak to the spiritual. I will accept many options as possible unless the Bible says no. If the Bible says no, then that's it. I'm out. I won't give it credence. Doesn't mean that I'll show it disrespect. I will acknowledge anybody's right to believe what they believe. Doesn't mean I will believe it, but I can still be respectful of your beliefs without acknowledging them, if you know what I mean. Because I'm acknowledging your right to believe it, not the God that you portray to be real. I can't
I like that.
do it. It would be a hypocrite, because if I say to you, okay, well, I accept your God, then I'm betraying mine. And if I say to you, well, you should accept my God, I'm asking you to betray yours. So my God is Yahweh, and his son is Christ, or Yeshua, and he died on the cross so that I could be saved. And the Holy Spirit was put inside of me so that I would have a connection, a living connection to God. That is my belief. Now, what I would say to you, I'm not going to tell you that your beliefs in reincarnation are wrong, but I'm going to challenge you differently within the concepts of your existing beliefs. So rather than say that your beliefs are wrong, I will say to you, within the constructs of your existing beliefs, do you think perhaps the reason why you have reincarnated so many times is because in all those previous lives you failed to find God?
No,
No, it's a
not
mental
at all.
exercise.
Well, there isn't one.
Well, I'm answering the mental exercise. I got it. I got what you were trying to do. And if I'm not lagging, I will speak. I'm not lagging, right?
Please do. I'm sure you've got a lot built up. I'm
We're talking
serious.
about beliefs, right? So I can tell you what I believe only, because
Of
everyone
course.
has their own beliefs, like you've established.
Mm-hmm.
The reincarnation thing in my culture is just
Because you're Blackfoot, yes?
yes.
Yes.
Your spirit is everlasting. It's always the same spirit.
Mm-hmm.
However, you can be reborn into a different physical body,
Mm-hmm.
and we live on after this physical body dies, and we move on to a different blueprint. Like if
Because
and you can choose not to come back, but
yeah.
some people do. And when you do choose to come back, then you have a different life plan. But there's also free will involved in that. So
Mm-hmm.
the lessons that we learn end up determining the options that we have for the next lifetime. That's what we believe.
Mm-hmm.
But but God is always present. I mean, some spirits
So
do choose the
which
dark
overall
side.
God do you follow?
Some spirits do choose the dark side, and that's what free
Mm-hmm.
will is there for. I mean, you when Adam and Eve, in the Garden of Eden, I do believe that those were things that happened. Everything that happened in the Bible, I believe that those were experiences, and man wrote the Bible according to what they lived, right? But
Because when you talk about God, are you referring to Epistatoke,
am I referring
or
to what?
how it's pronounced? I don't know how it's pronounced. I've only ever seen it written, but it's Epistatoke, or Apistotke. I think it is Epistatoke, or
The spirit earth, yeah. Well,
Apostolic.
there's for us,
the
there's a spirit
source of
for.
life. I believe is the closest translation.
Do you believe
Well,
what you believe because of your lineage, or because
Because
you?
after you mentioned it earlier, I did some reading up on your culture.
yeah, but we do also have our life experiences that influence our belief systems as well. I mean, we're
Mm-hmm.
just like everyone else. I mean, it's not. I can't speak for the whole tribe. I can
Yeah.
only speak
Well,
for me.
Here's the
So,
question: if free will is a huge part of the belief,
yeah.
and
Well, for me it is.
yeah, and you are capable within that confine of changing your beliefs, there's actually nothing within your religion that prevents you from exploring Christianity as an option, because your free will would allow you to convert, for lack of a better word, to a Christian belief without even conflicting with your Blackfoot heritage, because free will is held so predominantly important to you, because each life that you live has its own right to choose its religion.
Super V's
Does
got
that
to
make sense?
bail.
Well, I mean, I can't speak for all of
I'm not
the
speaking for
Blackfoot.
you. No, just for
I know.
you
Well,
personally. Yeah.
for me personally, there's a multitude of things going on. Because when I was born, I remember my first memory as an infant was my mother. The smell of my mother, the way she coddled me, the way we were together. I remember knowing that I knew her spirit first. And I only discovered my Native heritage when I was actually later on in life. I didn't even know. I mean, I had darker skin than most of the kids in my class, but I didn't know why until I was 16. And I asked my mom, and I said, because she
Oh,
was
it's quite
taught.
late to find out. Yeah.
Did they
Yeah,
say
because
gum in your hair or other unpleasant
well,
traits?
I noticed I was different because I was darker skinned than the other. It doesn't show right now because the light is so strong there, but
Oh, you're so pale.
maybe.
Yeah, here, let me help. I can do
Hey, I hear
this.
Burgundy's great for enhancing a natural tan.
There it is.
Yo,
That.
don't go there.
A little more paler. I should get more paler.
No, but seriously, when I was growing up, I noticed a difference. Everyone noticed the difference, but it wasn't like
Well, I suppose Canada's like the epitome of white, isn't it?
Yeah,
like
I
most
mean,
of the people there are just plain white,
well,
aren't
you're
they?
you're dealing
No.
with some Vikings
No?
up there, and then they come
No.
down through Minnesota and
So
start.
Ryan Reynolds isn't a typical Canadian.
What do you
in
mean by
appearance.
typical Canadian? I
Well,
mean,
all
you
the
go to
Canadians are
Montreal
like
and you have
hold up. Stop. We got a quick question here. Gun rights, yes
No,
or
no,
no?
no, 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 no,
Can't
no,
touch
no.
it too
We've been
long,
through
too
this
in depth.
before. We've been through this before, Koolfrogg. These are people that come in and then they strike you because
Yeah.
if you say
Can't
yay or
touch it.
nay, they're the political people who come through and then they try to strike your channel for shit.
Really?
I'm gonna say anything that.
Remember they
protects
asked about the
me
abortion
against
thing?
anything.
Right.
Yeah,
You can
no,
join us
we're
for
not
the
here to
conversation,
discuss.
or
The
you can.
topic of the conversation is religious belief. We're not here to talk about gun rights, politics, or anything like that. If you'd like to talk about that, I am sure you can get a hold of Koolfrogg at a
I'm
separate
gonna
time and
say
organise for a
things.
specific.
Yes, if you
stream
are.
to
Exactly.
topic.
I'm gonna say
That's
yes,
what
if you are
help.
legit.
You can totally
Things that
join me
help
for another
kick your
conversation at
ass,
some other time,
yes.
and
Yeah.
we can talk about it. But yeah, right now we're talking about other things. You can
Yeah,
totally
and as
join
far
our
as Robyn
conversation
is
that we're
concerned, I'm
having.
gonna say hockey sticks used to hit something other than a puck. Yes.
Always goes back to hockey when there's a Canadian in the house.
Hockey.
Oh man,
I
I've just recently
You're not
been.
saying it right. You're not saying
I've
it. It's
just
not
recently been
hockey.
exposed to Letterkenny and
Don't say
Shorzy.
hockey like you're from the Great Lakes. You gotta say hockey like you're from.
Yeah.
I don't know. I say hockey the way I say it, right?
Crisis.
See, you're like
I've
between
just
the
recently
two. You're
become
trying
aware
to
of
split
2
the
TV
baby.
shows.
I know. You're
Just think about Jordan Peterson when you say hockey, right?
hockey.
Hockey.
Well, Koolfrogg, where do you want the
One piece of
conversation to go?
hockey.
It's your channel, so you decide.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be
Nope,
back in a
you guys
minute.
are fine.
and
What rules, you
What'd you
sons of
say?
I'll be back.
Okay.
He's gonna be back.
Koolfrogg, what'd you say?
Well, you weren't listening to me anyway, so I might
So
as well
wherever-
take this break to go and give my mum a hug.
Yeah,
I wasn't
absolutely.
I wasn't
was
trying
saying
to cut
I've
you
just
off.
recently been exposed to 2 TV shows that I think are phenomenal. One is called Letterkenny, and the other is called Shorzy. And it's Letterkenny is a small town of 5,000 people, and these are their problems. And it's based in Canada. And Shorzy, go and Google them. Holy shit, they're amazing, and I can't even begin to explain it because it's just they're Canadian, and it's beyond me, and it's amazing. I'll be back.
All right.
Ow! I just ripped out
I'm
my
not
hair.
leaving until you get.
I
back
didn't
here.
hear all that. I'm sorry.
Letterkenny is a show about Canadians in Canada, and I know I'm not getting that right, but it's supposed to be fairly well written.
I don't know. I haven't seen it. I can't comment on it.
Fortitude
Again,
is
Corrupt
pretty
Void.
tricky.
If you would like to join the conversation at hand, please do. If you don't want to, that's fine. Come catch me somewhere else and we'll have a private conversation.
Is somebody giving you a hard time?
If you join,
No.
Okay.
you just need to respect Koolfrogg's guidelines for his channel. That's all.
Exactly. It's my channel.
Fox Rain says,
Please be
"Lol,
nice.
Shirts is the best co-host. Shot that down like an Obama Predator drone."
I got there. No, this isn't
Perfect.
right. There's So no, you guys keep talking. There's stuff going on.
No,
in the
right.
chat.
And that's what I was
should be
exactly going to do is I was going to actually stop
should be paying
this
attention
from
to-
happening because it's my channel and I need to pay attention to my chat. And that I seen it, and that's why I said, hold up, I need to actually, take care of the situation at
I'm
hand.
not even paying attention to where.
I'm
I
glad
stopped
Shirts jumped on that
filming
for
the
me.
wheel.
Thanks for jumping on the landmine.
Yeah, it was almost like
I wasn't gonna
Well,
do anything other than do exactly that and just be like, we need to actually, if you need to talk to me about it, we'll go somewhere else. And we'll
The
talk.
Jonas brothers are here. They're out there
Jonas
somewhere.
Brothers.
Sasha and Malia are huge fans,
Sorry, that was loud.
but boys don't get any ideas.
You and your
I have two words for you.
Welcome back,
Predator
Germs.
You will never see it coming.
Mitchell, it's on the Twitch side.
You think I'm joking?
No, we don't, Obama, because you made that very clear throughout your entire presidency. You're not.
Okay.
Anyway.
I have a question for you guys.
You know,
since I'm
is there-
Canadian,
there-
I have now I have a question.
There is such a thing as an American Canadian swear box. Every time you say sorry, you have to put a quarter in.
Really?
Yeah,
You,
an
you can
American
put you
quarter,
can
not
you
one
can
of those-
deposit that in buymeacoffee.com/Koolfrogg.
Tim Hortons. Woohoo! Come on, Tim Hortons, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
No,
Tim
but
Hortons
seriously, I mean,
I believe I have it set to buy me a book.
Not give. I'm trying to make money, man. How am I gonna do that? I'm gonna be poor if
Start
I.
depositing those quarters. I think you made about $20 today, something like that.
Somebody did, not me. Oh man.
You had an idea. You were about to say something before we went off on coffee. What was it?
Yeah, but I want to go along with Koolfrogg with his.
No,
his,
continue.
His theme. I do have ADHD. I have to admit, so I'm kind of.
Who doesn't?
Who among us?
A lot of people, yeah, but one of the side effects
America's
of that
Shirts?
is
Don't you want to answer?
when I'm cut off, I forget. So I'm sorry.
Same.
No.
that happened.
Take back my 25 cents, please.
No, 20
You
and a
get the
quarter.
25. You get the 25 cents back when you remember what you were talking about.
Ooh.
Busted my.
No, look, I'm telling
I don't
you,
have balls,
this-
but you're
this
busting
whole-
something.
You know, I submit that Marjorie Taylor Greene
Germs, I hear that.
and Lauren Boebert
Jordan Peterson
each have
accent.
a big
No
giant
refund.
glass jar on their desk filled with the balls of the GOP. And I'm only halfway joking. Okay.
I'm not gonna
All
comment.
right. I'm not saying that they don't deserve them. They're the only two people in Congress that actually display any balls. Is this on?
Someone else want to answer?
Is this on?
Balls. Wrong.
The women in
Wrong.
women in
Wrong.
government have
Wrong.
jars of balls on their desk that belong
Wrong.
to the men in the GOP,
Wrong.
and that they have to ask permission to use them before they vote on anything.
Joe Biden's brains. Wrong.
Oh my. Everyone's gone to the bathroom or something probably.
I don't do that, actually. I never have to pee when I'm on stream. It's a superpower.
That's
I'm the same. It's the second I get done,
You
and
can
it's like,
tell
oh,
if this
man.
happens.
that is a super power.
If this happens, and this happens,
There you go.
It means you're gone.
See you later.
No, right,
You're gone.
exactly.
You're gone to
That
sleep.
means- no, it
No,
means I'm
here.
not going upstairs to use the bathroom.
Here, check these people out. Read their signs closely.
That is some terrible design work. Oh my God. Why don't they put a white outline around the I and the W and the I and the L?
Oh,
What
Koolfrogg,
is
you didn't get
going
a chance to
on
see
with
what I
that
sent you.
sign?
Comply.
Why did nobody consult me about this? That is a terrible.
Protest.
No one can
You see
read
them a lot
that.
these days.
How do you Earth coin? Coercion?
This
That's
would
not
be-
what it says. It's not consent.
And to be honest, the first
Coercion. Oh, is this what I
This
sent
is
you?
Yeah.
Where
This
did you
is
find
the
that?
last
This is
straw.
comedy
thing I
gold.
tend to do is look around to see who's got the witty.
What do we want? Time travel. When do we want it? It's irrelevant.
Oh man, the best sign. The best sign
sign.
that like
And if
that.
you're going to go to
I'll
the-
wait till it's over. I'll wait.
So
go.
bad.
Well,
Even
this is-
introverts are here.
This
to
this
make
was
a sign,
this
you're
was
going to make sure that everything on it is spelled correctly.
This was smartasses that went
Doctors.
went to protest, and they did,
There's
and
no
it's
H.
misspelled protest signs. Yeah, political
It's the best.
misspelled. They're trying to make a point, and they
Surely.
don't spell things right.
I don't give a woman.
Just a quick disclaimer, I'm
doctors.
absolutely not here to comment on any of your political stances or ideologies. I'm literally just here to look at your misspellings, skull emoji. Get a brain, moron!
Get a brain, morons.
No
The mullet.
pubic
I'm sorry.
option.
No pubic options.
So bad.
Oh, no pubic
I
option.
saw this and I was like, I had to share.
Pubic option. Follow the science.
Where did you
Robert
find
McCulloch
this? This
is a
comedy
damn.
gold.
Yeah. We the peep, shame on you. Say no to socialism. No amnesty. No immensity. Not an extremist, just extremely overtaxed. No amnesty. Freedom is a senial. This lot tried to spell out.
Freedom is the
Freedom is a senial. This lot tried to spell out secede, but
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
sectee.
Suck D.
I love the Morans one.
Sectee cuts to reduction.
Cuts to adduction. Never.
Education.
You need a better education. Holy man.
Never heal. Homeschoolers for Perry.
Homeschoolers.
Stundance
the
for
best.
McCain. Thank you, Fox News, for keeping us enthroned. Eliminate government corruption. Take back America. Shame.
Take back Emercia.
America. Oh my god.
America. Shame on the church. Tax to none for
Taxed. None.
Shame on the chair.
Obama
Is Antichrist?
This watch
is the
watch.
Antichrist. Let them breath. Less taxes. Let me fix Washington.
Let Mitt Fitz Washington.
Freedom! My future is in your hands. Liberials are stealing my liberty. Give peace a chance. Except that's not the peace sign. That's the Mercedes sign. Not a choice.
Where did you find this?
Well, they already screwed that up, as you can see.
Oh, we'll promote this guy's
Obligation
channel when we're done.
Politicians are like dippers. Stop the electric collage. California. Glaring
My daughter
example
found it.
of liberal failure. Freedom doesn't come free. No.
Freedom doesn't come free.
My daughter found this.
Doesn't come
she loves
free.
trouble.
No, mandatory. Impeach Obama. Impeach Obama. Obama, Commander and Thrive. We will remember in November. Oi, don't be a snitch.
I love they
Teach
get
our
both
children
sides.
reading.
Teach our children.
The thing is, my daughter knows how to spell and read better than this.
Arithmetic.
Writing. Arithmetic. Respect our country. Speak English. Make English America's a fickle language. This is America, and our only language is English. And I've got one more to show you. No spelling mistakes, but still an absolute shit show. I am a free.
I am afraid I'm not ban a number.
I am not man. A number.
My daughter
I have
showed
an oldie
that to
but
me
a goodie.
So,
I have an oldie.
hold on before you move on. That is Matt Rose, Mattrose. Matt Rose. Everybody should go subscribe to Matt Rose. He's just wonderful. Everything that he's done, I've watched quite a few clips. He's great. Again, check out Matt Rose.
If you've
and it's a 14-year-old that showed it to me.
If you've seen this, say so, and I will get rid of it. But it is some of the most rewatchable shit I've ever seen in my life.
That is again, isn't that Matt Rose again? I think it's the same guy.
Is this
isn't it?
Matt Rose
'Cause
again?
I saw that
Scroll
tonight.
down.
Will edits.
Will Edit. Make sure you check out Will Edit.
the
There's
other one I
reasons
saw.
that you go and you say their names and ask people to subscribe to them.
That way you don't get in trouble for it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Tell me if it's too loud.
Am I pregnant? Am I pregnant? Am I pargant? Am I gregnant? Am I pegnate? Help? Is there a possibility that I'm
I saw this
pregnant?
tonight.
Am I pregnant or am I okay? Could I be pregonate? How do I know if I'm pregnant? Can I be pregnant? Can oo get pregante? Can oo bleed while oo are pergert? Can oo down a 20-foot water slide pegnat? How can I get my GF pregnant? What happened when get Perginat? How can a 9-year-old get pregnant? Will my get pragnan? What is the best time to sex to become pregnant? Does anyone know how many teens get pregnant a year? Are these systems of being pregnant? Girlfriend ain't had periods since she got pregat. Is it possible having sex to a 8 months pregnant? If a woman has starch marks on her... Wait.
Starch.
If a woman has starch masks on her body, does that mean she has been pregnant before? Period, question mark. I circle as normal, but yet I still don't get pregnant. What can I use? Period, question mark. Has anybody got pregnant by just pre-cum while using birth control? Did most you women feel pregnant before find out? I am pregnant the last 5 weeks, so can I start sex? Danger ops, pregnant sex. Will it hurt baby top of his head? Me and my boyfriend are tying to get prefnat, and haven't took my birth control in 12 days? 38 plus 2 weeks? Pregnant? I think my dog is pregnant. Can I get bringed if he had a condom on? How long can Ugo be pregnant to get an abortion? I think I'm pregnant with my 14th child.
Pause it for a second. You can't even keep a straight face.
Can you burn a Luigi board?
He's laughing when he says it. When he says it too.
You better go subscribe to him right now.
How many takes do you?
You laughed too hard. You better hit
Hey,
that
Vsauce.
subscribe button.
Michael here.
I want to see
At
you
the
hit
age
it.
of 18, Carl Sagan looked like a teenager.
I
But
did.
it doesn't take long
Push the
in an old
subscribe
high
button.
school yearbook
Come on,
to
subscribe
find
for all of us.
teenagers who look surprisingly old. These people...
Am I pregnant? Am I...
Society is damned.
Subscribe to him. There you
We're
go.
all
Ring that
damned.
bell. There you go. Wonderful.
We're all
Thank you.
damned, man.
I know.
Education.
Every time I see that, I mean, look.
Oh, you're like,
That's
yeah!
so-
Okay, I'm not the only one, right? Thank God IDCrisis.
No, you turned around so that nobody could see you crying because you,
I
as a Canadian, thought it would be impolite.
No, well, because yesterday I went into
You
the
turned
ugly
around.
laugh.
You
It
turned
was
away from
terrible.
us.
I
What?
figured, it was. I'm so loud.
Oh my
I'm so
God!
loud
Are
when
you
I
kidding
laugh. I
me?
can't control myself. I can't
Some of the best
control
stories,
myself.
the best stories I've ever heard my sister tell me were the ones where I couldn't understand what she was saying because she was laughing so hard when she told me.
Oh, but I don't want to
She
laugh
went
like
to
I did yesterday, because if I do, it's just gonna probably bust everybody's ears off.
That's fine. No,
It wasn't to be.
don't worry about it. Exactly.
shot.
Look,
Seriously,
Oh my
someone
God,
needs to
you guys
check
are killing me.
that
we already
starch
know
girl.
that
That's not normal.
we already know that you're 5'10". Okay.
What does that have to do with anything?
And you
I
were
swear to God, my
5'11".
microphone
Well,
don't
I
work.
take this myself. I used to be 5'11", but now that I'm 50, I'm 5'10".
Actually, I'm
think that
5'9"
has
and a
some-
half now. I'm 45,
Okay.
so I
Right.
shrunk a bit. Yeah.
Right, so we have that in common, and that's and that's great. Don't shy away from it. Laugh loud.
Bunch of
And
oldies
Oh
on
man, I
here.
laughed.
Jeez.
Koolfrogg, I laughed
I'm-
so loud yesterday. I really thought I hurt people's ears. I really.
we're not we're not old. We're wise.
Oh, I put myself in there because I'm also 45.
Are you?
Wow.
That's
Yeah.
cool. Oh, cool then.
Okay. Oh man,
The bearded
actually-
apostles.
I need medical
40
attention.
Dude, when you
Stat.
laugh so hard that it hurts the back of your head.
Killed by a sea shot. I love these. Koolfrogg, I think you're onto something here, man. That's why I sent you the president one, because I thought
Oh,
that
it's
was
there. I just haven't played it yet.
no, but the sign misspelling. Oh my gosh.
That was good. I like that one a lot.
Yeah.
And I like that it was like both sides.
But I had
Yeah.
seen this same video that you guys suggested. Who sent you that? Who put that up? The pregnant one.
Oh, I put that. Well, I was watching your misspelling signs. Like,
Okay,
I've
so
seen
you
that
found
before,
it
but-
through that link then, right? Because I had just watched it too, but I didn't post that one. So.
No, actually, I probably misspelled my search, but that video,
Toy
video
box,
is
that's
so
awesome, bro.
popular. It's just like, hey, the algorithm just found it. I'm like, that's
Okay.
the one. Yeah.
It's one of the ones I watched tonight, though. I was with my
There you
daughter.
go. Do it,
She's
James.
the one that found the Trump video because she's into politics. She's 14 and she's already into politics, right?
That's good.
She wishes she could watch Koolfrogg because she's into politics, and she's sad that it's too late for her, because she has to be in bed. But
Do we need to do an earlier show so she can watch us?
I don't know. We have to be careful too.
God.
I think it depends
wanna
on
be
if there's
responsible.
XX kind of comments happening. And
Oh,
stuff,
I do have it marked so that you have to be 18 to watch.
right. Exactly.
I don't
So
wanna
you would
be
have to give her the
responsible
permission to
I don't want
watch.
to be responsible for influencing, well, anyone really, let alone a kid.
But she finds other
wait,
little
I've
funny
got 3
videos
kids.
online that she's allowed to watch. So that's what.
Right.
That's what.
My youngest just got
Majority of you
her
voted-
permit today, so there's a lot of people out
Oh,
on the
congrats! Congrats!
road. Yeah, I was watching her the whole time, and her mom is like, I'm like, she's going to take the test right now, and she goes, wash your face when she gets up from the chair. You'll probably be able to tell if she passed or failed, and
That's
she looked
nerve-wracking for a parent too.
Yeah, well, it depends on the kid.
Well, because you want them to feel happy after, right?
I
And
do,
see-
but if I also know that they've got absolutely no sense of coordination, then no,
Right.
don't get into my car.
You're not going to lend them the car.
Right, exactly. No, she's good with that stuff. I think it's one of the things that video games is good for, hand-eye coordination.
Yeah, that's true. We call that matricité.
I've honestly, I can tell when I've done like playing a racing video game, like something like man, on the PS2, my favorite one, Need for Speed, Hot Pursuit. I actually found the CD from some song on there by a band called the Buzzhorn. I had to find it on eBay, a promotional copy, because I loved the song so much. But whenever I was done playing that game, if I was like, all right, I got to go to wherever, grocery shop, work, blah, blah, blah. And as soon as I was done playing that game and got in the car, lead foot all the way. As soon as I was done playing that game, Need for Speed, I'm playing a racing game, and then I'm getting in an actual car and going. I would be
I put a poll up earlier in the week, and the overwhelming majority of you voted not for original style content, but more of these misspelling videos. Now this is a democracy, and the people will be heard. So on that note, President, President. What was the first president of United States? Is Donald Trump a good president? How long has Obama been president? What US president first said, "Ask not what you can do for your country"? What would you do if you were president for a day? Is this Trump's greatest failure as a one-term president? Obamacare. Can't it... here we go. Obamacare. Can't it... be repealed by the next president? If something happens to the vice president, who takes his place? Who should be elected president? Hillary or someone else? Should Hillary Clinton, the blonde girl, should be elected president of the United States or someone else? Will we ever have a woman as the president of the United States? What kind of music likes American President George W. Bush? Hey, ask yourselves this. Why did terrorists attack the USA only when Bush was president? Sure, we have felt the dangers of terrorists. Only real attack was 9/11. Only President Bush. Was mother of Bush, the USA president, a porno star? Why did a president of the United States give a warning that's supposed to be against the military-industrial complex? Not industrial, sorry. My head hurts. Is my President Obama cartoon very funny to you? Who is the President of United States? Who is the name of the President of America? Best President, worst President, why? How much can Fauci possibly know about COVID? He spends all his time on TV and taking shots at the president.
Oh, we're not contesting the fact that, whatever, we're not doctors. At all. Everybody should actually go see their doctors and do what's best for them.
Every freaking day.
How did President
I
Obama pass an
Fauci.
FBI background check? Why was President Truman
Everyone should. It's required by the CDC.
Is that the
allegedly?
One I sent?
I have the candle. Do you have the candle? I have the candle.
I just clicked him from out of the Discord, so.
I can tell.
How did President Obama pass an FBI background check? Why was President Truman against declaring war on China during the Korean War? Did President Hoover actually do something that caused the Depression at all, like something he passed, or was he just at the wrong place at the wrong time? Who is the first president of India? Who is the first president of India? Who's the president of Canada? Who is president of Sri Lanka? Why does the president of Venezuela, Chavez, wants to be like Fidel Castro? How does president write laws? What is the song that's always playing when the president enters? What is this music called? Where can I get an MP3 of it? Reasons why they should pick you for vice president at school. Steve received 50 votes for class president, but Michelle received 52 votes. What percent of the total vote did? For my daughter, please help and show work. Should the US
just Democrat, it's all of it.
change to allow Barack Obama to be president for life? We all know that Barack Obama is the most popular president of the 20th century, but should we change the US Constitution?
I'm still stuck on 102%.
To allow him to be president for life, or maybe
I might have sent you
president
the
of
wrong
Earth.
link.
What is the name of the US president who was dug out of his tomb? What did John F. Kennedy do as a president? I made a comment on Fox News about the president's birth cert. I feel I was being Senka, and they ask who I am. Who am I? And wanted my email and password. I erase what I type in and sign out. What happened to free speech?
This is just ridiculous.
Like I said, I'm still stuck on 102%.
This is all that Yahoo thing. Like Yahoo was trying to build a database of questions and answers, right?
Oh man, I hope I didn't send you the wrong link because it was really short. It was a short video. Is this one?
This thing's 4 minutes, 52 seconds.
Oh, it's good though. It's 4 minutes and 52 seconds of comedy gold.
It's funny. It's
Was Reagan the greatest
I haven't seen it,
president?
though.
In the
That's
decorating and remodeling answer section, we have the question, what US presidenta had a special bathtub big? Should we elect Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton as president? What are the pros and cons of each? America has a big deskians. Which way?
Has
What should the
great
role of the
discussions.
government in the USA? I draw your attention to point 4. What is the
Don't
President
be
of the United
swapped it,
States
you see
role?
them
Do you
not
think
and then
President
stick
should be
them
based on
because
experience
they want to stick
and
with men.
knowledge,
Mind
regardless
you,
of their nationality? Do you think
Get
Hillary
this.
or Obama or McCain should be crowned president? Please answer. Jesus Christ. To the people of the world.
Yeah, we'll
To
see.
the people.
I'll think
What you
about
see
it.
in the news is not the truth. The banks of this world is take over the little people. We need to stop them. If we don't, our lives are going to be hell. The president of the USA is a big fat liar. Just take the time and look up on Mr. Obama and see how he lies. We need to stand it up and take off the power for the little PO. Isn't the president supposed to salute the Medal of Honor recipient? Did President Lincoln ever feel proudly to have his face on the $100 bill? And also, when he ended the Civil War, did he feel good about saving men in harm's way? I mean, he saved tons of men just because he was a top leader. It's too bad he got executed. Is it true that President Obama is Osama's brother? Is it true that Obama presidential candidate is Muslim? Is it bad to have a president who is as overweight as President Trump? Who will be the next president? And we'll leave things on that question. Thanks as ever.
We'll have to look it up in the Bible
Again, that
tomorrow.
was Matt Rose. Everybody go subscribe to Matt Rose.
Also, the feeling I was getting was like a good and bad feeling at the same time. Like someone was gonna.
Holy crap, there was like 5 or 6 separate moments there where I was like, no, wait, but as if I had something to say. Matt Rose, subscribe all. I'm gonna have to go through my list and like take away all of the things that I subscribe to about being a good stock trader, because those didn't help at all.
They never do.
No, I know. Like, this is how you read a candle chart. I'm like, yes, I'm on it, because it's pictures and not like financial disclosure forms from any company I plan on investing in that I don't understand anyways. Yeah, I need to cull my list of stuff. Actually, I need to go through it and find out, oh yeah, I subscribed to that because it was really, really funny. And now it's relevant.
so funny.
Now it's relevant because I'm in places where funny things matter. I actually had a person, or I shouldn't say a person, but a hosting company, not accost me. They wanted me to use their service because they knew that I was having trouble with the current hosting company that I have in Twitter. I put out a tweet that said, I can receive email, but I can't send email. It goes off into some kind of an ether, and then 3 days later it tells me that the email wasn't sent. And because I put that tweet out, they were like, are you sick of those people? Do you want to host with us? I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like somebody wants me to buy a watch off of a street in New York City, and that it's probably fake. But anyways, holy shit, 502. Did you follow all that?
No.
I feel like I should say something smart.
I'm having this issue with my email where I send an email and it doesn't go
You
anywhere.
still having that same issue?
Yes, it doesn't go
my.
anywhere. Yeah, right. And here's the thing: if I switch to another hosting company, am I going to get prorated for the money that I paid to the previous hosting company, so that I can spend it on the next one, who will also fuck everything up? You know, like it's weird. It's like, are you going to give me money for the lease that I traded in early and whatever? I just want my email to work. That's all I want. Work my email the right way, and I'll be happy. Don't make me go through all this stuff. And if I complain on Twitter, do I get the problem fixed? No. What I get is another hosting company going, "Oh, we can fix it."
Oh my god! Comic
Wait.
genius.
Read it. I dare you.
I always feel,
I always feel
I
proud.
always feel proud when I hear the Star Bungled Bummer, the
Stars Bungled Bummer.
Oh man. Look, if he's making fun of the whole country, then I feel like it's not targeted at me, and that's
Okay.
fine.
For me, it was Hillary Clinton.
Clinton.
That got me. Hillary Clinton. that got me.
Never forget the man in the boat.
Oh my.
I don't feel no ways tired. Now all we need is get the Pokemon Go to the polls.
Killed by a shot says, "Yep, Clinton." Yeah.
It's 5 o'clock in the morning for you up there.
I do have to go though, Koolfrogg.
I'm not
thank
telling
you
you.
for
I'm not
inviting
telling
me
you where
again.
to go. I'm just saying. I know it's 5 o'clock in the morning for you up there because it's 5 o'clock in the morning for me down here.
Yeah.
Fun fact: when I lived in Key West, which is not a different time zone, my mother, who lived in the same time zone, would always ask me, "What time is it there?" You know what I mean? As if time zones switch from here to here.
Poor thing.
Yeah.
Realize.
Yeah.
Hi,
Like
Larry's clip pound wasn't popular because if didn't have a very good pubic face.
they're still on the misspelling in chat.
It is. It's like
I
Hi,
spit
Larry's
my
Clinton
drink out
Town
for
wasn't
that one.
Oh yeah, Mitchell.
That's you, bearded apostle.
I lived in Key West for a year, and then I had a daughter, and decided that Key West was no place.
How long would you like it, Mitchell?
There was no place to raise a kid.
I heard you, ID.
Yeah, 1 year.
Oh God!
What's up, Madcore?
It was a bad decision. I had no idea what I was doing, and I left after a year.
You're still awake, Madcore?
Yeah, I remember that story. You talked about that. ID.
I did.
Oh
man.
You told. Well, I mean, the people here haven't heard it. Like most
I'm like
people in
that
our
uncle
chat
who
here.
keeps telling the same joke over and over again, aren't I?
No, this is just the second
Wrong.
time you've said it because somebody
That's
asked,
wrong.
and that's fine. But I do remember you talking about that with like Key West and like you didn't want your kids to.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Madcore, there's a link above. You can click on that if you want.
It's a very beautiful. It's odd because it's the only place in the Keys that has architecture that resembles a northeastern fishing town. I lived like a block away from Ernest Hemingway's house. And it literally is. If you've ever seen a Hemingway cat, the place is full of cats.
Really?
Nothing but cats all over the place. And they're called Hemingway cats because they all inbreed and they all have 6 toes.
Disgusting. Obama, my precinct ladder was very well spoken manhole. I could listen to him speaker for hours on end.
We have to tell Madcore what the hell's going on. He's probably coming in here going, "What the hell did I just come into?" He has no idea what we've been doing.
I told him there's a link. He can click on the link if he wants. He can come join us.
Everybody
always
Pin to the top of chat.
whenever they come
You missed some
into
funny stuff, Madcore.
room like this. I have to stop. This is nuts.
Well, I've been wondering.
I mean, like, there's like weird yard stuff that I have to do and grocery shopping that has to happen. And
should I help you?
In 12 hours, my daughter will have been at work for an hour, and I'm supposed to take her there. So, I'm just saying.
Should I help you?
What with the yard work?
We're delirious. No. We're delirious. IDCrisis.
Yeah, no. Bring a shovel.
He's looking at chat. He's looking at chat. I'm sure.
Ain't life a motherfucker?
No, seriously, it's I'm gonna have to bail.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
Sounds
finding
good.
the way for the quick exit.
I'm not a quick exit.
No, you have stuff to do. We get that. It's like me. I should get off. I should get off and go to sleep.
Yeah, it was great seeing you again, everybody. AmericaShirts, Robyn,
Yes,
Koolfrogg,
indeed.
Bearded Apostle. Nice to
Absolutely.
meet you.
IDCrisis link is down below in the description. Everybody should go sub to him, check him out.
Yeah, I have the last
Absolutely.
video that I put up. It's 30 minutes long, but I would love a critique because I think I got lazy editing towards the end. I was like, whatever, just hurry up and get this over with.
Okay, well, I'll check it out tomorrow after I've
Yeah.
had a few hours sleep. I'll check it
Have
out.
a few hours sleep. Check it out. Let me know.
Maybe today.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
I'm
today
gonna have
or
to be up by noon.
I think I got that.
They just want to be silly. They're delirious.
I know. I have.
Nice meeting you, brother.
If I don't, it was nice meeting you too, Bearded. I gotta find you on YouTube here.
Is this the first
Link
time you
is
guys?
down below in the description.
Is this the first time you guys are on the same panel?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I just want to say that America has a really rich and developed history. I mean,
America does, or AmericaShirts?
Yeah, well, I remember the speech that like our foundry fathers believed in library and freedoms for all. They sat outside our shuttle left and rights to box for our B lives.
It's not even chatted anymore. It's not even typed.
We're not responsible for any of that.
Oh my god.
Public schools. God damn you. I'm telling you for real. I mean, it's not even. It's not even right. I moved down
He's
here.
like, I gotta go. I'll see you guys later. About 20 minutes later, I seriously gotta go. I'll see you guys later.
look,
I said
okay,
the same
all
thing
right.
earlier
Is
too.
that
I said
a
I had to go,
Minnesota
but you
thing?
guys are too funny.
I thought it was just a Minnesota that you said bye 3 times.
I'm looking.
Is it a Pennsylvania
no.
thing?
So I'm trying to take off, and I'm looking at all of the freaking the links in Koolfrogg. Oh, the link is in the description.
It is.
It's like looking at the table of contents of a Bible.
As it should be.
128. Zero head, red voice, Breitbart, you're worse than me. My
Well,
wife.
those are the
I'm a
links to the
conservative.
stuff that we talked about at the beginning of the show.
I get that. I'm just saying.
That's for
You're
everybody
very-
that likes to actually go back and read the stuff that we missed and skipped over.
You are very thorough. Where do I find?
Well, you're
there
supposed
he
to be.
is.
It's called YouTube.
I suck at this. I am your Padawan.
I should go too.
All right.
Madcore should come up here and replace us both.
Love
so
you,
guys
ID Crisis. You have a good one.
Thank you, man. I'm gonna take off. Everybody
Bye,
have a
ID.
nice sleep. Take it easy.
You as well. Later, ID.
Oh, Canada.
I was gonna say I like the Star Spangled Banner better than I like my own.
Yeah.
My own song.
Mitchell says, "Where is Bearded Apostle Kiwi Thinker channel? I can't see it." It should be beneath the articles, right? Like you have the articles listed first, and then people's links below those articles. Correct?
He's the very bottom link underneath Robyn.
Wonder if Ustin will produce the terrorists and Bunzi classes.
No, it's all right, Mitchell. You don't have to apologize.
That almost sounds German.
Bearded, I can't. I'm not gonna read that.
It's so bad. It almost sounds German.
I'm not gonna read it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I am not gonna read that.
Do not ask what your country
That's Koolfrogg's choice.
can do for you. Ask instead what you can do for your country.
It's funnier to hear you do it.
Oh
my god. Oh my god.
No, you got to say it with some gravitas, if you may. It's like, ask not, or do not ask what your country can do for you.
Yeah,
Ask
exactly.
instead what you can do for your cunning free.
Kill shot.
We started a
Wonder
theme now.
if Houston will pursue the terrorists bunty classes.
Oh, Mitchell. Mitchell
There
sucked.
you go, Mitchell. Sub to everybody. Mitchell's the best. Thanks, Mitchell.
I mean, does that sound German? Like, that sounds straight German. Obviously, it's not, but like, it sounds straight German.
I love you guys, but I gotta go too. I don't know if Mofo's still in the chat, but maybe he could replace us.
No, he's there somewhere.
Roger, Roger.
What do you want?
10 minutes.
But I'm out. I gotta get some sleep.
Later, dear. Have a good one.
All right.
Love you guys. Thank you so much
Yeah,
again.
you're going to be in 15 minutes.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, well,
See you, Robyn.
you know what?
Well,
I
it's
want to get
game
some
night.
sleep. Exactly. That's why I wasn't planning on streaming or participating on tonight
I wasn't planning on having a stream tonight.
because I wanted to save up my energy for the game tomorrow night. So, but
Now you get to go into it with no energy.
Yeah, exactly.
The answers will be so much better.
I think I'm going to have to go through and read and edit the deep clear Tenson tree. Think about it. The Declaration of Independence.
The
deep clear
Declaration,
Tenson tree.
Declaration of Independence.
there's
the deep clear Tenson tree of in deep pens.
you know
come in here, Madcore. We'll stick around for you.
God.
Oh man.
I think
No,
you're
you
melting
better.
Robyn's brain at this point.
Well, it's because I don't want to.
So it's the
Like her brain is being held in by her earphones. Like she takes one off, it's just gonna like ooze out the side. Like,
oh,
it's, just,
no.
it's done.
Hey,
It's done.
you know why I'm holding the side of my headphone is because I was an idiot and bought a pair of headphones that only allow a certain volume. So now there's a button on the side and I have to press it if I want to hear you guys properly because it doesn't allow the sound to go over a certain level. And usually you buy those for kids, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, hear this. I
But I'm
was
pressing the
killed
button.
by a coom shot. It was stocky.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear.
You got to get Madcore to read one of those. That would, in his
Oh my.
his way of talking, that would be funny too.
His way of talking English.
No, but like, okay, we have Australian, we have British, we have Canadian, we have American. So I mean, like we're talking about different accents from different regions, right?
Right.
Who the hell's
No,
British?
I got you. I'm just teasing.
Oh, it's probably me.
Well, there's
I'm
no
just
British
kidding.
on the panel tonight, right? It was a point. I was trying to make a point. Okay.
Deep clear radiation if in der hands and dance.
It just gets worse every time.
Deep clear radiation.
I look over.
If in dear hands dance.
I could say it in a French accent if you want.
Do it.
What?
Yes, please.
If I can do it right, because when I'm concentrating.
nonsense.
All right. Deep clear. No. Radiation if in der hen dance. No, that doesn't sound right either. Kumchats on the Clifton is considered treason. Now it sounds Scottish. That's not right.
Shots from the Clinton is considered treason.
I don't know. I can't do it when I'm concentrating. I've been concentrating so hard not to have a French
concentrate.
accent all night that
Just don't concentrate. You don't need to. In man constipation proclamation.
The Emancipation Proclamation.
I freaking know. God. God.
Deuxième-là. Vous êtes en train.
Pick another favorite famous document and see if I can
Vous
make
êtes en
one
train
for
de
it.
me mettre par terre. I said.
No, I'll decide in
You guys are
11 minutes.
putting me on the floor. That's what I said.
Hang on. I wonder if I can do one for Robyn's name.
Constipated. Toy box.
What are we doing tonight? We are delirious. Madcore, where are you?
He's floating around in the background, I think.
Said he was going to come in here eventually.
Robbing a shy orphan Annie?
Mommy.
Oh God, she said the chair. Oh no, she's not okay.
You caught me off guard.
Kill shots just rolling.
Oh my God.
I walked right into that one.
Mitchell's laughing with it. That's funny.
Robyn and Toy Orphan Annie.
Masturbation is
God, I didn't read that one.
for 100.
Masturbation.
Restream. What's a restream? Well, it's what it is.
Masturbation is a pleasure bliss.
I pay for it, so it works. Bearded Apostle says he doesn't mind it, right?
What?
Restream.
That's right.
Is he teasing you for restream?
Yeah.
No. Aw, poor you. You got razzed.
That's right. Everybody teases over Restream. The thing is when Restream is free, when you don't do the paid version, you get unlimited streaming. Whereas StreamYard, for the free version, you only got 20 hours a month.
Right.
That's why I started using Restream, and then I just continued using it because it's the same thing.
So,
read that one and read it quickly.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Who do you want to read that?
Robyn.
Go ahead. Huh?
Go, Robyn.
Oh, see, Robyn. I did the French thing. Eh?
Eh?
Eh? That's the A in French.
Eh?
Oh my.
And you have to read it just smoothly.
Who?
You.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Y'all just want to make fun of me. All right, fine. Master Base. Shins lead to a release of tent pup stress.
Kill shot. Koolfrogg is the masterpiece of YouTube.
Did I lag or did you hear me?
No, we heard it just fine.
Did you realize what you said?
He couldn't realize what I said.
Oh no.
No, did you realize what you said?
Yeah, I mean, turns into a meme,
leads to a
I'll
release
flow with it.
of pent-up stress.
Exactly, Toy Box. Unlimited power.
We're here for a laugh, so it doesn't bother me.
Right?
Right.
Let's go, Madcore.
Everybody's had a chance to laugh.
It's not that hard to use.
Yeah. Robyn holds the the pooah from last night. Because I mispronounced something last night too. Oh my.
Huh?
The
Oh,
power.
is it up? Okay.
Limited power.
Yeah, the way the chat wrote it last night, I said it pooah, and everybody laughed at me.
Yes. Yes.
You have to untie one of your cameras from your other StreamYard. That's the problem. If you have it being used, it won't pick it up.
Toybox brain, I should be sleeping. Yes, you're right. Oh man, you guys are too interesting. That's why I can't hang up. I like laughing.
Oh no.
He's just going to town with this. You guys,
Balls
look at you,
greater
bearded
than
apostle.
all wells.
Somebody else's turn.
I just did it. This is the mighty
The
cooking
mighty-
balls is greater
the
than
mighty
all
cooking
wells.
balls is greater than all wells.
Oh, Toybox brain. Oh my goodness.
Do you think Cumshot's paying a little bit yet? Apparently, Toybox is hungry.
Cooking balls trying to
Exactly.
get
That's
me
what
hungry?
I just saw that too.
Apparently, they want to eat a bit of cooking balls.
Trying to get you hungry.
Oh, Madcore.
So come with us today as we explore our culinary experiences.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Audio too
we will
loud?
be
Mic
sharing
too
our
hot or
cooking
too low?
balls.
No, you're just fine.
That's fine. Cool.
Yeah. How's it going tonight?
It's going all right. Yeah, cool. Thanks, man.
Madcore, you should go
man,
back through and
just
read
chilling
everything
now
in Cats
after,
and
after the
Cats.
stream. Yeah.
Yes, just have him go through and read every single one of the things that you put in there, dude. Just go back and read them.
Hey.
Scroll up through chat and read out everything I've put in caps. With your Australian accent.
Just do it.
It's
Don't
a
ask,
trap.
just do it.
It's a trap. Be careful.
It's a trap. It's a trap.
Yes, it is.
Wait. What do you want me to
He's
do?
like, you want me to read,
Just
but
read
nothing's
them
there.
Read them as they are. Read them as they are.
Everything that bearded apostle put in there, all the way, just go all the way up and just.
He might not be in YouTube.
Oh,
What,
can you
from,
not?
from the bottom or from the top?
However you'd like.
Yeah, however
You want me to read the chat?
Start from the bottom and read up.
Yeah, because we all
But
did
only
it. They
stuff
just
in
want to
caps.
hear it. Yeah.
Okay. However I like. All right.
Nobody explained to him what was going on first, right?
Why am I hearing double volume? Wait, if I kill
Are you
that-
watching the stream as well?
Yeah, do I kill your
Mute
stream?
the,
Yeah.
mute the stream. Mute the stream.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
and
cool,
leave Re-Studio live.
I'll just kill it.
Just
All
start
right,
with
cool.
start with the bottom one and just scroll up and read everything you see in caps.
So all I've got is I only see 3. So
Well, what are
yeah,
they?
4 chats. So, yeah, I'll start from the bottom. So you want to hear me read it at the chat? All right.
Just my ones.
Somebody want to explain first?
Just my ones.
Just,
Yeah, the ones
just,
that he
Just
typed.
bearded apostles stuff.
Yeah.
I don't see them. They're not in chat.
Well,
Yeah.
hang
Oh,
on.
they
Let's-
might not have
let's
appeared to him.
replace. Let's
I'll open the stream
replace
up.
this
Hold on,
one
hold
so
on,
he
hold on.
can see it. Oh yeah, open
Hold
the
on.
stream because then you should
hold on.
see it.
He might not have. He might not have it because he just joined.
He
Yeah,
should
the
still be able to
stream
see
side
the
he
chat
doesn't.
history. He should still
If
be
he's
able to
in
scroll up through the
studio now.
chat history.
All right, so okay, just your ones.
Just
the
mine.
last one.
And
Okay.
that one and move upwards.
All right, then you got that one. Oh God. Okay. All right.
All right.
Doesn't make sense. Oh my God.
Just read it out.
Just read it as you see it.
Or do it in a different.
Just you.
No. You have to read it the way it's spelled. That's the whole joke.
Normal
That's
voice.
why.
Just you.
Okay,
Read
all right,
it as
all
it's
right,
spelled.
okay, read
in
it.
normal
Ready?
voice.
The mighty cock and balls is greater than Orwell's. Master Bass Shins lead to the re-release of Tent Pup's Dress. What the fuck are you trying to do?
We're just trying to get a good laugh. That's all.
Oh my God.
Scroll up. There's more.
No, but you got to tell him to.
If you're gonna laugh, then here. Right, yeah. The mighty cock and balls is greater than the wells. Wait a second. Make sure it's on the right one. Yep. Cool. The Master Bass shines lead to the re-release of Tent Pup's Dress.
Oh, we can do this. You can try this one.
That could
There's
be
only a couple of us that can do that.
The mighty cock and balls is greater than Orwell's. The Master Bass shins lead to the re-release of Tent Pup's Dress. Night, Mitchell.
I don't know how that came through, so I don't know.
That's funny.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Everybody say goodnight to Mitchell.
Bye, Mitchell.
I'm the water.
Oh my God. Your laugh is funnier.
The banana is banana. What the fuck is...
Is he
Octawave.
reading?
The Octawave effect. Octawave. I don't know what this is. Little voice mod. What's been happening? You streaming what for 5.5 hours? What do you guys been
Which
doing?
favorite?
We
My
started
favorite.
off with news. We moved through
Which
that,
voice?
went through some religion, and now we're talking about funny shit.
Funny shit.
We're just having fun now.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, we went to like I won't release it for him yet because he hasn't divulged the information. He hasn't read through all of the chats yet. We have to do that first.
How does he know
He
exactly?
dropped in, oh wait, he's put some on it.
Oh God!
I want to go back through it and see what.
Oh no!
Deep clear radiation if in deer hen dance. What are you trying to say?
Say it faster.
Oh my God! Deep clear. All right, deep clear radiation if in deer hen dance. Deep clear radiation in deep clear radiation if in deer hen dance. What?
The Declaration of Independence.
Oh my God! You gotta say that really fast to get that. If in man constipation,
sleep on the couch until I come in.
what? In man constipation, protect the claymation. Oh, that sounds familiar. Wait, in man constipation. Oh man, I'm trying to think of what it's trying to say. It sounds like something.
The
I'm trying to get it.
Emancipation Proclamation. Read the last one I put in.
The last one.
Yeah.
All right. I sometimes find myself be having like a tote or car. Like I know that's cunt. The last one. I sometimes find myself be having like a tote or cunt. I sometimes miss. Oh my! I'm trying to get these. I'm trying to get.
I know
Sometimes.
it's funnier because you're trying to work it out in your mind, but it doesn't make sense. So don't try. It's not gonna work. You just got to read it the way it is.
Sometimes find myself, or if I'm out misbehaving like a total cunt. Yes, got it.
I sometimes find myself acting like a total cunt or behaving like a total cunt. Fucking diabolical.
So,
Yeah, I saw that.
did you think of these, or you just?
I just made them up.
You made them up.
Still didn't give context. He came in. He didn't know. We were watching videos about misspelled protest signs and misspelled compilation of the president, the word "the president" that people actually did a search with. And oh my god, it ended up being
hilarious.
He needs to like take all of these clips of this and people reading it off and stuff, and people looking at it and laughing at it, and just like put all these clips up on his channel.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. If I knew how to edit very well, I would, but I don't. I don't have.
Editing sucks.
Right, exactly. I gotta hire somebody to edit my shit for me. Apparently.
No. Just
Well-
stream and then chop it out. Stop it. Just stream and then chop it out.
editing takes so long, doesn't it? Everybody needs
Oh,
help
yeah.
with that. Everybody's looking for help with that editing. It's just such a long process. Am I lagging again?
MadcoreMoFo is in the description line
No, you're
down
good.
below.
Okay,
I just
there you
added
go.
it.
Read that sentence that I just put down there.
Thank you, America.
Mofo.
Down in chat. It's just
Yeah.
put it now. You will find that you are fully capable of reading this.
Now look at
No,
the
it's
words.
you will finid.
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah, I know.
Hat.
The words
You
are wrong.
are
Yeah. It's just the way your mind sees it.
As long as the first and last letter are right, your brain will rearrange the letters.
Big. To hiss. I tried.
I used to read that sort of stuff on Facebook. They used to do that stuff on Facebook a lot. Read this.
Right.
Well, what was funny earlier was that it was actual searches that people actually did, and they were all misspelled.
Facebook and Meta can go straight to hell.
It's like when they said education needs to be what was it on the sign? Something like we need more money for education, but education was spelled wrong. Oh my god.
It was like education or something like
Eduction, I think it was.
Yes, that was what it was.
We need more money for eduction. And that you morans?
Morans.
Yeah. Need to learn how to spell, you morans.
You morans.
Wrong.
Wrong. Saw that.
Wrong. Rome. Spelled one wrong.
Oh yeah, Hillary Clinton.
Clittown, yeah, Hillary
Oh.
Clittown.
Clinton.
That was funny.
Hilarious Clittown. Yeah.
Those are parts of what we were talking about earlier, Mofo.
There you go. I think you might need to put the time though. It says 10 o'clock. You know how to fix it up? Need the app.
You have something?
It's my daughter's little kids Fitbit. Just put in a new battery in it, and now it's all been reset. And you can't do anything unless you got the app for it. I don't know what app you use.
Killed by a sea shot? Are you serious? In Sudbury, they had this sign. The Clinton sign? Are you serious?
Mm.
Oh.
Crazy.
I'm
Thought
wondering.
Canadians were smarter than Americans.
Yes, I'm wondering why. Oh, no. She said 1 sec.
I have to type it.
Oh, she hadn't said it yet. Okay. I was wondering because we don't have Clinton in our country.
Like, why are they talking about Clinton?
Yeah.
We're all waiting on you, Killshot.
So we'll get this, and I'm out and going to bed. Like I've said
Yeah,
about,
that's what you said like an hour ago.
I know you guys are too funny. You keep me laughing.
Mon choice is Boreal.
Mon choix c'est boréal.
Oh,
For French college. Oh,
they just have clits.
Did
that's
it not
Toy
put
Box
my
Brain.
one up?
Mon choix c'est boréal.
Why did it not put my one up?
What'd you say?
Did I get shadow banned? Let's
Did
try
you?
typing that one again because there's nothing in there that's.
Well, I didn't know that you streamed this morning. I didn't have a clue.
Did that come up? Have a look in chat. No, it's
I
not
didn't
coming up.
see.
Oh, you want?
When you?
Sorry.
And go.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Oh well, I'll put it in private chat because it's not coming up in the stream chat for some reason. It's not letting me paste.
Well, when you streamed this morning, Beautiful, I didn't know
Yeah.
until I went searching for your channel to put in your link into the inner mine, and I'm like, oh fuck, you streamed. I didn't even know that you streamed.
The cunning linguist used his tongue and cheeky humor to arouse and excite the woman who came to his lesson on the release of hormones and 6 depraved slots.
The cunning linguist used his tongue and cheeky humor to arouse and excite the woman who became to his lesson on the release of the hormones and 6 depraved sluts.
The cunning linguist used his tongue and the cheeky humor to arouse and excite the woman who came to this lesson on the release of hormones and 6 depraved sluts. There's the French Quebec.
Yeah, for some reason it wasn't putting that in chat, even though I put it in twice.
Huh.
Is that gonna get flagged?
I don't know, but is this? We'll put it in as a test. Is that coming up? No, I've been shadow banned, dude.
No, I see your test.
Oh, I don't see it. Not in the re-stream chat.
That was
It's
a friend.
there.
Oh, my Bucks brain. I can't say that.
Okay, so let's try this again. See if this comes up. After hun, I've just repasted that.
I see what you're writing, killed by a sea shot, by the way. I just realized you didn't want me to say choix. You want me to say choice. Mon choice, c'est boreal. Is that how you wanted me to say it?
And yeah, no, when I was streaming this morning, yeah, I sent it out basically just saying, I'm pretty sure I sent you an invite.
Nah, I never got an invite. Where in
because we went straight from. Oh, what did we go straight from? I think we went straight from Hayden's stream to mine.
Went straight up from Hayden to you.
Yeah.
All day. That was quite the conversation.
Well, let's put it this way: it's 10 o'clock now, right? So I started streaming with Hayden at 2 in the morning, and streamed through till 6. So 4 hours with Hayden, and then I did 4 hours on mine, and then I had a couple of hours off, and then I streamed 4 hours with someone else, and then I jumped on with Farron, and then I jumped on with Koolfrogg, and then I went back over to Farron, and then I came back here, and in two and a half hours I'll stream with Hayden. So out of a 36-hour period, I will have streamed for 30 hours.
Wow.
Nice.
You're a trooper.
Dang.
Trooper.
My longest is 72 with one short break. So what it had was I streamed for 12 hours and then fell asleep at the computer. And no. I thought I ended the stream. I thought I ended the stream and I went and crashed on the couch, and I woke up 4 hours later to all these ding 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 ding. And they were like, your stream's still running. So I sat back down at the computer and someone said something funny and it prompted me to stay. And 3 days later I hopped off. So it was 72 hours with a 4 hours sleep at the start.
Oh.
Oh, and one point in the third day where I was barely coherent for about 3 hours.
Bit true.
Wow.
Now that is ridiculously cute. Now I've seen Mofo's daughter. I've seen Hayden's daughter. Hayden has seen my daughter, and Farron has seen 2 of the 3. She was getting so plucky. Bing bong, bing bong.
Oh no! Don't start the bing bong thing again.
Bing bong, ding dong, ding. Oh yeah, what
It's-
Bing, 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 bing.
No.
Wrong. Bing, bing, bing.
We got our beautiful soldiers that they put their guns, they go bing.
Koolfrogg. If they ever wanted to convert that music for a Chinese porn movie, it would be Ching Dong. Look at Robyn trying to behave.
Yeah, because it tickled my funny bone so bad I couldn't stop laughing. I had to get off camera because I was laughing so hard, and I woke up my daughter and everything, and I just couldn't stop. And then the next day, even after I woke up the next day, I went on chat, and then somebody had sent me, Robyn, I saw your bing bong, and I just freaked out again. I couldn't stop laughing. Man. I don't know. It's the whole when it's all together in this short video, and you see every single time that he has said it and every motion that he made is too funny. Oh my god.
How many racist jokes did we tell on that other stream?
Okay, time for me to go. Bye.
No, it was all inclusive. No race was safe. And yes, I have a mouthful of grapes and I'm going to stick another one in.
Bye. I'll see you later.
You gone?
Okay.
All right,
Later,
Robyn.
Are you sure this time?
Yes, I'm sure this time I really got to
Look,
get some
can't hear
sleep.
the
6
stream
o'clock in the
that
morning
late,
here,
okay?
and it's incredible, you guys.
See ya.
Mofo, can
Bye,
you
guys.
go to the
Thank
stream?
you.
Yeah.
Hey
See you
kids, your
later.
daddy's awesome. He's a perfect gentleman and never says anything wrong.
Something in there.
Wait, what happened? The person leaving is still here and everyone else has disappeared.
I had a finger.
Bing bong, bing 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 bong, bing bing wrong, bing. Oh. Okay, she doesn't realize that her microphone's muted.
Doesn't know she's muted.
Oh,
No, she does.
she does.
She wasn't saying bing bong. She was saying, fuck you, you stupid bastards. You kept me up all fucking night and woke up my daughter. I hate you and I shall never come back again.
Oh, she'll be back. I'll see her tomorrow. We're doing a game night, a Saturday night game night.
Mum see Chris. So,
Love you.
Hey, she just went full color. Oh, it's gone again.
She did.
For a second, your tan came up. Put your hands beside your head like this.
I don't know why the color does that.
I'm not too.
No.
I
Put your
gotta
hands
do the bing bong
sideways
thing
in
to
front
get
of
the
your
color?
head. No, put your hands like this in front of your face.
Playing Fortnite. I can't say Chris.
And it triggers your camera to. There we go. Bring them down forward.
That's
You
weird.
gotta like trigger the camera and it puts your flesh tones.
I don't want you to see my hands
There you
too
go.
close.
Did you see it for a second?
No.
I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna say prayers for my kids.
Bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. All right, I'm leaving for real. Bye.
Later.
Don't get me started. I have to sleep.
Bing bong. Bing bing bong. Wrong. Toy box. Wait, did Robyn say she wants to teach us how to double fist a rhino?
Oh my.
You're
What?
still here.
I was just about to hang up, man. That's Toy box brain, behave yourself.
I bloody told you weren't going anywhere.
I'm trying. Elaine. I'm trying. I'm trying.
Objection. Hearst Day.
I don't think you're trying.
My God.
She's like, if I sit here long enough.
You.
Fun.
I know what to do. I know what to do with my feet.
You need to get to.
Yeah,
Get that part there.
You mean schooled, mofo?
Hey.
You're being schooled.
I know. Oh, there you go. 5, 5, 3, 6. Yes, that's it. Connecting. Pair. Saving. Kid is already linked to another account. Erase and reset. Be linked to this kid. Yes.
There's 3 plays left.
Reset.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Have you got your player partner's reboot card?
Who's dead?
Is that a reboot timer?
He's in the storm.
Uh,
I'm not in the storm. My teammate's in the storm. That's what I said.
What is?
he's playing Fortnite. I'm giving him till because he's in the final 3. I'm giving him till he finishes to get off. Prayers.
Anybody that's left, make sure that you go down below and check out MadcoreMoFo. I threw a link down below.
Yeah, I subscribed to IDCrisis before as well.
Nice.
I'm up to like 215 now.
Online's in fun.
I was
Awesome.
35 and I'll hit 250.
Ready.
It's amazing though, considering that all I am is this. Like, I'm just this.
Right.
And that has become almost my persona. People get weirded out when the filter actually goes away.
Is the time fixed or not?
I wonder which one of the 3 of me people look at when I'm like this.
Oh, good. No.
Like in chat, if you're still watching, when I'm sitting there like this and there's 3 of me, which one do you invariably find yourself focusing on and looking at?
The middle one.
The 4th one. The one that's down below.
The one down there? I'm
Yeah.
so disturbed that we both went there at the same time.
There's one that's slightly below your. So there's one on each side, and then there's
Yeah.
one that's slightly below.
The one that's the whitest. That's you.
It's like there's a dark patch here that I can slide into.
Yeah.
So now I'm.
So you think I'd get more subs if I actually turn my camera on?
100%.
Oh, 100%. Fuck yeah. Oh yeah.
You become an individual rather than a dot on the screen.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh fuck. 100%.
what I would do is test some of the virtual backgrounds in the chroma keying, because that way you can still come on stream until such time as you get your stream room set up. And I would set your stream room up because you are talking about news and philosophical things and religion and the deep and dark mysteries of the world. I think something ideal for you, and your viewers can watch the video and tell me if I'm full of shit. But I think if you had a bookshelf behind you that had, you know, the classic nice leather-bound binders and stuff like that, and then off to one side you had a small desk that had an open book on it, and then on the other side of the bookshelf you had a similar desk but with, say, a really nice fern or something like that to add a bit of green to the room. And the flag.
You got to show yourself.
Yeah. And then you could have the flag hung from the bookshelf. So a long, skinny bookshelf at about head height with all your books on it. And then the flag hung from the bookshelf. And then the desk down in the corner with an open book and a chair beside it as if it's like a reading desk. And then the plant next to that. Oh, Victory Royale. Nice.
No, yeah.
Because if you show your face, people want to see your reactions, and trust me, they want to see your face. And it's weird because if you interact with the chat, if you're showing yourself interacting with the chat and what you're doing on screen, people engage with you more as well, and you'll end up getting more cash too. Like today, I made fucking $250 as soon as I started interacting with my chat more. It's crazy.
Sure. I mean, I talked
When
to my
was
chat.
that? Was that during the? Oh man, I've lost
Nah,
track of what
nah.
stream is what, man. I can't even.
They
fucking remember
paid
what
me to
stream
get
is when.
off Baron's stream.
Did they?
Dang.
Yeah, fucking oath. They paid me to get off.
Later,
the stream.
Killshot. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, later.
Hey man, I'll be streaming.
They didn't like.
tomorrow.
They didn't like you over there.
They didn't like when it got when it started to get more serious. You know.
Oh,
it
was
got
I not
good.
there for that at that point?
No, you were there when Scott came in and started to get a bit. You know.
No, I left when Scott came in.
Oh, did you? Oh, yeah, no. Well, you were gone. Yeah, it started to get a bit too political.
Okay.
And my chaps, they were all about to leave. They were like, "No, fuck this. This is too boring
Sleeping
now."
in with Jacob
And then they
and I
started paying
will
me super chats
come
to
in and
fucking
crash with
leave.
you guys.
They ended up paying me like
I'll
$100
figure it out.
at the end.
Yeah.
And by the time I went back in the mine, started doing my shit.
Yeah, I'll only really talk American politics with Americans and on American streams.
I'm just not the politics stuff. I'm not a huge fan of. I'm not a huge fan because I don't know much about it. That's why.
Well, it's not your dip either.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna sit there and just act like I'm interested when I don't know much about it. I know about all the Trump stuff. But,
Well, let's have a look. So we've got 85 views on my sniper. We'll have a look at yours.
I'm not streaming.
On your sniper, there's 551. So that's 630. So 631, and what was mine? So 636. 636 views plus Hayden's, so 973. So between the three snipers, we've had 973 views on us fucking around breaking the internet.
And that
1,000 views just watching us break it.
That was a random stream. Was not planned. Just us laughing at ourselves.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
And it's funny because Hayden's views, if we look over the last thing, we've got between 50 and 100, right? And then it spikes to 300, and then we've got 200, 90, 300, 337, 336. And yeah, so there's a nice amount. So he gets between sort of, I don't know why is that one quite low, 53 views. Friday, fuck it. I don't know why that one was low. And that's only a 2-minute video, so of course most people are going to skip that because they prefer his live stream stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, he's probably averaging about 300 plus views more often than not, which is good. And then if we go to yours, have a look. So 492, 500, 1.4, 478. Yeah, you're between 500 and 1200.
Like I
with a
noticed
few that spike over.
I notice if I stream, if I'm on someone else's stream and I stream as well,
yeah,
both streams do really good. Well, streams, everyone does really good.
Yeah, well, your channel goes live with your viewers. Their channel goes live. And one experiment I want to do is I want to get, say, three to five streamers all on a single channel. And then on their channels, they stream an image that says, come and find me at. So people that log onto your channel and go, oh, well, where is he? They see an image which says, oh, come find me.
If I'm on someone else's stream, I share the link to that stream every, like, 10 minutes to half an hour, saying that I am on that stream. Go over here to support them. And that's what helps.
It was interesting because at the start of our stream, there was 200 plus, and by the end of it with the singing, I think it was 80.
Yeah.
But you could definitely see the Americans going to sleep.
That's a time of day though. It's exactly that's time of day. When she finished, because I went to go back over to jump back in, but she was just about to wrap up. And
silly us, a couple of Americans that don't go to sleep.
Like
I'm gonna go
time of day
Kurt's
like now.
videos.
It's pretty much dead over there. It's the dead time for the state.
Right. Exactly. It's 4 a.m. for me, so
yeah.
Well, he's still pulling in views. Like,
right,
he must still be making money. Kurt's still getting like 4.9, 3.4, 31, 7.7, 42, 4K, 5K, 3K, 9K. So, I mean, regardless of what he did and what we think of what he did,
Kurt's still making cash.
He's still making money, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hang on. No camera now. But see the difference? Like, here's an example. Bearded Apostle as a talking circle versus Bearded Apostle as a ghost image on screen.
Yeah. Like, if we do this, we just get...
Okay, hang on. I'll be back. I'm going to go give Mum a kiss and a cuddle before she goes to sleep.
He wants to stay here. Watch this. You know what I mean? Like, it's not entertaining, and they want to see your reaction. They want to see you. Yeah.
You hear that, AmericaShirts? You need to get you a camera.
Like, I'm using.
I don't believe they were talking.
I am not even using an expensive camera. Mine's what, $40. Yeah. And I've got a light to make it look good. If I turn on my light, I can.
No, I do have a camera. I just don't turn it on.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Turn it on afterwards. You know, I've turned it on in Discord. It's just during stream. I don't know what it is. I don't want to look like a tard. It means I have to take a shower every night before I come. You know.
Yeah.
Get people looking at me and be like, "Oh, your beard's weird," you know, whatever.
Never, mate. I'm fat. I'm overweight. I don't give a fuck, mate. I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks.
I don't really either when it comes down to it. I just laugh at them. Just be like, whatever.
But who cares what? If people will start picking you in chat, just fucking tell them to get fucked. Have your chat go after them. That's what my chat does. If everyone starts on me, my chat goes after them. So
nice. I mean,
and like now, I'm just fucking around, like here, I'm just doing shit because I'm just, you know.
I was looking around to see if I could find a filter, just to throw a filter over it or whatever.
Yeah, just I mean, have something on there. Yeah.
I mean, I can turn on a capture card and I can play a game.
Yeah.
because that I could actually throw right over the top of my own square.
Yep.
Which
Like I said,
I've thought of
it's
doing
better than
that as
having-
well, because eventually, I'm assuming that we're all going to try playing Fall Guys or something. And
Yeah, well,
I
that'd be
I
cool,
have
I reckon,
you,
if we can-
I have Hayden added, whatever, and eventually one of these days we'll all get stream going or whatever, and I'll just turn on my capture card.
Yeah.
Show a second screen.
Yeah. That's all you do.
Bearded Apostle had told me to actually do and see if I couldn't find a filter. I was looking around and I'm like not really seeing anything that would actually do what I needed to do.
Yeah. Like I'm using XSplit. I'm using with this XSplit I can do this sort of shit. I can remove. Yeah, fuck off. I can remove my background. I can put a YouTube video on behind me if I want. I can add background. I can add a web page, YouTube video, or media file. We'll go YouTube. I'll watch this. Put your stream behind me. There you go. It's too dark in here. Camera's like freaking out. So you can put anything behind you. You can room, my computer. Oh look at my beautiful apartment. Oh yeah, fucking couch. Oh, I'm in the valley. I want to find a way if I can remove. I can't remove myself though. It's so frustrating. Like, yeah. Oh, I know. I can't kill the camera. I can pause it.
Multiple scenes and devices.
Billy's behind you. Camera.
And of course, then you get that is that's the one thing that bugs me is the dead air. But I mean, you can't see how somebody can continue to talk all day, all night, and do 12-hour streams and not air some dead air.
Like the dead air is the worst part. Is that that's when royalty-free music helps out too. Just have that going in the background. Just if you're doing something for 5 to 10 seconds, this is music there to fill in that dead air.
Yeah, I mean, these Restream does the same thing or whatever. There's an option in there somewhere that I can actually play some wherever it is. Just sit there and hum.
Just start singing. Oh yeah. Run the music for us. Oh yeah.
Right, go turn on the voice mod and start talking. I suppose. I can't find where the fuck it is. I seen something earlier that allowed me to play some royalty free shit. I just don't.
Grim's Bar has a whole channel of that.
I know he does, and I could go and talk to him and just say, "Hey, I'm gonna run your shit."
New hairband too. Oh my god. Lash it out. Auto frame.
It is.
Oh, what does this do? Oh. Auto framing. Follow me around. Come on. Follow me. Follow me over here. Over here. Come over here, fella. Follow. Oh my god. Auto framing. That enhanced lighting, that plays up. Yeah, see, like, yeah, like in dark spots. Shit. Turn that off. Auto framing. Oh, auto framing. Oh. Yeah. Something like that. A little bit of blur. A little bit of blur. Oh, there's an update for it too. I didn't understand. New features. New features. Okay. Put them Fall Guys on. Put some Fall Guys. Fall Guys. Fall Guys. Hey. You're still around.
Do you need so many people to actually play Fall Guys together?
If you want to have a big group, you got to have more than 10, but you can have 1, 2, 3, or 4. The 4 players is fine, up to 4. And when you go over the 4, you got to. The next step is 10 or more. You can't do 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. You can do 1, 2, 3, 4, or 10 to 60. So all 4 of us can play now. Right, or 2 of us or 3. If not, it's any more than that, you'll have 10 or more. Stupid how it works. Error. Oh, what the hell? What did I launch? I updated the driver. I haven't done this stuff up. The new driver.
I mean, I could do that while I'm reading my news. Just go play some Fall Guys while everybody's
Fall Guys
listening to me. Because that's pretty much what I do. Is we do news as close as we can to that line before YouTube tells us we can't do it.
Or okay, yeah.
You know, it's like get as based as we possibly can without being struck for what we're saying.
Are you monetized though yet?
No, I only have like 100 and I picked up one tonight. 137 subs.
Yep. They won't go after you. As soon as you turn on monetization, mate, they check everything, man.
Oh, I get copyright strikes all the time, and I get.
Oh, do you really?
I've gotten struck twice for medical disinformation, and I've gotten struck
for the COVID
4 times for that.
Yeah,
and I've gotten
COVID.
struck 4 times for election disinformation just for streaming a Trump rally.
Bullshit.
So, yeah, you tell me that they're not going to come after my little butt. They've done it. I don't think it's YouTube doing it. I think it's people in particular doing it. Like somebody goes
They have to.
Goes strikes
They
it
don't
because they're like, oh, I don't like his thoughts. I don't, whatever. You can hear the sarcasm as we tell him, Joe Biden is the most legitimate president ever with the most votes. And you should go see your doctor and do what's best for you. Don't follow my
All
advice because I'm
hail
not a doctor.
Fauci. All hail the Clintons. We worship them.
Yeah. Who do you pick, Camilla or Biden? They're both as bad.
Yeah, right.
Shit.
Operation Baked Potato commence.
Yeah, game's working finally.
This game is loading all the time. It's like every time I go and I select it, it says, "Oh, there's a new update." It's like, well,
New content. Yeah. It's good though, but they need to. The last time I played it, was a lot of new content was good. Oh, where? What's going on here?
Well, people, I think I'm probably going to go now because it is well past the time at which I probably should have gone.
Quarter after
to
6.
Sleep at a reasonable hour, yes. So, I shall bid you all farewell. It's been fun for 6 long hours. But,
You've been here for 6 hours
I do have to
too.
go.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Yeah, 6 hours, 15 minutes off of a stream that we were not gonna run. We weren't gonna do anything tonight.
Yeah, Koolfrogg, thanks.
So I'm like, dude, there's
Drag
some
me
news.
through.
There's some news that we need to read. And he's like, really? I'm like, yeah. You want to do this? It's 10 o'clock my time. All right, let's do it. Now it's 4:15.
It's always the case though. I'm like, oh, I'll start a stream. I only stream for like an hour or two. 5-6 hours later.
Oh boy, well, but
All right, everybody go check
I
out
do have to go,
AmericaShirts.com, the most based shirts on the planet.
currently not in operation though. But
Do you ship to
do keep it
Australia?
bookmarked for later.
Do you ship to Australia?
I think the company that I do it through. What do they say?
You do? You let me know. I'll support you. I'll buy a shirt.
Use
Oh.
promo code Koolfrogg, get 15% off anything in the store.
Again, it's not operational at this point because I'm still having to, because I mean, like supply chain stuff and everything is like just throwing it all to shit, and then I have to redo some stuff on the website because it keeps me. So it all has to be basically redone. So, but that's just bookmark it, I guess. The web, like the URL is still a thing. So,
cool.
And my Rumble page, of course, America Shirts, all together as you see it on the screen, spelled capital A, capital S. I believe I'm going to be posting a couple of things over there. So, here
I'll check it out.
in the recent future.
Not that he
so.
doesn't already have something over there because he's got.
Oh yeah, I do have some. Yeah, I have like a couple hundred subscribers. Anyway,
Nice meeting you, mate.
yeah, a pleasure to make your acquaintance there, Matt.
All good.
Yeah. So, and again, nice to be with you, Beard Apostle, if he's still here. I don't know, but anyway, later, chat. Whoever is left, I guess later.
Looks like there's 2 people left.
Gotcha.
One on YouTube.
Yeah, thanks
one on
to
Twitch.
both of you. Yeah, well, thanks to the both of you for sticking around, I guess, and to all of the chat. I will catch you all later.
Later, B.
See you, mate.
He's my normal, everyday co-host.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Whenever we hold a news session or whatever, he joins me, and then we read the news. He's usually got some good rants that he likes to throw out there. Anybody that's in chat, you can come talk to us. We don't bite. Hard.
You have virtual cameras, right? Like, and you get like a virtual camera option on your PC and shit. Like, how
Well,
do
you know,
use that shit?
because I don't use this stuff normally. I was just
Yeah.
kind of digging around. I use a Speedle webcam. I actually have two of them. And it's actually telling me to like. I actually want to download some software for it, so I don't. Kind of wondering.
The virtual camera is like I've got options to use a virtual camera. I don't know how you can run like what you were doing, like a game. I'm just gonna work out how to use it.
That's actually a capture card that I have sitting there.
And but how you feeding that through? How you making it trick the camera? That's the camera though.
It doesn't trick it because it actually plugs right into the computer and actually recognizes it as its own. So
does it?
Yeah. So there's an HDMI input and an output, and then the other side of it has a USB and a 3.5 millimeter port on it, so you can actually produce the sound.
Yep.
To go along with, and then it actually just recognizes it as like like this one is just, I believe it comes as UCEC capture card, and I just go and select it as that's what I want for my camera, and it produces it right over that.
I've got an Elgato.
Okay.
Capture card thing, but I just don't use it.
See, and I have a Stream Deck that I don't use.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That there, I need to get one because I would use that for my OBS, 100%. Yeah.
With that, that's what gave me my free voice mod, like professional voice mod for free.
Yeah. It comes free. Code.
Yeah, it's quite
So
impressive.
it's like telling me. Go ahead.
With Scott's Fry Park video tonight. That lady knew fucking everything. Like, she knew all the dates by heart, and she knew every fact about every image. To them.
Finish.
I'm trying to figure out why you didn't get an invite to that stream earlier, dude.
Yeah, I never got an invite. I would have came on. It's just a chilling crap. It's good just to not to do much and just chill.
You know, because you would have been just chilling at home.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What stream was that after?
Farron.
You know, what stream was that one after? The chill out. That was after Hayden. Yeah, because Hayden had to go to bed. Oh, you might have left as I was saying to head over to my channel. Because did you leave at the very end?
When's that? When?
Oh no, you might have left before, because I know Scott was talking to Div Inity, I think it was, and Hayden wanted to go to bed.
I only saw your stream like a couple of hours ago.
Dude, this was at like 4 AM your time, bro.
Yeah, no, I wasn't up then. So.
Yeah, no, that because Hayden ended his stream at 6 my time, so 4 his time. Yeah, no, you would have been well and truly in bed, dude.
Yeah.
Or at work.
Because I worked, and then Hayden was streaming, and I was gonna jump in his stream. But then what happened? You know, I fell asleep. That's right. I fell asleep on the here on the computer chair. Like I was just I was going through some YouTube and ended up falling asleep. I had Hayden on one screen, and I was what I'm into at the moment. It's kind of gay, but I'm into wood turning. It just relaxes me. I don't know why. Just watching stuff.
So virtual wood turning or watching?
No. Like, actually, people that are actually like make up crazy stuff. You know?
Dude, you should go watch the ones that use lathes on burls.
Hey,
have you seen the guys that put a burl in a lathe? So like the root of a tree.
I watch the ones that they use. They put the stuff in. They get the parts of wood or pine. They chuck it in a bucket, and they pour in some shit. Resin.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can take like the burl knot from the bottom of a tree, mix it with resin, and then make like vases and tabletops.
I'm watching all that sort of stuff at the moment. I know. I just like that. I just like to chill, just
That's
relax,
fucking
and
cool.
just watch that shit. And not falling asleep though.
I do the same thing. I watch people mowing lawns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, this is what's good about building a streamer community when you've got streamer mates. Like, there's 3 of us. We're just chilling here in this channel. And it's like, well, if someone watches, someone watches. If they don't, they don't. But it means that Koolfrogg's live, so he's putting out content.
Yeah.
This is the music.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah. What is that?
It's the royalties free stuff through Restream.
Ah. It's not bad.
And I think I'm gonna be able to figure out a filter for my camera, because I just was able to download software that I never actually had for it.
Yep.
Oh man, I have so
telling
many
me to
groups open on
send in
Twitter now.
codes.
I've just received your one, Mofo.
Yeah.
Your group, Twitter group. So now I've got like 2 groups
Yeah,
open
made
with
up a,
almost the same people in each one.
I made up a little group on, so I can send the notifications. I've got Koolfrogg, Grim, you, Law Patrol, Div. So when I do like
Yeah, I'm not seeing which icon is Divs.
so I can invite
the sunset. Yeah.
you
Okay,
guys on
so
when I'm streaming. If you guys
I'll
want to
click
join,
follow
and
on
you guys
all
can
these
stream as
videos.
well and get some viewers, get some subs and shit.
Why is Koolfrogg called the pickerel on Getter?
If you actually go over to Getter, it's the pickerel.
Is Getter like a gay meeting, like
No,
swipe right kind of thing?
Getter was supposed to be a free, like it's supposed to be like a Twitter, but it's supposed to actually be free speech. It was like something that they built before Trump went and built his Truth Social, whatever.
Oh, did he actually go through with that in the end?
Yeah, I'm actually on Truth Social as well.
I like Trump. Not as a human being. He's a dick. But he's entertainment gold. He's he's his own worst enemy. He needs to learn when to shut up. Like, he was right, as it turns out, about the hydrochloroquine. Can't say that. Delete that. But
What'd you just say? We didn't say shit. What the fuck?
something about hydrating queens.
What? Huh?
No, he was telling the drag queens that they needed to hydrate themselves. So hydration for a queen.
2 hours 20.
Fuck, YouTube's a dick sometimes. Seriously.
Or sorry, 6 hours 26 minutes. I need to write that down.
Yeah. Well, if they put a thing on it, they'll just tell you to cut it out, won't they?
Not necessarily. I've gotten hit for medical disinformation a couple times already, so yeah, they're dicks.
Well, you could put it in context and state what it's actually for, because then it's not. Because we didn't say the other thing, did we?
No, right for horse paste.
Well, no, it's for malaria. It's for treating malaria. So that's what we're talking about, malaria. And now we're not outside the grounds. Now we should be cool. So just mark 26 as a thing, and then just.
I still, yeah, I wrote it down. I'll check it once we get out of here.
That's dumb.
I know. It's so stupid.
I would highly recommend
Just
that
let
you
us talk
upload
about
your-
whatever the fuck we want to talk about.
Yeah, we're not hurting anyone because if people don't want to listen, they just fuck off. We have to sit there and listen to all their liberal bullshit.
Right.
I would highly recommend though that what you do is on your channel you take like 10-minute clips from your streams and put them up as 10-minute clips because 10 minutes is like the threshold for monetization or something. And a 10-minute video, people will just quite happily sit there and watch it if it's entertaining. Look, you take that 10 minutes about the misspelling and then just put that up as wordplay, literally just say wordplay clip. Because I really doubt anyone is going to sit here and watch a 6-hour live stream in its entirety, knowing that it's no longer live. Except bored YouTube mods.
I mean, right. I mean, it's 4:30 in the morning here in the States. They're probably like, we just got them.
It must suck for you guys, dude, to live in a country that constantly puts itself forward as the land of the free and to know that your rights are literally being ripped away from you every day.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Like over here, we don't have a constitution where it says, yep, free speech, but we also don't have laws that ban speech either. So it's like there's no laws guaranteeing you the right, but there's no laws telling you you can't. So by default, you can. Yeah, as my wife was just saying, can I repeat? My wife was just saying that in a good society, free speech should just be assumed. It shouldn't have to be regulated or written in as a right. It should just be.
Right, exactly. You shouldn't have to actually know that you can actually say what you want. You should just be able to say what the fuck you want.
I don't even agree with censoring hate speech because I would rather know where it was. I would rather know the people that have those thoughts, right, and those beliefs, because then I know where the danger lies. Well, like the Westboro Baptist Church, right? If the Westboro Baptist Church was silenced, we wouldn't know how evil they truly are. Because they are. As a Christian, I can tell you that I in no way support or affiliate with the Westboro Baptist Church. They are disgusting. And if we didn't hear them, we wouldn't know about them. And they'd be growing because they'd be sucking people in. But by allowing them to broadcast their filth without propagating it, because that is a distinction, without propagating it, we can be aware of it and we can warn people against them. So like, can you imagine, say for example, Mofo, you work in forklifts at night, right?
Yeah.
Can you imagine if people said, no, forklifts aren't dangerous, you don't really need to know what you're doing, we're just going to silence anyone who says forklifts can be dangerous?
Yeah, maybe that.
And just silenced them and said, no, you're saying bad things about forklifts, we don't want to know. There'd be forklift accidents all over the place.
Yeah.
But on a work site, we talk about the bad things. We give the negative a voice because it's a warning of what to avoid. So why in society do we try and pretend to exist in these little bubbles of safety and delusion and pretend those bad things aren't out there every day, every minute?
Well, how good is, man.
Oh, I know people want to live in their little safe space bubbles. Huh? See, I'm not. I would rather know. I'd rather know everything that's going on out there and be aware of it. No, I don't. I'm not afraid of it.
That's just it, though. Like, there's a lot of people that don't want to know too, and that sucks. That scares them.
You should put your headset on and join the stream just with a microphone away. Here, I'll give you this. What? I am talking to you as well. Do you want to join us? I would. I'd like it. Your opinions have weight with me. Hang on, I'll turn the gain up so that these guys can hear you, because your thoughts are good. Like, Mofo's just sitting there with, what is that, your son beside you?
I'm blame Fall Guys.
No, the guy beside you. Is that your son?
Oh, yeah, that's what made him.
Oh, your mate.
My
Oh
mate's
yeah,
here,
no,
so-
he looked younger from the side.
Mate's
Now
here.
he's a big bald ugly Aussie. Is his
Oh
name
my
Foster?
lord. Hello, Mike. What's up, man?
Yo, how's it going?
Pretty good. What you up to?
So would you honestly rather not know about the dangers of
What are you up to, Mike?
Oh, not shit. Trying to figure out why my phone keeps connecting and disconnecting.
Okay, so what if I said there was 10 convicted pedophiles living in your neighborhood? Would you rather not? Would you want to know who they were?
Oh, stupid game.
Well, I can guarantee you, given the numbers of them released to Christchurch, there are at least 10 in any given district, suburb in the city. Yeah, okay. Monitoring is to an extent something that needs to happen. To an extent, I do believe in redemption for all crimes. Like, I've spoken to people that committed murders 50 years ago, and I can honestly tell you that some of them are the kindest, most gentle people I've ever met, but they've done horrific things. So what happened to Mike?
Don't know. I don't know if it's his phone that's still acting up or if he just figured, oh, never mind. They're not talking about anything in particular.
Okay,
That's-
granted, in what I said, there are some outlying, extenuating things that, okay, you do that, you're gone for good. But usually they're so sick
I
of
like
giving
Mike. He
up, they
usually
wouldn't
joins
change.
us on random occasions, whatever.
Who is he?
Yeah,
Another-
that's what
another
like.
American?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, I just made it. Okay.
He owns the Cumin Spice website or YouTube channel.
Oh. So he does a lot of Indian cooking?
No, it's actually Grimspar doing editing and pushing it over to somebody else's channel. He just so happens to run the channel, and he allows Grimspar to throw content over there.
Well, sounds easy for Mike. I don't think I've ever seen any of Grimspar's stuff. I keep hearing about him, and I've kept him in my back pocket as this epic world level troll that I can go and view from time to time when I get bored. I'm saving that for, like The Boys. I haven't watched any of The Boys. Now there's 3 seasons. I'm going to acquire them legally and watch all 3 seasons.
Welcome back, Mike.
Oh man, my laptop was connecting and disconnecting from my headphones every 10 seconds, and it was killing me.
Mate, you just hit my top 10 voices
Worked it out.
list.
I might do a stream during the week to promote everyone's stuff. Like, just go through everyone's YouTube.
Yeah.
And give them a big, fucking shout out and.
Well, I was thinking we could create like a master channel that all of the affiliated streamers, so any of them that sign up to it, right, they sign a digital waiver, which we have on, say, the Discord, which says that any content that is struck down by YouTube or demonetized by YouTube for whatever reason, once it has been fixed in whatever way, we can upload it to like a group uncut channel.
Yeah.
And it's just a demonetized channel, so the content still gets the light of day. Because on a demonetized channel, of course, you can have stuff up there that has copyright claims and shit on it, because they just take the revenue. So we just have like a group channel where, oh shit, my video last night got demonetized and taken down, and it's like, okay, we'll just upload it to this other channel which isn't monetized. And if you had like 20 streamers that were constantly getting shit taken down, that channel would build up content really fast.
Yeah, as long as you keep it demonetized, but I'm not sure how it works. As long as you don't join the partner program, it should be alright.
Well, that channel would never join
Just
any
depends
programs.
on the
It
content
would
that
just
you
be just a straight up no channel. Like we're not monetizing. We're not joining the partner program. Yeah. We're just sitting there. This is just a depository of strucken content that we cannot put on a monetized channel, but we still want people to have access to the conversation or whatever occurred during the stream. I'm a bit annoyed that I lost my save file with the vmix because it's going to take me ages to put it back together. I'm thinking I might just do the stream tomorrow night and do it in a different style. Well, another stream you could do, Mofo, is you could do hair loss awareness with your friend there.
Do what?
Hair loss awareness, like a charity stream.
Oh yeah.
I'm like
hair loss awareness.
Serious. Yeah.
Are you serious?
No.
Hair loss awareness. And I'm like, okay, I'll just do it without. That's easy stream for me. Just take off my hat.
Oh, as you can see, it's not a problem that I can claim to have. Like, it looks like I've got a full. It looks like I've got a full head here. It might look like it, but actually half my head's shaved. Like the sides and back are fully shaved, and I still have this bloody much coming out of me. Oh, actually, wait, I can do a Viva Fry impression. Now I'm Viva Fry. Actually, one of the fun ones, actually, when I'm not wearing this particular headset, where is my hair tie? Because of my filter. Hang on, if I take this off temporarily.
What the fuck? Send me the motherfucking email.
Shit. Damn it.
Now I'm a peacock. Or a rooster. Makes it look like a mega mohawk.
What the fuck?
Come a chameleon. And before copyright strike.
Yeah, you know that stream that yeah, that fuck around stream that we did with all the
Weird Al Yankovic.
drip, and then you played the music. Yeah, they still freaking found it. They copyrighted me.
On what?
They got both those songs that you played.
Oh, on that fucking Breaking Reality stream.
Yeah.
But we played 3. We played It's Raining Men, Queen, and Rick
They
Roll.
got 2. They got the Crane one and they got the Rainy Men.
But they didn't get the Rick Roll.
No.
So you've had to demonetize it.
Yeah, well, I'm not fussed anyways.
It's not like it was quality content.
It's not, yeah.
It was literally just us sitting there for like 2 hours, pissing ourselves laughing. Like I actually peed a little bit at one point when Amber Heard's face went back. And then she
was crying. I was laughing that I was crying.
Yeah, I actually had to take opiates after that to make my face feel normal. Yeah, I haven't laughed that hard in fucking years.
I know. Are you ready?
Yeah, actually, this is why it's kind of fun. When you're sitting here just chilling like this, just streaming, you actually don't give a shit if there's anyone even in the chat or not.
I mean, it actually says there's more people watching us now than there were a minute ago.
I'll get this. Don't try.
Thanks, Mike.
I bring the crowd. What can I say?
I've been sitting there watching 9 people, and I counted it. I sat there watching 9 people talk in my chat, and it said I had 1 viewer.
You sure it weren't yourself?
Nah, because it was like regulars from Hayden Stream. It was people like Libly, Rubia, Phil, Parallax. Like regular names, all just sitting there, just chilling, just talking away in chat. And yeah, it said I had 1 viewer. Can you imagine people that don't have active chatters and they're looking there at their 1 viewer, knowing they've got their own window open? And they just get depressed and go, fuck this.
That's like all my streams, right? I've got an active chat. There's probably like 5 to 6 people having a conversation. And now
yeah, but you make everyone a mod because mods are gay.
But I've got. Then you see how many. You know, I've got probably like 40 viewers on checking it out. But I don't have 40 people talking in chat. You know.
You must have like 50 mods at this point, though, dude.
I haven't checked, but I'm still very cautious of who I make a mod. I like it though because I know people that are there. They're there for me. You know what I mean? They're not trying to cause shit.
Yeah,
it's so easy. The best thing I did though, because it's so easy to pick out the fuckheads. You know what I mean? They start shit and they stand out like a dog's balls. You know, and the chat just goes after them. Fucking awesome.
I reckon it would be fun if you had like 500 people in chat just to make them all mods and just watch the carnage ensue.
Yeah. Mod City Mofos.
It'd be like Squid Game, the last one to click ban.
Isn't that what you already do, Mofo?
Yeah. That's what I do.
Go walk in there and it's like everybody's a mod. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. Less than 2 seconds later, I'm a mod. I'm like, oh yeah.
I was in there the other day and I was the only one talking. There was about 20 people plus that were talking. I was the only one that didn't have a wrench. And I was like, wow, I feel special in the reverse.
and then people start.
Yes, Jimmy, YouTube, we are still live.
Jimmy, join
People
us.
like Rob,
Join us.
Like Rob.
There's a link above. Hit that link. Come in here.
What are you saying, Mofo?
Yeah, people in chat, when they see someone that is not being a smart ass, they go, oh, quick. I said Rob, but that's my name. I see it. And like, fucking Michael, quick, go and fucking, make him a mod, quick. They always remind me, the modder person who they agree of, Like, I don't have to
diagnose a liberal.
check.
Yeah.
Which is kind of good, so. That just means that I don't have to worry about chat then, I could just mod it.
Other than the sex bots, I don't really care about getting rid of anything out of chat. Yes, sex bots raid YouTube chats and
Sex bots, they updated. I had them all blocked until yesterday when I streamed, and they updated the bot so they changed the words around.
Yeah, it works. People click on them, but I don't know how they get around the bans, dude. Like, you'll see the same exact fucking bot come back 2 seconds later with the exact same name.
And they got like
said like 10,000 accounts.
Frustrating.
Is anyone else addicted to watching? Oh, that's on speakers. To watching clips of House MD.
You fucking druggers.
What up, Jimmy?
You fucking druggers.
Jimmy.
Why does he sound like an Aussie?
You fucking drugger.
Jimmy.
Fucking drugger, mate.
I'm not a fucking drugger. I'm a rooster.
You fucking drugger.
Yeah, roosters go caw-caw, caw-caw.
You fucking Durga.
Hey, Koolfrogg.
Yeah.
What's the difference between a rooster and a slut?
Why can't I hear myself?
One
Oh, that's right. Silly goose.
had several cocks.
A rooster says cock-a-doodle-doo. A slut says any cockle-doo.
Why are you guys up? What is going on?
Why are we
now?
up?
Why we
Yeah.
Because it's only 8:40 p.m. here.
Oh well,
It's
it's
10:40
five, freaking almost 5:50 in the morning here.
Right.
So you're Eastern Standard?
Yes, sir.
No, he's central.
Is he?
All day.
Yeah.
Was it 6 for you, Koolfrogg?
No, I'm mountain time.
Which doesn't exist.
It's 4:50 in the morning for me. I've only been streaming since 10 p.m.
Oh, little known movie fact, Mr. Koolfrogg.
It's a
Did you know
Friday
that the movie Brokeback Mountain?
I've heard of it, never watched it.
Do you know they had to change the original title of that?
What was it?
Bareback Mountain.
Oh, get out of here. You fucking drugger.
Fucking drugger. You fucking drugger.
Well, I could have said Bareback Mountain.
That's what I thought you were going to say, Bareback Mountain.
It's like there's that Mexican streamer. He does IRL streams. He's constantly getting kicked off of things, but the whole purpose of his stream is that he just goes around barebacking prostitutes. And that's all he does on a stream. And people in Mexico watch it in their thousands.
Disgusting.
Can't be as bad as that like massive meat vagina thing that we watched earlier on Farron's channel or wherever it was. That was traumatic.
Oh, what?
Oh, Trisha Paytas? Yeah.
Oh, God. Jeez.
That thing was beastly.
Hey guys, I'm
Right,
gonna
let's
go
go to
and
this
take
one.
a quick smoke break. I'll be right back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Like she reckoned, like you couldn't see it because it was blurred out, but people were saying she has nipples like a cross-eyed doofus.
Yeah, they're like this.
Ooh.
What, Bev? Because she has a Patreon and an OnlyFans.
Hold on.
You know the characters that we used to create in Survival Evolved that were all deformed and mental and munted. She's like she's like a living embodiment of an overinflated treasure troll.
Overinflated treasure troll. Oh, what the fuck?
Just Google Trisha Paytas.
I think I'll skip it, but
My wife goes, and yet here you are looking like that, and you're judging her. Trust me, if you saw her flappy meat box, you would too. We didn't see it, but she was on. This gay guy was watching a stream of hers, or her Patreon content, and she actually turns around and goes, "Oh, now it might look like I have a whole lot of minge meat going on that's eating me up, but there's something to that account." Hang on, let me find. I'll see if I can find a nude image, and I'll fucking send it to you. Trisha, is it Trisha? Trisha Paytas nude. Okay, so apparently there's something on Pornhub of hers. No, that's not her. That's all old white chick. What the fuck? Why can I not find any nudes of Trisha Paytas?
You gotta pay for it, man.
Yeah, but like, go Google Belle Delphine nude, and you'll find everything of hers.
Yeah.
Oh, here's one that. Oh yeah, this is pretty well there. The only thing you can't see is nipples. She's like a treasure trove. Like I'm going to stand by that description. There, look at that and then delete the link. No, on your computer. I'll bring it up on mine, I guess. There. This is on her Twitter account. That one there, that's her there. Because she sells her body. She's just all about that. She just walks around naked, like she does her daily naked blog, and that's her there. Well, she looks more and more alien as time goes on. Like there she is.
We're trying to break it. We're fucking around with internet.
Yeah, and just heaps of shit like this. Like just daily naked blogs and stuff, and it's just like, what the fuck? Oh, what is this? Oh. Like, how does someone like that get worth $10 million?
Good
Yeah,
question.
Three streams going.
Well, no, I don't know if
It's just gonna stop. You're gonna stop it.
my wife says that this sort of conversation going on right now is why all of our viewers are probably lonely old women, because we're safe and we slag off whores.
Viewership is 100% why not?
That's fading.
My voice.
Well baked.
Who the fuck's heckling?
That's you from yesterday's stream.
Oh, you watching that shit?
I'm just showing my mate. Trying to break the internet.
Actually, I should link my version, Hayden's version to. Oh, Viva's in Vegas now. Oh, Viva Fry, he's in Vegas.
There was a conference, I think.
I used to watch his content. I don't anymore, actually. I've gotten bored of him.
I really enjoy the character arc of like this calm, mild-mannered Canadian guy that mostly does fishing through his red pilling, and then just like this fro appearing during COVID, and like now he's an outspoken radical and
Viva la revolution.
yeah, he is like the character arc of revolution happening before our eyes. It's beautiful.
Yeah. It's like watching the reverse radicalization of a Canadian.
Right, he's just this like mild-mannered Canadian lawyer at the start, and like now he's outspoken, internationally known.
And his hobbies are ice fishing and drone flying. And
right, he's like that dad down the block that everyone knows, and like now he's all revolution and
streams in his car all quietly because he doesn't want to wake the kid up in the car seat behind him.
yeah, has a whole protest series about him sneaking around after curfew.
Yeah, I loved the one where he turned around and he said, okay, we're going to do this in stages. And the first night he went out and he walked his dog with his wife. And then the next night he went out and walked his dog alone. And then he walked his wife on a leash. He's like, if it was my wife on the leash, would it be okay? Yeah,
I'm surprised he didn't get nailed for that one.
Well, no, he didn't actually have her on a leash. He just went out with her, and they happened to have the dog was somewhere else or something, but was available to come back. And he's like, "Well, if I put my wife on a leash, would she classify as a dog or something to that effect?"
And then chat exploded.
Oh, this was on a video, not a live stream.
Oh, okay.
I think 30%.
But ironically, when you think about it, his viewer count's way down. Like he's had 10k videos on that, or 10k views on that, and he's got 500,000 subs. That's like, let's see, what 50k would be 10%, 5k is 1%. So he's only got like 2% of his viewers actually watching his video.
30% of his followers. Australia is only 10%.
Which, when people talk about that kind of stuff, and I actually go and look at my status and look at analytics on that, it actually says that there's about 88% of my subscribers that watch.
Yep.
Nice.
That's where
That's
the
a consistent
incremental
viewer
organic
base.
growth is probably better because, like for example, if I go to my channel, and I only started my channel like 2-3 weeks ago.
I'm saying that this is still going to my account minus 10%.
So we go to analytics. So on my first video that I ever did with Scott, it's got 95 views. And then now then in years when it has 174. The chill out this morning has 110. The sniper one, and considering that mine only has audio for the last hour, has 85, and that's with 215 subs. So that's like 50%, more than 50% of my subs have viewed that video from this morning when it was you, me, and Div Inity, and we were discussing religion. So a topic most people would normally run away from.
Yeah, you can't scare that girl away from religion. She's like so
I know,
totally
I mean,
into it.
my viewers would run away from a religious stream.
Sorry, I pulled up Bevo's numbers because you had me curious. What I noticed though is 20% of them, like he's 100k plus on every video with Barnes, and they do one a week on a regular schedule. And so if you view them as a podcast that's regularly pulling in 20% of their viewers on their like weekly episode, he's doing really well. And then the rest of it's just like, oh, I was in Vegas this week, update vlog stuff.
Yeah, most people don't log into that because most of his people that watch aren't incels like us with no lives. They log in to listen to the actual arguments, the legal arguments.
Well, and the like weekly summary with Barnes, because they cover like a dozen topics in 2 hours there, as opposed to the like one a day thing he does the rest of the week.
Actually, I can't even remember. Have I ever seen Barnes actually light his cigar?
He doesn't on YouTube normally because of rules about smoking.
You can do it if it's legal in your country.
Yeah, I think it's just monetization and like under 18 content, and so it's just like,
Well, none of the people that I've ever streamed with have had their videos taken down because of my vaping.
Don't know.
Because vaping's fully legal here. There are restrictions, of course, but I have no issue with that. It shouldn't be available to kids. I think it's a bit silly to say that you can't put fruit on the labels anymore. They just have to be a plain picture.
Oh yeah, that's all the tobacco industry. They're really freaking predatory on those vaping ones.
I mean, they yanked Juul entirely, right?
Oh yeah, well, not entirely. It's still on the market, but they're really trying to get it down.
It's ridiculous. They should realize that smoking cigarettes is a fucking bygone thing. And so it should be. I was a smoker for fucking 20 odd years. And I'm glad I'm off it. One day I'll get rid of this motherfucker too.
Yeah, no more lung cookies.
Although, have you ever seen the guy that does, he used to do the artificial lung thing, so he'd get like a glass, like an actual scientific lab quality glass cover, glass dome.
Oh yeah, and he'd put the cotton in there.
Yeah, and then he'd do cigarettes through it. He actually ran that with a vape for the equivalent of like 50 or 60 years. And the cotton came out clean.
I mean, it came out clear.
The
But it
cotton
was
came
wet,
out with
right?
no distortion, but of course it did. But considering that he put 50 years of vape through that artificial lung, the cotton was only damp to the touch, and
Yeah, but you don't know what like consistency was in the cotton, right? Like, so when I wake up, I've been vaping for like 3-4 years now. When
Are
I
you worried
wake
about
up,
bubble gum,
sometimes
though?
I get these like great big, really gooey freaking
I never get that.
thick cookies come up out of my lungs.
How long have you been vaping?
Like 4 years.
Okay, I never get that. I've been vaping 3.5 years or thereabouts.
Okay.
And I actually vape at night. Like, I will take my vape with me when I crash out, and I will subconscious vape in my sleep.
Oh, geez, yeah. Or like right when you wake up, you'll take that puff.
Well, I'll drop it sometimes, and I'll like wake up and go searching around for it on the floor, and then I'll take
Oh,
a vape and just go straight back to sleep.
It's the
Because
frickin' worst.
it's become like a when you can't find it, it's a pain in the ass.
Oh yeah, you get pissed.
Yeah.
Where is it? God damn it!
Yeah, I'll get up and look for the fucking thing. I'll turn the light on, and you find it in some of the most fucked up places. But I have two, so I have a fully functioning backup vape just in case I ever lose this one.
Smart.
And then I have a box on a shelf somewhere that's basically like a graveyard of all my vape mods over history. I really do like these geek vape ones though, because they have a plastic cylinder. So I was always fucking breaking the glass ones. This one I can drop it from wherever the fuck, and just at worst the canister pops off.
I hate that. Those tanks break so easy. All it takes is you tip it over.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Especially
hear
on
you.
like tiles or concrete or something, it's just gone. And it's like $5 for every new glass, and then they're changing the size of them so often that you can't fucking find the right glass.
So, what have you guys been streaming about here for the past 7 hours?
It started off as news. Myself and AmericaShirts read a bunch of news articles for the first 2.5, 3 hours, and then it turned into
Intermittently
just
broken up by
messing
me.
around, having fun. There's several people in here at one point in time. We're back up to several people again, and it seems as
Yeah,
though
there was
there's
a
still
massive
4
religious-
people that are watching us.
Yeah, there was a
What up,
massive
4
religious
people?
discussion at one point between me, Robyn, and Crisis.
Yeah, IDCrisis.
What was the discussion about?
Religion.
Oh, okay. You're just talking about that.
Yeah. I am in no way afraid to very publicly state my religious position.
God be with you then.
What's the point in believing in God if you can't publicly say, yep, I believe in Yahweh and I worship Yahweh and my conduit to Yahweh, my salvation and savior is Yeshua.
Okay.
And just more often as I grow older, I find myself using the proper names, like rather than Jesus Christ, I choose Yeshua. And when I'm talking to some people on here, I'll say Jesus just because they don't know who Yeshua is, but I find myself just feeling more comfortable using the Jewish names.
Interesting.
There's power in a name, and if you remove that name, you remove that respect, that power, that acknowledgement of who they are.
I suppose it would be hard for me to go into that mindset because I was raised Mormon, so it's just Jesus to me, you know. Always has
Are you
been.
still Mormon?
Yeah. Not very good practicing, if you know what I mean. Like I swear, I smoke,
Yeah.
fuck.
Oh,
have a
I
good
do all of
time.
those things. It doesn't make you any less of a follower of Christ because you live in
I don't
sin.
think
In
so
fact-
either. I think you
in fact,
carry
if anything,
your
it
faith
means
with you, you know.
Yeah. I'll have to have some conversations with you at some point though, because I would, and this is, there's a reason why I want to learn more about Mormonism, because I believe if I'm going to argue against something, I should know about it.
Yeah, for certain.
So the best person to learn about Mormonism, because I do believe that there are some aspects of Mormonism that concern me, but they're not
Oh,
salvation issues.
I'm sure.
Yeah, but they're not salvation issues. So,
so you're not worried about us baptizing just randos?
oh, it's not so much that. I think the main, and like I said, I need to learn more about it before I can have in-depth arguments. But I do have some concerns over how Lucifer is portrayed. Because I believe, and I may be horribly wrong, but in some aspects of Mormonism, isn't Lucifer almost put up as a equal to Christ?
No, he's usually like, we really don't talk about hell that much. We more call it outer darkness. And Lucifer is just the snake in the garden, man. Like,
well, so you're sounding more and more Christian and less Mormon every day. Actually, it might be.
it could be that you don't know that much about Mormons.
No, because it could be that the Mormons here are a little bit different. Because the Mormons that
could be a different branch,
yeah. Well, they're very high level, and they were talking to me about things that exist in books that they say that you're not even allowed to read until you're like a certain level in the Mormon Church.
That's because you got to believe enough.
Yeah. But I do believe that the only key issue, and I think that God will take people from every Christian variation, because I do believe the only salvation issue is Satan is bad. So, and Jesus died on the cross as the ultimate sacrifice, took our sins upon his shoulders, and gave us a way into heaven through his sacrifice, and that he was the Son of God. That's, for me, the core salvation issue. Beyond that, you start looking at doctrine and lifestyle.
So do you believe that God and Jesus are the same person?
No.
Okay,
I believe
we
that
don't
Jesus is. I believe that Jesus is. You're talking about the Holy Trinity.
But we do believe that they traded places at one point.
No.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, I'll
that's
have
a
to have a
thing.
conversation with you about that. And find
Yeah,
out
that'll
why
be
you
a
believe
good time.
Yeah, because I'd like to see what scriptures you guys use. Because you guys
I
use
can
the Book
bust
of
mine out
Mormon,
on
don't
stream.
you?
Oh yeah, Book of Mormon, New Testament, all that.
Yeah, see, I would not consider, like, in my walk, I wouldn't consider anything scriptural unless it was in the Old Testament or the New. Because the Book of Mormon was written by Joseph Smith, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, was that in the 1960s or?
No, it's way earlier.
Way older.
1800s.
Okay. And it was revised in the 1960s or something, wasn't it? To address laws around pluralism. Is that right?
That's a possibility. I couldn't say for sure.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I find interesting, because, like,
we have a lot of retcons though. Like, if you've heard about our
Yeah.
stance on black people and how that shifted.
Well, I do know that the Mormon Church holds the largest single depository of human DNA on Earth.
Yeah, we have the best genealogy center anywhere ever.
Yeah. Yeah, if you go and get one of those DNA checks done, basically they send your DNA sample off to the Mormon Church and they compare it to their database, and they've probably got more DNA than the FBI.
Probably.
And yeah, my wife was just saying that they own Ancestry.com.
Oh, do they? I didn't know that.
Apparently, yeah.
You should look into the Deseret. You should look into the Deseret company. They're very prominent in the Mormon Church. They're basically a subsidiary.
Yeah.
There's
so
a ton of
be
them.
classified, being that you're on the internet and shit like that, would you be classified as a liberal Mormon?
I don't know what they'd call me. Excommunicated, probably.
It just throws out a casual excommunication.
Oh, they'd excommunicate the shit out of me.
If the Mormon Church doesn't want you, the Christian one will happily have you, man.
I've always,
Seriously,
I don't know.
the
I think
Christian
it's
church, if your faith is genuine, the Christian Church.
well, isn't Christian like a broad category though?
Of course it is, but it's also very specific. So my definition of a Christian is someone who follows the scriptures of the apostles, and follows the commandments or the covenant as set down by Christ in the New Testament.
Hmm.
So someone who lives a lifestyle after Christ opens their heart to Christ and seeks God through Christ. And here's an analogy for you about the whole Trinity thing, because I don't believe that they are the same, right? But if you have a triangle dish that has a drop of water in each of the three corners, those are three distinct and individual drops of water. But if you tip that dish and all three of those drops of water travel to one corner, they are still three individual drops of water. The parts that make up those three individual drops of water are still the same, yet you would in no way be able to distinguish each drop from the other. So I believe that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are of the same nature. They are of the same spiritual nature. But God is God, so He is just God. It's the top of the tier. There's no pecking order about it. There's no swapsies or swipsies. God is the beginning and the end. Jesus is His Son. It clearly states that He is His Son. So there is
Only
obviously
begotten.
a parental. Well, only begotten, if you go back to the original meaning, means only. It means not only acknowledged, as some verses try to claim, but it's only begotten, which means only presented son, only given son. So He is the only son. So the word begotten, you can take it for gospel in the old Hebrew language, that there are no brothers. There are no brothers. There's no.
Yeah, He's the one and only.
He is one and only. So some Mormon churches which talk about Lucifer being Jesus' brother and that there was an argument between the two over who should come down and save humanity, that's bollocks. Satan, Lucifer, was an angel. He was always an angel. I believe, I'll have to double check.
Yeah, He didn't want us to have free will.
Yeah, I think he was either the angel of praise and worship or he was an archangel. I'm not sure which.
I've heard he's an archangel.
He was angel of praise and worship, yeah. And he was cast down and he took a third of the angels with him. And I believe that battle to actually still be ongoing. And we are the collateral damage. We are the, for lack of a better word, the prize being fought over. But he is, there's no good. There is no good in Lucifer at all.
So you think that battle is just being fought with mortal men now instead of immortal beings like angels and demons?
No, I think the angels and the demons are fighting each other. There are many examples in the Bible about, I think there was a battle where I think Michael fought a demon for 2 weeks, I think it was, or something like that.
What? Who did Michael fight?
I don't know. If you Google who did Michael fight, which angel did Michael fight, I think it names him. But I mean, I'm going to start refreshing my biblical scriptural knowledge because I'm going to start doing a Sunday read through where I go through the Bible and refresh what I know. But yeah, it's like, yeah. But there's no way to even know the Bible because it's just too much. It is a truly living document. Because every time you read that book, if you gain some sort of clarity or insight into one part of the Bible, you all of a sudden realize, well, hang on a minute, that verse that I read back in Genesis means something completely different. Like, so the more you read it, the more you realize Christ is there from the beginning, from Genesis through to the end. It's just he's not called Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So
it says here that in this allegory, Michael leads God's army against Lucifer, which makes sense since he's already rebelled against him, defeats him, and once again throws Lucifer and his followers out of heaven.
What's that in? What document?
This is just wiki, dude. I'm just looking up.
My mother would be able to tell me, but I'll Google it. Let's see.
Because he had a fight with Samael.
Ah, yes. Yep. And that was like 2 weeks or something, wasn't it? He delayed him 2 weeks.
It doesn't really specify in where I'm at.
Which demon delayed Michael?
Legion.
What? Oh, didn't put a D on the end. No wonder I got Michael Jackson, Demon Slayer.
I understand why that's a thing.
Demon delayed Michael, and it just came up with
That's
with
amazing.
Michael Jackson, Demon Slayer. Okay, so let's have a look here. So Daniel 10, chapter 10, verses 10 through 14. The angel revives Daniel and tells him he has come to give Daniel a message from God in answer to Daniel's prayers. A demon had prevented the angel for 3 weeks from reaching Daniel. The angel's message is about Israel in the future. After fainting and falling flat on his face, Daniel is revived. He writes, "Behold, a hand touched him and set him on his hands and knees, though he was still trembling from fear. The visitor apparently picked him up by the collar and set him on his hands and knees. He speaks to Daniel again, attempting to comfort and revive him. O Daniel, man of high esteem, understand that the words that I am about to tell you and stand upright, for I have now been sent to you." The man identifies himself as a messenger who has been sent to Daniel, telling him that Daniel is held in high esteem. The angel appears to not want to address the man of high esteem while prostrated or kneeling. Rather, he wants the honored man to stand upright and see the angel eye to eye. This makes it clear that Daniel is being honored by the angel's presence. To this point, Daniel only feels dread. The angel is trying to coax Daniel to progress from being on all fours to stand upright on his 2 feet and converse on equal footing. So, yeah, he was delayed 3 weeks by a demon.
It's actually pretty impressive, considering that Michael is a freaking archangel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I mean, that's what I say to people. It's like, you should be very, very careful what you dabble in, because without the protection of God, these things could kill you with a thought. They are incredibly, incredibly powerful spiritual entities. So yeah, it's only through God's coverage that we are
Demons
safe.
can't physically manifest, though, right? I mean, like, they
Yes,
have
they
to be
can.
let in.
If the angels can, then the demons can. Like, now, which was it? And actually, I'm going to Google this before I read it because my memory on this is sketchy. But man casts demons out in Christ.
Gotta do that.
And Paul
I mean, we're
preaches.
seeing it right now with people like Fauci.
Who's Fauci?
Fauci.
Dr. Fauci, yeah.
Oh, Fauci. Don't now we're really in trouble. Stop before we lose the whole 7 hours.
I mean, we all saw the way that rat hissed power in Congress. Like, okay.
So we'll call him Clinician Couchy.
Clinician couch. That's cool.
Berman Supreme.
Like the possession is definitely a thing, like demonic possession. There is a story in the Bible where a man was possessed, I think, by multiple demons. I can't find the exact verse here, but a man went up to the house where the demon possessed individual was, and he said, certain strong had evil spirits in the name of Lord Jesus, saying, I adjure you by Jesus whom Paul preacheth. So basically, I cast you out in the name of Jesus who Paul preaches. And they say, well, we've heard of Paul and we know Jesus, but who are you? And then they maul him, and I think he just barely escapes with his life or something. But yeah, it's no joke. And let's Google here, because I'm not 100% sure. I know angels can physically manifest. In fact, I know my uncle saw one. He was driving home one day and he saw, I think it was 2 men underneath a bridge sheltering from the rain. And he went back and got the dinner that was for him and his wife. And he went back there and he handed the dinner to, and I think this is how the story goes. He handed the dinner to the 2 men, And then he hopped in his car, and as he was driving away, he looked in his rearview mirror, and they were just gone. And there was nowhere they could have gone. And another story that I heard, pretty sure it was the same uncle. He was leaving a pub. He was a bit of a mouthy guy, I think. And there were these guys that wanted to smash him over. And I think he encountered them at some point. He's like, "Oh, why didn't you give me a hiding?" And he was like, "Well, we would have if it wasn't for those two massive dudes that you had with you." And he was alone. So,
do you go to any church at all?
I find it very hard to attend a church at the moment because I hold certain views where the Bible says that a church should be run by the head pastor of a church should be a man of older years with grown children and above repute. And I see too many churches out there these days where they're run by young men, young children. They're living sinful lifestyles and happy to admit it. Or and this is one that triggers a lot of feminists, where it's a head female pastor or a gay pastor or something like that, or they have like a gay guy in charge of a youth group. And I have no issue with a gay person being a member of a Christian church, but it's a hypocrisy for that person to be a leader of the Christian church because they're actively engaging in something that the religion says is sin or says is sinful to God. Now, we have freedom of choice and free will. If you want to be gay and be a Christian, by all means, but you're following a religion that says that act that you are willingly performing in that lifestyle you're living is sinful to God. It's like being an alcoholic. If you can't be an alcoholic pastor because the Bible says that alcoholism and says it would be harder for the drunkard shall not inherit the kingdom of heaven.
So, do you think a poison pastor poisons the flock?
I absolutely believe that a poison pastor poisons the flock. And I struggle to find a church where, not so to say is that they're all poisoned, but a church where I can feel like I can come under that person's leadership and benefit from that leadership. But nor am I a person that would consider myself suitable to be a leader of a church. So instead, what I do is I consider myself to be evangelizing. I'm not leading a church. I'm not trying to form a church. I am quite happy to establish a group of people that want to discuss Christianity and God and learn more about Him. I don't claim to know everything in the Bible, nor ever will I. But if I can act as a voice that gives people the courage to come forward and ask questions without fear of persecution or judgment, then that's a role I'm okay with, because I'm not pretending to be a guide or a leader. I am simply an opportunity. If people hear me discussing my religion openly, then I find people all of a sudden become more comfortable to discuss it themselves.
So I find it just pretty important on a spiritual level to be able to kind of bear out your testimony. Just surrounding your faith and how it affects you on a daily basis or things like that.
Yeah.
And
it's weird that I'm saying all this serious stuff while looking like a human Woody Woodpecker.
Yeah. Well, I feel like, I lost my train of thought. But,
so feeling like you can discuss your spirituality on a daily basis. That's what you were saying.
Yeah. Well, it's just, it's a way to reaffirm your faith to yourself and kind of strengthen it in a way.
That's exactly right. A tree without nourishment will starve and die.
And give it water, man.
It says that you can judge a person by the fruit they bear, or a tree by the fruit they bear. Now, if we are trees and the fruit that we bear isn't being nourished by spiritual replenishment, then how can we bear healthy fruit? How can we be a righteous representation of God and Christ if we're not actually receiving any spiritual nourishment from Him? And I mean, a lot of people forget the aspect of worship. There's an angel dedicated to praise and worship. That's his sole job. It used to be Lucifer's job. And many people simply go through life and they don't stop. They don't dedicate any time to God to just sit there and just acknowledge God's presence and worship God as our creator and our savior. And we've removed worship from our spiritual existence. And I'm guilty of this as much as any man. Yeah. And I think we've forgotten, we don't hold the 10 Commandments highly anymore. Like, one of the things that I've been thinking about a lot is the Sabbath. And there are arguments that the Sabbath should be on the Saturday. I mean, the Hebrews haven't stopped practicing it on the Saturday since it was created. So obviously it is sundown Friday to sundown Saturday. But then they have a different calendar than us. I mean, the current calendar with a leap year and everything else was created by, was it Caesar, in fact, that created the leap year in order to correct the calendar. So in order to follow the true Sabbath, you have to follow a Hebrew calendar, which, and I think a lot of them now just follow the Saturday. So the westernized Saturday. Then you got Seventh-day Adventists who do the same thing. They follow a westernized Saturday, but they consider it to be the Saturday. And the irony is that Saturday is a day named after Saturn, and it's a form. It's almost like a it's like, well, what if it was Thursday? Thor's Day.
Oh, yeah.
All of our days
Pagan
are
shit.
named after gods and planets. Yeah, exactly. So do we fall back on the most historical example of how a Sabbath should be observed? Or do we accept the reality of the world we live in, where we have a 7-day calendar, and
Same stroke.
we'll withhold 1 day a week, and is just saying, okay, well, my 7th day is today. Is that enough to honor the thou shalt observe the Sabbath? So, I mean, there's so many
in that
layers.
same vein, do you think that Christmas should be changed to a different time as well?
I don't practice Christmas as a Christian holiday. I see modern Christmas as because he wasn't even born in December.
Yeah,
Go and
that's what I'm
Google. I
saying.
think he was born in June or July or something. But Christmas is no longer about Christianity. It's just not. They try and dress it up with what do they call them when you do like a manger setting, a nativity? So they have
that's a nativity.
But it's all Santa Claus and Coca-Cola and presents, and it has very little to do. It's because December is the winter solstice in the northern hemisphere or thereabouts. So they've taken a pagan religion and they've said, oh, well, hang on, we'll convert you guys to Christianity, but we'll still let you practice your pagan religion, and we'll just put our Christmas religion on that same day. That is not how you maintain, because again, a poisoned pastor poisons its flock. So a poisoned holiday is a poisoned holiday. And you're observing your holiday on a pagan ritualistic day. You can't remove the two. So for us, Christmas is just Christmas. It's a commercial holiday. And we acknowledge around that period of time, but separate to Christmas, we, as a family, we acknowledge Jesus and the birth of Jesus, and we tell the stories and things like that. It's the same with Easter. Easter has very little to do with the crucifixion and the resurrection, as it was. I mean, a hot cross bun. Really? We acknowledge the crucifixion of the only sinless man to ever exist, the Son of our very God, by putting a white cross on a cinnamon bun. I mean, the fuck? That's we've reduced Jesus' sacrifice to a food group. And it's not okay. And Easter eggs, what the fuck? What has a chocolate bunny got to do with the resurrection of Christ? The resurrection of Christ, the single greatest act in human history that allowed us to have access to eternal life. And we've turned that into a stupid rabbit. I mean, it's insulting.
Well, that's pagan origin.
Exactly, because it's the summer solstice.
Well, no, that's the spring equinox.
Oh, spring equinox. You're right. Yeah. But I mean, what they did when Catholicism moved down into pagan Europe, rather than try and convert the pagans, what they did is they said, well, hang on a minute, you guys are practicing Christianity and you don't even know it. Look, you've got your earth goddess, we've got Mary, you've got your druids, we have saints. You've got your winter solstice or whatever, winter equinox or whatever it is, and we've got Christmas, and you've got your spring equinox, and we've got Easter. And rather than convert the pagans to Christianity, they just incorporated the pagans into what became the Catholic Church. And you can't ingest poison and stay healthy. You just can't. You corrupt the religion from within. And that's not to say that all Catholics are corrupt or that everything about the Catholic religion is corrupt. But there are elements, if you go back and look at the history of Catholicism truthfully, that you cannot remove the taint from. So, and that's why when I say that I'm a Christian, I am neither Catholic, nor Protestant, nor Anglican, nor Lutheran. I am none of those things. My definition of Christian is that I follow the teachings and the example set by Christ. I follow the Scripture and the Scripture alone. If it is in the Bible, and I do trust my God to keep my Bible pure and intact, because if he's an all-powerful God, then that's a simple trick to keep his Bible as it's meant to be. So if it's in the Bible, then, yeah, if it's in the Bible, I will read it. And if it is not in the Bible, then it is not of God. So, yeah. So I revert back to a very simple baseline. Scripture is my guide. That is exactly why God wrote the Bible, or God had the Bible created, so that we had a undeniable rock or a foundation to fall back on.
Which is why you put such strong emphasis on a strong faith on it.
On Scripture. And that's why I don't accept things like the Book of Mormon, because the Book of Mormon was written by Joseph Smith. It's Joseph Smith's, so it's doctrine. I'm not saying that the Mormon religion is completely corrupt because it's got books in it that were written by Joseph Smith. I'm simply saying that it's not part of the Bible that exists and has existed for thousands of years. So, and it's like there's doctrines within Jehovah's Witnesses where I believe one of the things is that they, and I'm probably wrong on this, but I had heard somewhere along the line, and it's a memory in my brain, so I'll assume that wherever it came from, it happened, that they think that Christ returned during World War II and was therefore his return wasn't noticed. I mean, what?
Who said that?
Jehovah's Witness was telling me once, and I may have misinterpreted him, but he said that the second return of Christ was lost in the chaos of World War II or something to that effect.
Weird.
These
hilarious.
or these, well, they called themselves saints of the Latter-day Church. They were telling me that Lucifer and Jesus were either brothers or friends, and that they argued over who would come down and sacrifice themselves for humanity. And Jesus didn't really want to do it, and Lucifer was willing to, but that Lucifer was cast out, and all this other shit. And I was just like, yeah, you're on crack. So, because I have a very simple Bible. I accept the Old Testament and the New Testament as verifiable by historical documents. So the Septuagint, the Masoretic text as held by the Jewish Church, and many other documents. There's a couple of others. There's an Ethiopian document that goes back a very long time as well. And a lot of these documents are actually verifiable against the Dead Sea Scrolls that were found in Israel. And if you look at them, and if you can compare a Bible now to scrolls 2,300 years old, because they were, as we discovered earlier, they were found in, or they date back to 300 BC or thereabouts, BCE, and it hasn't changed. Like, there's very little difference. And then you see Bibles today which they actually try to remove the gender. I mean, really? You're gonna make God a transgender, bi-unilateral unicorn fairy princess LGBTQ queen. No, he was masculine. I'm not saying he was a man. I'm saying he was masculine. And isn't it a bit rich for the LGBT community to demand that God be degendered and to assume his pronouns? I mean,
Oh yeah, they're nothing but hypocrites, man.
Exactly. It's like, don't assume my pronouns, but I will assume your God's pronouns and your God's gender. Yeah. That's why I don't get offended when people say something that I don't like about. And there are things that I don't like. People say things about God that I don't like every day. But I choose not to get offended by them because it's not my place. He's more than capable of defending himself. I'm not here to defend him. It's not my job. I'm here to speak to my belief and set my example of how to live. And I haven't lived a very Christian walk. There's a lot of things I've done in my life that I would never do again were I given the opportunity. But I would do them that first time around because it's led me to where I am, if you know what I mean. And without that bad, I wouldn't have reached the good.
Well, your experiences very much make you who you are.
Yeah.
See you guys tomorrow. I'll be streaming tomorrow anyway. Have a
What
good
time
one.
are you jumping on tomorrow?
Oh, later.
Later.
Have a good one.
Have a good one. Later.
Dude. And it's interesting because you can tell a lot by people that can sit there in a conversation with things that they don't agree with and not get angry.
Yeah.
And those are the sorts of people that I want to be around.
Just takes a little self-control.
Yeah. It's like, okay, well, they're talking about something I don't agree with at the moment. I don't have to harass them because they have a different view than me. It's like, even I will be flippant about LGBTQ and LGBTQ rights and stuff like that. I'm flippant about everything. I use humor and sarcasm and wit as a tool to encourage and engage in discourse. If I say something sarcastic about LGBTQ members, then they'll come at me. And then I'll be like, okay, well, now let's have a civil conversation, shall we? Because I respect your rights. I was being flippant, and if you took offense to that, then you took offense to it. It wasn't intended. Because I believe offense is taken, not intended. If you intend to offend somebody, you won't be shy about it. You will say something that you know will offend them. There's no question about intended offense. So I guess it's true to say that if offense is more often taken than intended. And especially offense that is taken on someone else's behalf. It's like if people are running around America dropping the N-bomb on Black Americans, then why should I get offended by that? It's not my business. I can personally say, well, I will choose not to use that word in description of any Black American. I will never call them that. But if somebody else is doing that, then it's on the other side of the planet. Do I have to get up in arms and march down the street to say, hey, that's not right? The person who's doing it knows it's not right. They already know that they're doing something wrong. They don't care what I think. So, and people often think that I have no respect for LGBTQ and trans and all the rest of it. And it's actually ironic I do. Because I actually don't compartmentalize people that way. You're a person. It's
You put a lot of people in the same boxes then?
Everyone's in one box. People. They're people. You are sons and daughters of God. Whether you believe in him or not, you are sons and daughters of God. And therefore every son and daughter of God deserves the same amount of respect that I would expect to be given to myself. What you choose to categorize yourself as is absolutely nothing to do with me. Whether it's a Buddhist, a Hindu, a Muslim, a Christian, whatever, that's your choice. It's your God-given right to coin the phrase. And what you do with your sexuality is your God-given right, because he gave everyone free will. It's no skin off my nose what you choose to do with your lifestyle. Alcoholism, if you choose to be an alcoholic, then you're going to kill yourself, but that's your right to do so. Drugs, anything, whatever you choose to do, that is your right. Or however you choose to live, that is your right. I'm not going to judge it. But at the same time, I'm not always going to say I agree with it. Because should I stand back and say, well, okay, alcoholism is a horrific disease and it destroys people, but I'm okay if someone chooses to live as an alcoholic. I endorse that. No, that would be foolish. And I'm also not comparing alcoholism with transgenderism. I have every sympathy for somebody that feels that they're trapped in the wrong body. It must be horrific. I myself have ADD, and when I was being medicated as a child, I felt very, very trapped. When I was a teenage boy on Ritalin, I literally felt like two people in one body, because the medication would slow my brain down or speed my brain up, actually. And there'd be this nice, calm, controlled, outward version of me. That was my body. But inside, my mind would separate from that individual. And I would be like watching that person go through life, watching that person be preferred by friends and family, listening to people say, well, this is the you were always meant to be, and not identifying with that person at all, because it wasn't me. It wasn't who I had become in my own mind. And it literally split me down the middle, where he became another version, another me, another completely separate entity. I still think of him as a completely separate person that exists within me. And the medication brings that person out and pushes the me that I am in. Very much like multiple personality disorder. And I can understand what it's like to feel trapped in a body that doesn't quite fit with your mind.
Suffocating.
Yeah, and so I have every sympathy for them, but at the same time, if they are in a biological body of one type, male or female, and they identify as female, I will respect them. I'll use their pronouns if they like, because I really don't care. Pronouns don't mean shit to me, because you're a person first and foremost. What you choose to label yourself as is, go for it. Don't care. Call yourself a duck. I might think it's a bit weird, but it might crack me up.
I'm a motherfucking dragon.
Yes, see, you want to be a dragon? Go for it. I really
I'm a
don't.
sexual Tyrannosaurus.
I am not going to believe
God.
it. So I am not going to choose to identify with that belief, because it's contrary to my belief. I believe in two genders. And it's
Same.
like your right to exist and your right to have your rights does not suppress my right to not include your view in my view. Like, your rights don't supersede mine. And it's just my
I mean, this
view.
isn't even about that. This is just about facts. We can measure this. This isn't a question.
Well, we can
Right?
go
This is a
beyond the
question about
philosophy.
reality with data. Look at
Yeah,
every
we go
mammal.
beyond
They're
the
sexually
philosophy
dimorphic.
beyond
It's
discussing
true.
and
It's a
look at
fact.
Yeah. Scientifically, there are two genders. Because there's an X and there's XY and there's XX.
I mean, in the same way we use the words bull and cow, and you know exactly what I mean when I say bull whale and cow whale, or bull bovine and cow bovine.
Yeah.
We use man and woman.
Yeah. And see, as I said, I was speaking more to the philosophical aspect of things. But I do believe in science. I'm a Christian that believes in science. I believe God is the who behind the how. It's like if you take, for example, the Mona Lisa. Leonardo da Vinci was the who behind the paintbrush that created the Mona Lisa. And without understanding art and styles of art and methodology, like if you look at the Mona Lisa and they told you all the different techniques that Leonardo da Vinci had used to create the Mona Lisa, would you know what they were talking about?
No, I don't paint.
Exactly. And if God told you exactly how he did everything, would we understand? No, we wouldn't, because it's completely beyond our comprehension. Is that they talk about it in science fiction stories all the time. A sufficiently advanced civilization will possess technology that to you appears as if magic. And that is exactly what God is. He has abilities, powers that are just beyond our comprehension, beyond our ability to understand. And as we gain more and more scientific knowledge, we begin to understand how the things that he created work. And that's what we can have an understanding of. Like, here's one example. We assumed for hundreds of years that we knew how coal was formed. So good old-fashioned anthracite. We thought that it was a very slow process, that it took millions of years. But if you go to Mount St. Helens, there's actually a coal bed forming on the bottom of the Mount St. Helens lake that has only existed since, when did Mount St. Helens go up? Was it 87?
Sometime in the
Google.
80s.
Yeah, I think it was either 83 or 87 or somewhere around then. So, I mean, this coal bed is forming now. And there was an individual who actually put forward a hypothesis as his, what do they call
1980.
it? 1980. So he put forward his doctorate, I think it was, or thesis at the end of his doctorate. And he said that he believed in what was called rapid coal formation. And he said that in a flood event, that the trees which are stripped from the earth, or stripped from the terrain, form what's called floating mats or floating islands. And that these trees clump together and then they bang against each other, rub against each other, crash into each other, and the bark is stripped from these trees. And that bark then becomes waterlogged and sinks to the bottom. And then over time, the dirt builds up on top of the bark, and then the trees begin to sink, and then the weight of the trees comes in on top of everything, and you get a massive pressure environment, like the ultimate sandwich. And the deeper the water, the more pressure there is. And that he believed that coal could form in those circumstances. And they are watching coal beds form in the bottom of the lakes at Mount St. Helens. Now, they also believe that the Grand Canyon has happened over a vast, vast period of time. And they use the sediment layers in the walls of the Grand Canyon to say, well, hey, look, this happened very, very quickly. But here's a question. If you're right about the period of time that these layers took to build up, why are they flat? Why are they flat? Because if this layer built up over millions of years, wouldn't there be massive deviations in the surface from things like erosion? Wouldn't there be Grand Canyons visible within the sediment layers, where subsequent rainstorms over the millions of years after it was formed have eroded it? And there isn't. They are flat. They are completely flat. And I mean, there's even areas where they're broken by seismic events, and you can see that they are flat on either side, that you can put them back together like a puzzle or a broken piece of glass. So there's a very interesting, and they speak to it much more eloquently than I have watched the documentary. So my knowledge is from watching the documentary, not from researching the science behind it. But they speak towards the young Earth theory, and it's called Genesis is History, or is Genesis History. And they paint a very convincing picture. Like, for example, they talk about the flood and why 99% of all fossils are marine. They're all marine. Only 1%, less than 1% of all fossils are invertebrates, like dinosaurs.
So sea life lasts longer than it was
all
land
washed
life, or
inland.
what's up?
It was all washed inland. So all the sea life was washed inland, and some elements of dinosaurs, I guess, were buried over and covered, and they became fossilized and whatnot. But it talks about the waters of the deep erupting up out of the earth and contributing to the flooding. So if all of these waters just came bursting up out of the earth and created these flood sequences, which they can track on the continental United States, they can track these flood sequences. I think there's 5 of them. And the fossil bed indicates where these flood events happened. Now, if these were tsunamis caused by massive tectonic upheaval, where the earth basically ripped itself apart and the waters of the deep came rushing up to the surface, and you got massive tsunamis that moved inland, and then the next one came in and moved inland, and you had sediment layers just built up and built up and built up rapidly, not over millions of years, but over hours, days. I mean, the earth was flooded for a very, very long time. In fact, I think it was almost a year that they were on the ark. It wasn't just a short period of time. It was a very, very long time before the flooding receded. And there's actually one example of modern proof. Is that, again, if you go to Mount St. Helens, there are miniature versions of the Grand Canyon, and they formed in hours. Like, they have all the same layerings, they have all the same sediment layers, the distinctions between the different soils and rock and everything else. And you would think, if you looked at them, that they'd been there for thousands, if not millions of years. But they were formed in hours. Go and Google the transformation of Mount St. Helens and how it's transformed the landscape, and everything that has been attributed to happening over millions of years happened in hours and days. And here's another thing to think of. Most scientists, they look at the rate of, say, continental shift or volcanic activity, things like this, and they use the observable rate of those things as a projection moving forward. And then they apply that backwards as well. It's like if you saw a car that had been traveling at 100 kilometers an hour, and then he slammed his brakes on, and he passed you while he was doing 50 kilometers an hour. Now, you might be able to say, okay, well, he's traveling at 50 kilometers an hour. We're going to assume that within a margin of error that he's always traveled at 50 kilometers an hour, and we're going to project it forward and we're going to project it backwards. So, well, he must have taken a very long time to get here. He must have taken this amount of time to get here at 50 kilometers an hour. When in actual fact, he's decelerating rapidly. But you don't know that. You cannot know that by only catching a single snapshot of his journey. And I mean, when you think about the Earth and how long it's been around, even to say, well, we've observed thousands of years of Earth's history, that's not even a frame. It's not even a single snapshot. It's a portion of a snapshot of Earth's history. Like, you can't turn around and say that just because the Earth is acting like this now, it has always acted like this, or it is always going to act like this. Like, I fully believe that there are circumstances that could have formed the separation of the continents rapidly, like absolutely rapidly. Like mountains. Look at mountains with jagged edges. I mean, these things are thrusting upwards, and they say, yep, the slow movement of continents is causing this. And it's possible. But what if it happened in days, hours, months? What if continental shelves slammed into each other so rapidly that huge edges of them were just shot skyward, creating these jagged mountain ranges?
Good morning, Jenny.
Good morning. You're back again. You were here last night. Well, this afternoon for me.
Punching
But I
night
mean,
owls, he says.
yeah, just to assume that because we can observe something, that we therefore know what is going to happen and what has happened before is ridiculous. I mean, there's just as much evidence for old Earth theory as there is for new Earth theory. You can take the evidence that exists and you can put it together in any way you want, and that is the danger of mankind. We are super, super intelligent. We can manipulate evidence to represent what we want it to represent. I mean, there is absolutely no evidence in the fossil record of evolution. There just isn't. There is actually, if you go and look for it,
There's tons of it.
No, there isn't.
There's tons of it.
Well,
Okay,
on that
show
note,
me-
guys, I am
you
gonna
show me-
hop off. I gotta go do a bike ride thing here.
All right, have a good one.
But
So now
yeah,
you
let
want
me
to
know
later.
how that goes.
Australopithecines.
Later, guys.
Mike, you're gonna mention Australopithecines, correct?
No, what we get like the nested hierarchy of traits that you would
Jimmy took-
expect from a Markovian process like evolution, right? Evolution says your kids are going to be a little bit different than you.
That's
and so on.
adaptation.
Right.
That's adaptation.
Over time.
I believe in adaptation. But I believe that a species adapts and stays true to its original. Like, people will always be people. Cows will always be cows. Dogs will always be dogs. A dog won't evolve into a turkey, and a mouse won't evolve into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. And a Tyrannosaurus Rex most definitely did not evolve into the common household chicken.
It definitely did.
No, It'd be fun if it did. Honestly, it'd be fun if it did.
Well, no, but like its 2 foot tall cousin did by way of the ostrich and similar things.
Yeah, see, no, I definitely don't agree. I was
Well, no, but like
never
that's your misconception is thinking dinosaurs look like the weird thing you learned as children, and not just like ostriches with feathers and similar skin. Whereas all the evidence points to they were just very big ostrich-like creatures.
So hang on. So paint the picture for me. What are you representing as evidence of evolution? Take an individual species.
Well, no. Right, because evolution isn't about individual species. You're just going to claim that's adaptation within a single species.
No.
Evolution is about the nested like
I don't
relationship
claim
of
anything.
different
I'm just asking
species,
you to
right?
put it into a way that you can explain to me how you understand evolution.
So in the same way that like I could list off several of your family names to sort of say what your lineage is, right? Your like grandmother's name, great grandmother's name, etc. And that is a nested family of people under your grandmother. You can do the same thing with whole families of animals, right? There's all the humans, and then there's all the apes, which is humans plus like chimpanzees and so on.
No.
We are apes.
Evolution, no evolutionary
That is the
theory.
claim of evolution, right? Like
No,
we
it's
are
not.
apes.
No, it's not.
Yes,
No.
it is. Yes, it
No,
is.
it is not.
Yes, it
Go and Google Australopithecine.
Go
Evolution does
Google
not
Claude.
claim.
Like you clearly don't like you don't. That is
No.
the claim of evolution. Humans
My
are apes.
wife was an evolutionist archaeologist. My
Right,
ex-wife.
humans are apes.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
No. Mankind
go
never.
look it up. Humans are
disagree on
apes.
that.
Listen,
Like he just doesn't know what the claim is, so there's no
No, I
point
do know
arguing
what the
with
claim
this
is.
straw man of it. Go look it up
No.
on Wikipedia, dog.
Okay, I'm going to Google Australopithecine. Do you even know what an Australopithecine is? So Australopithecus, Homo habilis, Australopithecus africanus, etc. Go and Google Australopithecines. So monkeys, as they exist now, evolved according to evolution theory from familial Australopithecines in the background. Australopithecines are what evolution claims are the missing link.
Koolfrogg, can you share the screen?
We come from Homo
Yes.
habilis, and
Hold
we
on,
come
give me
from
a second.
Australopithecus africanus, and then Homo sapien, and then Homo sapiens.
We are in the ape clade. Period.
But they come from the common Australopithecus. We did not evolve.
Right, that is apes.
orangutans.
Ape
but
in the sense of your
apes are a
grandmother.
separate
You and
entity
your
that
cousins
exists
came from
now.
your grandmother. We are apes. All of us. Evolution.
Yeah. 100% don't agree. Where
Right, I
is
know
the
you don't agree,
historical?
but that's
Where
what
is
the
the
claim is.
historical evidence of this? That is the claim, yes, but you're not. You're also not acknowledging Australopithecines. They are
Also,
what they claim are the missing link.
distribution of DNA traits across life forms matches
Can I have a
the
link to that, by the way,
distribution of
'cause I can't read
clades
it.
and their nesting. Right, we are
Can I
more
have-
similar to things closer to us within
Can I have a link
clades.
to that, please, so I can read it? I can't see it on the screen. I need to read it before I
Put it
can
in
comment.
private chat.
Private? Okay, let me have it. Let me pull this over. Give me a sec. Now, scanning through paleogenetic tree, taxonomical, common ancestor individual. Okay. So I'm guessing looking at this tree, we've got, if we were to use examples, so the one tree over here is humanity. This tree would be primates, so they're putting primates into this category. And bingo, comes back to Australopithecus. Nomenclature and taxonomy. We've got morphological similarities, Darwinian linear taxonomy, theory of evolution, 1859, Thomas Henry Huxley, Julian Huxley, for example, how the Huxley grouped birds and reptiles based on fossil evidence. Clades and phylogenetic trees, a science that tries to reconstruct paleogenetic trees, thus discovers clades. It's called polygenetics and cladistics. Okay, so we go back to terminology. And we have a look here. A clade located within a clade is said to be nested within that clade. In the diagram, the hominoid clade. Okay, so we're going to have a look here at hominoid clade. apes are a clade of old world simians. So let's have a look at simians. Simians, anthropods, and higher
Can I
primates.
bring up the
Okay, so yeah, you're using a word and a meaning that was different than interpreted. So apes, you're going back 2 variations. So you're not referring to the common usage of the word ape as it's used today. You're going back to native to Africa, Southeast Asia, other being a sister group, which is Cercopithecidae, together forming the Cartharine clade. So the Cartharine clade is a parvidor, Cartagena monkeys, Old World anthropoids, or Old World monkeys. So if we go back again, and we're currently looking at...
Sorry, I brought this up on screen where it delineates the clade definition of ape from the
Okay, can you
traditional
link
one.
me that as well? Okay,
Yeah,
here.
that's up
Is
in
that it
private
here?
chat. Yep.
Okay. Oh, wait, I'm already on that page. I found that on my own. So now let's scroll down to what you're showing here. Because this says Cartagena, and then we've got gibbon, human, chimpanzee, gibbon, and original. So we've got humans, which is genus Homo, and that's hominini, homine, hominidae, apes, and Cartagena, but then we've got a separation. So humans and chimpanzees separate at the hominini period, hominine. So we don't come from chimpanzees, gorillas, orangutans. They are all sub-evolutionary paths.
Yes.
So when you say we come from apes, and I say no, we don't come from monkeys, what I mean is we don't come from chimpanzees, gorillas, orangutans, gibbons, or the common modern usage of the word ape. I will concede that in this lineology, ape, as used as a family group, includes us and other primates. Now I'm trying to go back. I'm trying to find where this begins. This doesn't seem to go back far enough to deal with... It goes back to the Homo, but it doesn't go back to Homo sapien or Homo sapiens sapien. It also doesn't appear to go back as far as Australopithecines. Scrolling down, DNA sequences, genera, Hulock gibbons. No, this isn't what I'm looking for. Changes in taxonomy, orangutans, gibbons. Because what they're talking about here is parallel evolution from a common ancestral group. And according to this, the original common ancestral group around 31 million years ago was the Cartagena. Why is this not mentioning Australopithecines? So if we go in here, there we go, Australopithecines.
So the reason I brought up the ape thing in particular, though, is it's the same way that you can name off different ancestors of yours by their family name and sort of name a whole section of humans.
In the context of evolution, the graph makes perfect sense.
But you can do the same thing where you scale up the size of animal you're talking about, right? So there's sort of
what about scaling
monkeys
down?
Here.
So you talked about a 2-foot tall T-Rex. What version of T-Rex is that?
I don't know, some dumb dinosaur. Not like an actual T-Rex. Actual T-Rex family line died off.
Yeah, of course. They actually existed for a very brief period of time.
What I'm saying is there are like small dinosaurs within the size of an ostrich or an emu.
Of course, there were birds that existed that were far bigger than most dinosaurs. Yeah.
Right, those are the ones that became birds. They like just grew different arm structures and then became sort of like emus and ostriches, while some of them became lighter and became like other birds.
Is the evidence that you sort of hold, because obviously you believe this, so do you believe this based on readings that you've done? And if the readings that you've done, are they then, what evidence are they based on? So are they using like the fossil record, the bones that are available, and saying, well, hey, these bones are the same as bird bones, they're very light, blah, blah, blah.
Well, so at this point, the bones are the secondary evidence. It's primarily genetic. And the reason that's important is in the same way you can sort of tell that all your cousins are related to your great-grandmother, the way that we sort things into like phylum and class and order and all this. Yeah, so these are sort of different scales of animals, right? These are things very much like us. And these are just all monkeys in general. than all
Hang on a second. I
mammals.
want you to speak to something because I've heard it often used, and I want to see what your response is. Is that even a daffodil shares 97% of the genetic sequence of a human?
No. A
You
daffodil
know
is
this.
like,
You know this to be false.
I mean, a banana's like 50%, so I would guess a daffodil is similar.
Hang on. Okay.
Monkeys are like 97. Flies
Monkeys
are like
are like
70.
yeah, monkeys are very, very close. But I mean, you add a single chromosome to the human, and you get Down syndrome. So I mean, there's not a lot of wiggle room in the human chromosome for variation.
For quick variation.
For what?
For rapid variation, right? So you're adding the whole chromosome like changes the way the thing operates, whereas changing genes slowly over time, you can do much more incrementally.
Yeah. Well, I can definitely like I said, there is a very convincing argument made for evolution. I don't believe it personally, and I can turn around and I could put up many books that counter the argument of evolution, and I don't study them. I am not a creationist expert by any means. I'm not an evolutionist expert by any means. I did have many arguments with my ex-wife over evolution versus creationism. And I mean, if somebody has read the evolutionary evidence and comes to the conclusion that they believe in evolution, you're absolutely entitled to do so. But what I would say and what I would counter is that your right to believe in evolution is no greater or lesser than my right not to. Because we have the same evidence, we're just coming to different conclusions. Because neither of us can speak to fact.
Sure. But there's
Well,
facts
think about it.
which
How many times in human history have science said, we know this for fact? And then things are discovered and all of a sudden facts are rewritten. Like we
well,
could
so, but
discover
there are
something
things that we do know that are facts, right? Like the distribution of genetic similarity is the same as the distribution of traits. And so that looks like a family tree in the same way that your family looks more similar to each other than people in your area in general. But people in your area look more similar to each other than the globe in general, right?
But the
And
same
so,
argument can be made for adaptation as well, though, I would argue.
Sure, it's just interesting that it goes all the way down, right?
No,
And so
like,
that's
don't get
the
me wrong.
interesting part to
There
me,
are
right?
there are
Is that
so
there
many
is
dogs
this
today.
tree of it that goes all the way back to some very, very early things between like bacteria and eukaryotes.
Yeah, did you Google Australopithecus, by the way, or Australopithecines?
No, I have no idea how to spell that.
So AUSTRALOPITHECUS. If you type in Austral Africanus, it'll probably give it to you. They're an extinct species. So Australopithecus africanus specifically is a claimed extinct species of Australopithecine, and they say that they are the missing link, so the fossil evidence of evolution in progress. So they say that we are descendants of Australopithecines, and they go like, actually here it is here, African hominin timeline. So Homo was Homo habilis and stuff. So there's Australopithecus africanus, afarensis, anamensis, remedis. So this is often how they will explain the gaps in evolutionary theory. So I mean, if you believe in an old Earth and you believe in evolution, then like I said, you need all of this evidence. But all of this evidence has been pieced together in a way that supports a pre-existing theory. So it's like the theory came first, and then they sought the evidence to confirm it, rather than finding the evidence and developing a theory based on it. Like a lot of this can be turned around and applied to alternative theories as well. It's just evolution is incredibly popular because it removes the divine from our existence. And there is a huge surge in the modern world to exist without acknowledging a creation event, because then we aren't beholden to anybody. We simply are. We came about. We are an accident. And that allows people who don't want to believe in God to simply ignore him.
Yeah,
And
but I
that's
don't
it.
think the answer to that can be ignoring how God actually made us, right? But
But the
if
thing
the
is that
reality is that we have multiple
Mm.
lines of evidence
Yeah.
that Earth is very old, right? Say
Yeah.
2 or 3 different
So
scientific
what you're
lines
arguing
that
is you're
suggest
not
a
removing
similar
God.
age.
So what you're doing is you're not so much removing God as you're saying that you believe he did it very slowly over time.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it was a process,
So
right?
you
And
don't
so
believe that
I'm not
he
removing God from it. I'm just saying
Yeah.
this is the mechanics of how it was done
Mhm.
based on what we can see around us. And so
Yeah.
from
And
my
I must
perspective, right, I
acknowledge
believe that's our
I must
obligation, right?
acknowledge your
If
right to
that's
have that view. But
yeah.
my question would be, how do you, because I am undecided, and I don't believe in evolution as a process, but that's just based on my understanding of things. Because something conflicts for me is that I believe that Genesis was literal. I don't believe Genesis was apocryphal. I believe that the process described in Genesis was literal. He made Adam and then he made Eve intact and complete. And from that point, adaptation begins. So, because there's some, where did I read it? I read it in a documentary that Noah and his family were way bigger than us, like much bigger than us, and that by pre-flood standards, we're actually quite small and short-lived. But I don't remember where I heard that or where I read that. But no, for me, evolution always conflicts with my interpretation of Genesis. Is that Genesis is literal? Who's snoring? Is that Koolfrogg? Koolfrogg.
No.
That
Oh,
was
I'm
not
smoking.
me.
I'm sure it is snore. Because obviously, based
No,
on what
he's
you
smoking.
but yeah, honestly, if you believe in God, yes, Mike.
Yep.
Yeah. So how do you fit evolution into? And I don't want you to feel like I'm disparaging your belief in evolution. I'm simply saying I cannot fit those pieces together in a way that convinces me. How do you marry it with Genesis? Do you believe Genesis to be kind of like an apocryphal retelling of a complicated scientific process that occurred over millions of years?
Well, so it's an origin myth, right? We have a bunch of them from
Mhm.
different traditions. And so I view it more in that sense. But it is telling a story that probably happened. Like we found in that area sort of between the Tigris and Euphrates, the first human sacrifice, where apparently early humans had migrated into the area and like eaten out all the natural landscape and sort of killed it
What's the
off.
time zone are we talking about in your timeline? What
This would
era?
have been something like 5000 BC, 6000 BC,
Okay,
somewhere
so
in
we're
that
talking
timeline.
after the Neanderthalic period.
Yeah, so when they were migrating in ahead of Sumeria in that
Okay.
first
So you're
agricultural
talking about
civilization.
the move out of Africa, according to because
Maybe a little bit after that.
Africa is considered the origin of all life,
So I
and that
think it
it
would have
being
been
expanded
settled
by
by humans, but still in sort of the roving band phase where humans had migrated to Europe, they'd migrated to Asia, but they weren't yet at the point they were building cities, which happened in, say, 3500 BC with sort of Sumeria and all that stuff.
Well, we know that there's archaeological evidence of advanced human life. What is it? 5,000? Is it 5,000 years before with is it Stone Age, Bronze Age, or whatever it is, and Egypt? There's evidence in Egypt of cultures existing. I think 3,500, 4,000 years BC. So I mean, we can't argue that. So we know at least that much history exists.
Right. So this would be just before that. There's a place around that sort of
So
river
you're talking about
valley.
humanity in its current form, like human
The
individuals.
beginning
in
of
our,
history.
Yeah, in our current human form. So as
Right.
we appear today.
Current humans, beginning of history, just as they were
Homo
about to start
sapiens sapien.
civilization.
Yeah, see, in the evolutionary theory, that's called Homo sapiens sapien.
Yep.
Because we went Australopithecus or Australopithecines, and then we moved into, I think, what was called Homo habilis, I think it was. And then Homo sapien and Homo sapiens sapien. And what we are now and have been for supposedly about 10,000 years is Homo sapien. Now, they also talk about Neanderthal, which I believe was actually, I actually think Neanderthals did exist. I think God created them around the same time, and they just
I mean,
didn't.
their DNA seems to.
Sorry?
Oh, their DNA seems to in small amounts still, right? Because
Oh, you
there's.
think there's still Neanderthalic DNA within?
I mean, that's the claim, at least, that Europeans still have a bit of Neanderthal DNA.
Well, it's potentially possible because I mean, if you look at it, for example, if they were although I don't know, because the Bible definitely does say that each species reproduces unto itself. So a dog will reproduce a dog, and a donkey will reproduce a donkey. But if you breed a donkey with a horse, you get an ass, or is it a mule? Mule, I think, is the hybrid.
Mm-hmm.
You can breed tigers and lions together, and you either get, depending on which gender orientation is which, you get ligers or tigons, but they're all sterile. Like
I
none
thought
of
there
them.
was like one combination of lion and tiger and a specific gender of offspring
I
where
don't
they
think
can
it's the
breed
gender
with
of
one of the
offspring.
originals still.
No, I don't think so. Let me Google before I actually say a hard no. But my belief is that all
There's a couple of
ligers
them where like
and
a
tigons are
particular
sterile.
male-female orientation in the original
So
plus like a particular,
ligers
it's
and
usually female offspring can like
yeah,
reproduce
I'm
with the
bringing up.
male of the.
Here we go. Can ligers and tigons reproduce? Though many hybrid animals are infertile, ligers and tigons are not. They are perfectly capable of breeding and reproducing tigons and ligers and other such and amalgamations. Let's have a look and go into this a bit deeper.
Well, there you
Tigons
go.
and ligers. So
I mean, it's not super surprising, right? You can get chimp hybrids with some other like,
yeah,
whatever.
yeah, and you can get cat hybrids that breed together and dog hybrids that breed together. Obviously, there's enough familiarity within their type for them to breed and interbreed. And that's where I talk about like adaptation, because a ligon still looks like a lion, but with a tiger stripes and no, ligon.
I mean, this is essentially
name's gone out
saying
of my
if you
fucking
forced
head.
lions and tigers together, they would
Tigon and
interbreed a
liger.
little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're going to change. Like you'll end up with like the variations that we have in cats, tabbies, tortoiseshells, etc. But just much bigger and capable of nom-nomming your brain. But then it's interesting. Like most hybrids are infertile, so I think if the special grouping is too different, there's just no way out. You're not going to get like some weird random freak hybrid species that propagates down throughout history. I do think adaptations, like I think humanity in itself, humanity's sheer existence and the variety in which we exist is proof of adaptation. Black people exist in Africa because they developed is it melanin, the pigmentation in the skin?
I mean, it would be the other direction, right?
No, but wouldn't they have developed more melanin in their skin?
Well, no, the
Because of
original
the
humans are in Africa. We spread out of Africa, so originally we had that much melanin, and Europeans lost it.
Is it not the argument that the middle ground was the starting point, that most people probably appeared somewhat caramel, like the Middle Eastern races?
I mean, they're in South Africa, spreading northward through Africa. I'd assume they were black.
Yeah, there's an argument to be made for that black was the original and that we've decreased in melanin over time. Yeah, that's probably more likely because for example, my children, even though I'm part Māori, are paler than I am to an extent. You know, it probably would make sense to start with the higher level of melanin and then for it to reduce than the other way around. One is probably easier genetically for it to occur than the other.
I mean, I imagine it would have increased if we migrated the other way. I just, from the
I think
evolutionary
it probably
perspective,
might
if
have
we
happened
started in
slower.
Africa and went north, then all
Well,
those
like for
people
example,
are
the reason
black.
why I think you might be right about starting black is because, for example, you can get a tan, but a tan can fade away. And like even if you get a tan during the summer, once you stop that exposure to the sun, the tan disappears. So I would think the lack of a need for melanin, I think it probably makes sense for it to fade away rather than for it to increase. I suppose there's no real way to know. Well, there's Google, but I can't be bothered Googling, do we get blacker over time? Because it sort of doesn't really matter to me where we started anyway. Like Adam and Eve, could they have been black? Yep. Very, very possible. I mean, Jesus wasn't white. I know that much.
I mean, I just find it interesting how, like, it happened, right? I don't care. It's just fascinating.
Oh, adaptation fascinates me. I wholeheartedly agree with adaptation. And I actually have I alternate between young Earth and old Earth theory regularly. I believe Genesis to be literal, but when it says that he created the earth in a day, I don't know whether it's one of our days or one of his. Do you know what I mean by the difference?
I mean, I guess I just see it as a tree of life he gardened, right? And so it's both the tree growing and it being pruned.
I think it does say though that he created Adam fully formed. I think that is a key scripture, is that Adam was created fully formed, and that he took a rib from Adam and created Eve. Yeah. See, I wouldn't ever be willing to bend on that. I don't think. Like, I don't think there's a way that I can faithfully marry my interpretation of Genesis with evolution. It doesn't ring true. I think we've got at least 10,000 years of history, which in some ways contradicts the Bible, because if you read from, and I did this once, yes, I was very, very bored. If you go through Genesis and Numbers and you take Adam's age when he had Seth, and then you take Seth's age when he had his son, and so on and so on, and you add all of those linealogies together, you get approximately 2,000 years. And that takes us to Moses. Noah. And if you then take the linealogies as offered in the Bible from Noah to Moses, you get, is it Moses? No, to Christ. From Noah to Christ, you get 2,000 years. And from Christ to us is 2,000 years. And it's interesting to me that from Adam to Noah is 2,000, and from Noah to Christ is 2,000, and from Christ to us is 2,000. And if you were to break that up and say that there was 2 days between Adam and Noah, 2 days, because there's verses where a day is under 1,000 years, and there's all kinds of philosophical and linguistic debate over whether or not that is literal as well. We've had 6 days, or approximately 6 days. And it talks in the Bible about 1,000-day reign, right? So Jesus will reign on earth for 1,000 days, 1,000 years apiece. That could be the figurative Sabbath. And if it is in 1,000-year increments, we're pretty much nearing Sunset Friday at the moment. Like, we are rapidly approaching the end of the week. So there's arguments to be made that we are shit out of time.
I mean, what? The plagues from a man named Death aren't a good clue?
I haven't read Revelations in a very long time, and I'm always very wary to offer my interpretations of Revelations.
It's not a good one to try to interpret.
Well, it says not to. It specifically says that Revelations will be the meaning of Revelations, but will be revealed to those that it is intended to be revealed to. There are some markers that we can take, like the Man of Sin has to happen. The Mark of the Beast has to happen. The temple has to be rebuilt, but it doesn't have to be a stone temple. It could be a tent. Like they could go back to the original design, which was a tabernacle. There is some archaeological evidence to suggest that the current Mosque of the Rock is not, in fact, on the traditional historical site of the temple. One, the rock is the wrong shape. It's too big. It would not have fit into the Holy of Holies. It just would not. The measurements of the Holy of Holies are known, and that rock is too big. And they claim that the foundation that exists here is the foundation the temple was built upon. So Herod's foundation. I personally think that the argument that the Temple Mount, as it's called today, is in fact where the Roman legion encampment was. And so is it Fort Antonia? Google Fort Antonia and see if that's the Roman fort that existed in historic or Herodian Israel. And that the temple was actually a smaller building off to the side, and I think there was a 400-meter bridge between the two, I think, and then the foundation that the temple sat upon rose 400 meters from the ground, I believe. So it wasn't small, but that site, if accurate, puts the temple location in the city of David, which would come in with biblical scripture where it says that David went up and laid a threshing floor. I forget the wording of the scripture, but it would have made sense for it to happen. And there were springs that existed within the city of David, so the historical city of David, that could have been utilized for cleansing the priests, or the priests used it as cleansing waters. If the temple was where they say it is, then to get from those springs to the temple, you have to walk for over a mile through dusty streets. You'd be dirty again by the time you got there, so there'd be no point. So I do think the temple site probably lies in the historical city of David. And I mean, there's even scriptures that says that the city of David will be lost to time. And when you look at photos from the early 19th century, the current archaeological dig sites that are the city of David, they were a field. They were a rocky mountainside. There was no indication there that there was even a historical city there. And yeah, they've spent the last 40 odd years or whatever it is digging it up. Yeah, I definitely think there's more that we don't know than we know.
I mean, probably.
And the funny thing is, too, is the reason why debates like this are interesting, because neither of us, it actually doesn't matter who's right. Whether you believe in evolution, adaptation, creationism, whatever, it actually doesn't matter. Because as I said, it's not a salvation issue. You can get into heaven regardless of which you
if
believe.
evolution is useful, right? Like that's the only purpose of a scientific theory.
Do I
Is it a
believe
useful
evolution is a
model of
useful
things?
theory? If you believe in slow progression, then yes, evolution is a useful model to explain how one species that existed millions of years ago could become a species that existed today. If you don't believe in instant creationism, evolution is your only other theory. There are only two options.
Things for us in a practical sense.
Mm.
One, it gives us some notion of which animals are going to be like us in terms of medical experiments or testing. And two, it gives us some theory of how viruses and germs are going to behave.
Okay. Can I counter with the pig?
What about pigs?
They're closer to us genetically, heart and tissue, than monkeys or primates.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
You can put a pig's heart in a human body temporarily and it will sustain the human. But if you put any primate's heart into a human, they're dead. Now, interestingly enough, people who have eaten people and pig say that they taste the same, or comparatively the same. So, like chicken versus rooster sort of type thing, or wild boar versus bred pig.
Gotcha.
Yet monkeys, when they do research on medicines, the effect a medicine has on a monkey is correlatable to the effect it will have on humans. But ironically, most medications begin, and they're probably going to ban them for misinformation here. A lot of medical treatments initially start with
Watch
mice.
yourself.
Well, I believe it's accurate to say that a lot of scientific experimentation is done on mice before they go to
Humanized
primates.
mice.
Yeah. In fact, there's a group in Europe somewhere that think they've cracked the code to aging, both
There's one in
forward
Wuhan
and
that
back.
did some stuff with humanized lung systems.
Oh. Well, this one that I saw, they were actually testing
8
on mice.
hours and 33 minutes. Okay.
And it starts with a
Banned.
dude that looks like Osama bin Laden. If you hold your mouse at the very beginning, you just see this like hard out Taliban looking motherfucker. But yeah, it's what they did with these mice was interesting. If the results were what they said they were, is that they took identical twin mice born at the same time, and they applied a gene therapy to one that accelerated its aging by a full magnitude. And at 1 year, they tested both mice, and they scientifically aged one mouse at a year old and the other mouse at 2. And they've been able to repeat this according to their research, and they think that they can even reverse it. And if they're right, then they could actually give you a gene therapy that would reverse your aging. Because the ability for the cells to reproduce, like human cells, technically can live forever. Like you have a new kidney every 7 years, a new pair of kidneys every 7 years. So why is it that somebody that gets kidney damage, why can't they just wait 7 years and suddenly have a brand new kidney? I actually don't know. I hear them say, "Yep, your kidney reproduces itself." I guess if it's not there to reproduce itself, it doesn't regenerate. So we're talking replacement, not regeneration. But yeah, the ability to reverse aging is fascinating, because we know that humanity at some point lived for 1,000 years. What changed? Well,
Well,
only
and we
the flood.
should be able to trigger targeted growth without doing anything crazy. And that's the part that they've never explained to me. They are always cut to like weird solutions. And I'm like, okay, but we know that we do this already at one point in our lives. We have the
Well,
machinery
yeah,
and
you're
the
talking
cells to
about
do any of it.
you're talking about
Why can't
fetal
you trigger it
development.
selectively? Yeah, I mean,
Well,
your
that's why they
DNA
do a
code
lot of
still has a lot
research
of it.
on. They do a lot of research on aborted fetal stem cells.
That's true. That's up.
Did you know that they can take any one of your cells now and replicate your sperm?
Creepy.
Any single cell from your body, and they can replicate your sperm. And they can take any single cell from a woman and replicate one of her eggs. And then they can put those two together and create a viable embryo. All they're lacking is an artificial womb.
Weird.
Mm-hmm. But now, can you imagine a world where they say, okay, well, we're going to create a clone human with no identity, no personality. She's basically brain dead. And we're going to use her as a host. So these clone bodies become artificial wombs where they take embryos. So they go back in time and they find a sperm for Elvis's parent or DNA for Elvis. And they take a random sperm and a random egg that they've created from skin cells. So they create their sperm, they create their egg. They don't need a donor. They don't need a source. make a sperm, make an egg, make an embryo, delete the genetic markers in the embryo, add Elvis's DNA, shove it up the minge of a artificial womb clone with no brain, wait 9 months, pop out a clone of Elvis.
Creepy.
We have all the science to do that. Like, there are moral laws that prevent it.
I mean, you don't even need to do that last part. If your morals are that fucked, you can just take a woman. Like, you don't need to bother with that whole have a clone thing. Kidnapping people is way easier.
Yeah, but I can see a world where they turn around and say, okay, well, if you grow a mindless blank from scratch, I can see a world where they authorize that before they say, well, we're just going to let you throw it up in a surrogate. Plus, the advantage is that now imagine if they turn around and they grew that blank from Elvis's mother's DNA.
The problem is we don't have a good understanding of the higher order functions to do that with yet. And like that's why the cloning experiments keep turning out weird.
Yeah, because the higher functions just aren't there, like Dolly the sheep. But we're a long way from Dolly the sheep.
Well,
We're
no,
a
but like
long way
the mother plays a very important epigenetic role in
Yeah,
the
but
womb. And
you
so
missed
you
what I
can't
just said. What if they took Elvis's mother's DNA and bred a blank clone of her, surrogated in, say, another woman with a gene therapy to prevent the surrogate mother passing DNA down into the child. And then they cloned, Elvis's mum. And then they took the clone embryo of Elvis and put it inside the clone of his mother. Technically,
right,
they
but you
would be
have
able
to
to
recreate the
reproduce.
epigenetic situation of the mother to pass on that right epigenetic markers to the cloned embryo.
Mhm.
Because there's that whole other like signaling chemical pathway in addition to DNA.
I don't know enough about it to talk to that, because I don't know what the
So-
mechanism is for DNA passing from beyond conception. I don't know what
So
the
it's not
mechanism is
about
for
DNA,
DNA
it's
passing
about
down.
chemicals, hormones, and the flow of signaling chemicals.
Could they
the
not
regulation of
control that?
those,
Could they not control that artificially?
maybe, but control it to what? Right,
Well, they
the
must be able
recipe
to have
used to create the original Elvis is gone now that that pregnancy is gone and his mother's gone.
I would argue they could probably simulate it pretty close. Like, a lot is known about his parents and his life. Like, you could look at the way the world existed back then, the foods they would have been eating, the chemicals they would have been exposed to. Like, there's verses in the Bible that say if God had not shortened the days, no flesh would survive, and that there is nothing mankind would not achieve. So, like, we know that the scripture says that mankind's ability is limitless. There is no limit to mankind's ability. Like, eventually we would become gods in our own right, because God is a title for a supernatural being. Satan is referred to as a god of earth. And it does say that there would be nothing mankind could not do. Like, we are literally on the verge where scientifically within a few hundred years we'll probably be able to create life from scratch. Because if we figure it out down to the nth degree, then we could just create a primordial soup that
I guess
spawns
we're about
a
20
single
years from
human cell.
bacteria from scratch.
Yeah, like, we can already create viruses, pseudo-life, because viruses
We
aren't
can do
actually alive.
artificial bacteria.
Yeah, and bacteria are alive, aren't they?
They did that. They took an existing cell, wrote an entirely fake genome, put it into that cell after taking out its DNA, replicated the new cell.
But
they haven't done it completely from scratch.
Yeah, and I mean, if they figure out how to do it completely from soup. Oh, and think about it too. If that research in Europe is correct, where they can accelerate aging, then you've got adult clones. You've got a clone that you could put into an artificial womb with a gene therapy that rapidly accelerates its aging to, say, 18. and then pop out an 18-year-old template blank. And I mean, if gene therapy goes far enough, they wouldn't even need to clone people from cloned embryos. They could literally just clone a human blank and then put a gene therapy in that modifies the DNA. And then that blank would go through a growth cycle where it's over a 7-year or however long, 15-year period that the body completely replaces all of its cells at an accelerated rate. So we accelerate it by, say, 30 times, and in 6 months' time, that blank becomes a age-appropriate version of whoever you've cloned, if that acceleration and deceleration technology pans out. So we're already on a verge where, well, they accelerated the growth of a mouse by a factor of 100%, because it was a 2-year-old mouse. All of the tests that they did on the mouse said that the mouse was 2 years old, but they knew when it was given birth to. So it's just fun because we can literally see science on the cusp of your imagination as your limit. Another thing I wonder about sometimes, and this is purely hypothetical and based on scripture, so it talks about the return of Christ, right? And how when Christ returns, all eyes shall see. If there's people living on Mars, what happens then? Like, if humanity makes it as to a multi-planetary species, and you've got people living on Mars, people living on the moon, people living on Earth, and Christ returns, where does he return? And what happens to the Christians on the moon? What happens to the Christians on Mars? So it makes me think, does the return happen before mankind is allowed to expand beyond Earth? And if that's the case, if we are going to be stopped, we're not far from that ability either. Like, Elon Musk is going to get that Starship working. The technology is solid. I've been watching that since day dot. And he is going to send people to Mars.
Yeah, but the goal isn't necessarily to stop humans, right?
Mm.
The end of the Bible isn't kill all the humans. That's not the
No,
story
but
arc.
it would be handy if they were all on Earth.
Sure.
Sorry, I mean soup.
I mean, I don't know. I look at it, I try not to predict too much, but I look at it in terms of what are the stories that everyone tells, right? Like, what are the commonalities between multiple tribe stories?
Common historical convergences.
Yeah, and you'll see that the common one is, okay, somebody owns this planet, and we probably need to do some stuff. And, like, we're not necessarily on the best of terms at the moment. Like, that's the common arc in a lot of these. And so the question is, right, like,
this planet's a mess.
We should probably get that cleaned up at some point.
I reckon everyone should just fuck off to Mars for a while and come back to Earth in 1,000 years.
Do the Wall-E thing.
Yep, pretty much. Fly to Mars, drop a bunch of nukes, warm the atmosphere up, or just basically just do what we did here. Because on Mars, global warming's a good thing. Someone was telling me that they've discovered a leafy green that actually puts out something like, what is it? It's like 4 or 5 times more oxygen than it takes in carbon dioxide. Can't remember what it was. Someone was telling me. But it actually makes space travel viable. Because if you have this plant in small amounts, it would produce enough oxygen for everybody to breathe in relatively low crop yields.
Nice.
Have you watched much of the Starship footage?
The what? Oh,
Starship.
Elon Musk's like flying rocket thing.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever watched the one that they managed to land?
Yeah, I watched the one that landed. I watched the one right before that where it landed and then like blew up on the pad.
Blew up later. Yeah, I watched all of them. It was like boom, 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 landed, boom, and then landed.
It's good stuff.
It's phenomenal. I love the sound that rocket makes going up, and that's only 3 engines. Can you imagine 32 of those? They're gonna hear it in fucking Hong Kong.
So I wonder if people realize what's going to happen with AI. Because
it's
like,
going to destroy us.
Well, maybe. But the moment quantum computers happen, AI gets exponentially smarter. And I don't think people realize that the two are connected yet.
Yeah.
And so,
Sorry, say that again.
Oh, the moment quantum computers happen, AI will get exponentially smarter or faster to train.
We're nearing the end. I forget the official term, but we're nearing the end, like the maximum level that our current technological stuff can reach. Like CPUs can only get so much faster. Physical computers, physical hard drives can only get so much smaller, so on and so forth. Like we'll reach a point where we max out our current technology, and then the shift to bioorganic or quantum computers becomes essential for the next step in progress. But the thing about quantum computers is that theoretically a single like prototype quantum computer would be able to do as many calculations as every current existing computer on Earth.
Well, of a particular size.
Of a particular size, yeah. Like they're basically saying if you created a very basic rudimentary quantum computer, it could probably go through 256K encryption in seconds.
Oh, so the one thing quantum computers are good at is modern encryption. They're very good at that, yeah. Oh yeah, they will get through encryption almost instantly.
Yeah, like I loved that sequence. I didn't watch all of it, but I watched the last few episodes of Silicon Valley, and how they created that AI algorithm. That it was a compression algorithm, but they programmed it to be incredibly efficient and not to allow anything to stop it. And they accidentally created the world's first shadow decryption software, where it could decrypt anything in minutes. And they realized if they went live with their system, then they were destroying privacy of the internet forever.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, so they had to turn around and cancel their launch, but they had to do it in such a way that it looked like their launch completely failed, so that no one would revisit the technology. But I mean, the interesting thing is that the Bible says if God had not shortened the days, no flesh would survive. It doesn't say anything about robots. Like if God let it play out, I fully imagine a world where humanity is extinct and robots roam the earth.
Why?
And then they would become so advanced that they would eventually become organic and replace us. And then the same thing would repeat. Like there is definitely some appeal to the story of Battlestar Galactica, where organic creates inorganic, inorganic evolves and becomes organic, and creates inorganic, which evolves and becomes organic.
That seems like a weird cycle to be caught in.
Well, think about it, is that the human brain, like the human brain has the potential to be more powerful than a quantum computer. So if you were to mix quantum computer technology with something as powerful as the organic brain, then eventually what you end up with is a super organic being, because they have full access to their brains, that they're utilizing it at its maximum potential, and they've gone back to being organic. So they become living, breathing tissue again.
Right, but like, why wouldn't the
But
computer?
Do they have a soul?
Just
do they have a soul?
where it
Because they're not
was.
created by God.
like the weird assumption is that computers would eliminate people for some weird mechanical existence in the first place. Why
I
would
don't
you
think
do
they'd
that?
eliminate us. I think we'd just become obsolete. We'd go the way of the Neanderthal.
I don't think that's true.
Well, if you think about it, for example, any smart computer would think, well, hang on, we don't need food. There's now 12 billion robots on this earth. We don't need food. Let's just stop making food. And humanity just fades away into extinction. Like the Bible says, no flesh would survive. So I think we literally, just given enough time, we would write ourselves into extinction.
But humans are handy at things.
Humans are handy at things, but if you could create a robot that had the articulation, the physical articulation, and the equivalent ability of a human being with a quantum computer brain, I'm sorry, but no human's going to compete with that.
I mean, why does it need a quantum computer brain? Just tell the human what to do. Put a pair of glasses on their face. It's fine.
What are you referencing there? I forget what movie that is.
Oh, no, that's modern technology. They have those smart glasses that they make certain technicians wear that have like a
Oh.
camera that uplinks to the cloud and connects to like the digital model of the equipment they're repairing and then
Mhm.
displays information about it to them, including
Oh,
what to
wow.
do.
That's cool. Stupid, but cool.
Right. So like it sends the monkey into the
Instant
pipe with a
expert.
wrench and it like
Yeah.
hooks it up through the glasses to
Instant
the cloud.
expert.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's way easier than having to like figure out some special tube robot to deal with it. You're just like, no, monkey, crawl in the tube. Here's a wrench. Go, go, go.
Yeah. The funny thing I always found about the Matrix, and when they were inserting knowledge into his brain, now that would work with things that were purely knowledge based, but it wouldn't work with something like kung fu, because a huge amount of kung fu is memory muscle. It's muscle memory.
And that's actually in your nerves. Like your
Yeah.
body learns
And
certain motions.
you can't teach that instantly. Because what is it? 10,000? Is it 10,000 repetitions before a muscle remembers something instinctively?
Except they had those plugs everywhere else in his body too. What if they use those?
Yeah, I don't think they really went that deep into it. It was definitely soft sci-fi. But
I'm gonna
there's
kill this
another-
stream in about 5 minutes. Just saying. I'm like
All right.
9 hours. I'm about ready to die.
At this point, you're just playing your game and listening, aren't you?
Seriously, I'm just listening. I stopped playing anything.
So what do you think about everything you've listened to?
Oh,
Let's at least have the last 5 minutes of the last 9 hours focus on the actual host of the stream.
no, right. I mean, to go along with what you guys are saying, I mean, I really don't even. I don't know. It all seems fun and interesting, and like it's all a potential. And I just don't even know what to even process out of it.
Yeah, let me grab this Discord invite for you two as well. So I'll put this in private chat before he kills it. Both of you click on that. I think you might already be on there. I'm not sure. If you click on that, Mike, I'll throw you in there. Because you can get a hold of me anytime. Then you can just. Whoa, is that you? A20170527. Yeah, no, I'm changing that. I'm just for now. I'm just going to call you.
Hold on, I'll change it. I got it.
Michael. Here we go.
You didn't even spell it right.
I know. Why would I spell it right?
It's killing me. Okay.
Killing me.
What you could do is call yourself Jack's son, Michael. Or Michael Jack's son.
Oh, if only my dad had been named Jack.
Yeah. So anybody that is out there still listening, I believe there's links down below for just about everybody. I think I can put a link down below for Mike. I have to think about that one for a minute. I believe I had you linked at one point in time to a bunch of streams.
Oh, I can find it. Never mind. I don't care enough.
Oh, it'll be linked. That way people can actually sub to it. If anybody ever makes it to the 9-hour mark, they'll be like, oh, there's a new person down there.
Oh, no one's going to watch a 9-hour stream.
Well, see, that's what I'm like.
play
Do I
some
have
music
to
and make
edit
them
all these
find it.
spots out? There's
Which
three
bits
spots.
are you editing now? What
There's
are we
three
talking about?
spots. At 6:27, somebody said something about a particular usage of something to fix other things. Somebody
who
said
talked
something
about
at
that?
7:21.
Who talked about dicks and cocks and vaccines? Cocks and vag vaginas.
Yeah, somebody said something. So I'm like, it's 6 hours 27 minutes in. One was at 7 hours and 21 minutes in. The other one was at 8 hours and 33 minutes. I mean,
That was me.
if the fucking algorithm catches all that, I'm just gonna be, I'll flip a fucking lid.
Has it already highlighted those to you?
It hasn't highlighted anything to me.
Or did you just note those?
Right, I wrote them down.
What did we talk about at 8.5 hours?
I don't know what you guys said something. You brought up. Even you said you might get hit for this one, and I said, "Hey, watch yourself." I don't know if I just leave it or if I go and try editing those 3 spots out right away.
I think take out the one about the cocks and vaginas, because that I think they can kill a video for in its entirety. Hayden had one that got taken down for that reason. So anything to do with cocks and vaginas, take it down.
Fucking dumb.
Anything to do with coof, take it out.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna end this.
I know you're allowed to say coof.